Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Mrs. Aladef will introduce her school for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Aladef?
This morning, Mrs. Joanne Seltzer and the students of Riverglades Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All rise, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Have a great day. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment at this time, it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: June 11th, 2019 School Board Operational Meeting, June 25th, 2019 Regular School Board Meeting added, August 6th, 2019 Special Expulsions. May I have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Mrs. Aladef. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the proposed changes to the agenda. For minutes, the June 25th, 2019 regular school board meeting added. Speakers, we've added two, Emily Finesca and Julie Gannis. For school board items, G3, personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school years revised. BB1, board member travel requests. Dr. Rosalyn Osgood travel request to attend Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Annual Legislative Conference, that's revised. BB9, board member travel request, Ms. Nora Rupert's travel request to attend the Florida School Boards Association Policy Governing Forum and the Bargaining Personnel Forum on September 26th and September 27, 2019, and the school finance on October 10th and 11th, 2019. LL1, immediate termination of charter school renewal agreement with Championship Academy of Distinction at Davie. That is added as a special order item for 1020. And the final change is JJ4, which is a change order related to Tequesta Trace Middle School in Weston with ACA construction for single point of entry. That item has been withdrawn. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Aladef. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Ms. Murray. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single letter items, on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss G3? It is already pulled. Any other G items? A item, A1? E1, H1, I1. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item on the consent agenda that has not already been requested for discussion? At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. At this time, I would ask for board members to please identify the open items that you will be asking questions of staff. This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Any BB items? BB items? CC items? Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
6 and 7.
Ms. Bartleman has requested to speak on CC 6 and 7. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
CC6.
CC 6 for Ms. Levinson. I have comments on all of the CC items. It's the similar comment for all of them. And I believe I had separate comments then additionally for CC 6. Yes.
Sprinkles put me on for CC6.
CC 6 also for Dr. Osgood. Anyone else for the CC items? EE items? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
EE1, 2, and 3 is the same question, and 4, please.
EE 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Alhadeff?
EE1.
EE 1 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Anyone else for EE items? II items? Yes, Ms. Good?
Just for comment, no I 2 and 3.
II 2 and 3 for comment. Anyone else
Positive comment.
for the II items? JJ items? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Just a positive comment about JJ5 and JJ6 and 7.
Ms. Levinson has requested JJ 5, 6, and 7. Any additional board members wish to speak on it? Not that you don't have the opportunity, but I want to identify a JJ item now that you want to ask questions of. And LL1. Yes, Ms. Good? Dr. Osgood? That's a time certain, just to remind my colleagues. I believe it's 10:20. You're welcome. Any additional items that you would like to discuss that have not already been identified? Obviously, you'll have the opportunity to discuss them at the time those items are called. May I have a chair have a motion and a second on item G3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on G3? Seeing none. Board member comment on G3?
I had one question on G3.
Dr. Osgood indicates she has a question on
Okay.
G3.
And I asked the question to staff, and late last night, I haven't looked at my thing, but I was kind of trying to figure out when we do, when we task assign someone to a position, we task assign them with the new salary for that position. Is that correct?
Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity. The task assigned salary is not necessarily going to be the new salary if they were to become that position. It is just a salary that is assigned for the temporary task assigned that's determined for that.
Okay, well, I would like to meet with you guys offline, because I need to understand when we task assign someone, we give them an increase, and then if they get the position permanently, it looks like we give them another increase. So I just need to understand the formula, how we do that to make sure that it's consistent, because I see, some people getting promoted without task assignment, and their increase is very different than some other people. So I just need to understand, just want to make sure that we have equity, that when we are promoting, people, that whatever process we're using, we're doing it consistently. I'm not able to figure out the difference in the promotions. Like, I see some You know, we had 2 people move to chief jobs. I could clearly see the consistency in that, but other positions, I don't see the consistency. So I'm gonna need you guys to spend some time with me so that I can have a better understanding of how that is. I just wanna make sure that it's equitable.
No problem, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comments on the G3 item? All in favor of G3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments.
So I get to recognize Michael Blanchard. He's the manager for area security. Michael? Okay. Sean Brown, the coordinator for enterprise risk management. And Vicky Mistry, benefits accountant.
So I have the pleasure of announcing our new systems analyst 3, Lawrence Parker. And our new director for demographics and enrollment planning, Jill Young.
Congratulations to Michelle Griffiths for the assistant principal at Heron Heights Elementary School.
And I'm excited to announce the new assistant principal at Wellaby Elementary, Miss Keisha Mack.
And a big District 7 welcome to Brian Bush, our new assistant principal at Atlantic Tech and Technical High School. Welcome.
Congratulations and welcome to all of you to your new positions. If you would like to stay here for the day and enjoy the meeting with us, you're certainly welcome to do so, but this is the appropriate time for you to head to your new positions. Congratulations and have a great day. So, Mr. Moquin, typically this is the time in the meeting where we would hear committee reports. However, we have a time certain scheduled in 2 minutes. So, do we have committee reports? Anyone here that's, I know the room might be full and there might be people outside, so I want to give a moment to provide that opportunity. I know Dr. Neesmith went outside just to check. Obviously, I will provide the opportunity again to make sure that if someone comes from the committee, they're able to speak. Mr. Runcie, do you have a report this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a couple reports. The first, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, he was able to locate someone. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll defer my comments until after.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we weren't being allowed in. Thank you.
No, that's fine. And that's why I asked for staff to come out and see if there was someone for a committee report. Hold on
Yes.
just a minute. Let him set the time. And what we're going to do is we're going to do one committee report, and then we're going to take the time certain, and then we'll take the additional committee reports. We're ready when you are. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm Jackie Luscombe. I'm chair of ESE Advisory Council. And we're happy to be starting a new school year. You have me again for another year as chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, that we have our first meeting tomorrow. We will be having presentations, one of which will be helping to guide parents through navigating the ESE system. You'll know that the alleged incident at Pasadena Lakes last year, at the end of the year, has destroyed a lot of parent faith in the system, and it feels somewhat like we spent a year building up a nice big sandcastle over here, building relationships, building bridges with the district, and then over here somebody's just come and kicked part of it in. I can't stress to you however much anybody wishes to place credibility in the allegations that were made, whether you choose to or whether you don't, whether they're prosecuted or they're not, the damage that has been done is enormous. So we will work again at building up those sandcastles again, but I can't stress enough how much help we need. And where I'm concerned is that now we're losing or have lost or are losing 3 out of the 4 top executives in the ESLS division. We're concerned. I understand folks get new jobs and people move on to pastures new, but we're concerned about where that leaves ESLS at a critical time. Not only the impact within the district, but also impact on families and students. So we just want to urge swift attention to that. I'm sure feelers are being put out for wonderful candidates, but we're just really concerned to lose 3 out of 4 folks is like chopping off your right arm. We look forward as well to raising issues again, because our first meeting isn't till tomorrow. There's no recommendations to bring you, but I would just refer back to the motion that we presented to you on May the 16th, which we passed on May the 15th, which was in response to Pasadena Lakes. We called for CCTV cameras in all self-contained ESE classrooms and various other measures, some of which also I'd also discussed with Superintendent Runcie and Dr. Wanza, ranging from small to large asks, but the small being even just having basic information on school websites about ESE so parents know where to go and aren't flailing and aren't left having to resort to recording devices to send into schools because they just didn't have any other help and couldn't get help from the principal. So we look forward to answers to that motion. Again, it was May the 15th, so I know some time has passed. We're liaising with Sonia Clay on ESLS matters, but again, we're slightly hamstrung, as I'm sure she is, trying to juggle all the plates in the air. So anyway, we look forward to a year of doing business with you, and I've only heard from 2 of you, I think, with appointees to ESE Advisory this year. Some we didn't have attendance from at all last year, some we only had minimal attendance, and some we had great attendance. If you're appointing representatives, our calendar is now out, so if people aren't going to be able to make a certain time of day of our meetings, then let's not have them as appointees. Let's have folks who can really get stuck in and be more of a bridge between us and you. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
I just have a comment, since it's a broad comment about ESE.
Make sure you speak right into your microphone.
So this week, behavior techs are pulled out of the schools for training, and so teachers are left without behavior techs. And I just want to point out that the second week of school, as a former ESE teacher, is not the time to pull out your support when you're trying to help the child adjust. And so I hope we'll look at something different. And if we have to budget for them to have training prior to school starting, we should look at that. But there are some issues out there with the teachers being alone, and you guys are aware of that. But when I found out that they scheduled training the second week of school, that's just when you're trying to get your groove going and get the kid into the behavior modification system and all of those things. So I just was very disappointed to hear that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. At this time, we will take our time certain. May I have a motion and a second on LL1?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. What I'm going to do for this one is I'm going to ask the superintendent to make comments first. And then we have several people from the public that are wishing to speak. So we're going to hear from the superintendent first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to provide some introductory remarks on LL1, this time certain item that's before us. Charter schools, I'd like to just provide some definitional statements around it initially. So charters, we have 2 types of schools in Broward County. We have charter managed schools and we have district managed schools. On the charter managed schools, there are 2 or 3 different models out there. There's some that are run by corporate charter management organizations. There are some that are run by independent entities, and there's others that are what we call lab charters, which are typically affiliated with universities. Charter schools are independent public schools that have their own governing board of directors, which provide governance for the schools. Charter schools are held accountable to the school district for organizational, financial, educational performance, health, safety, and welfare of the charter school students. On Wednesday, August 14th, 2019, Broward County Public Schools sent representatives to several Broward County charter schools to ensure that they were in compliance with the requirements to have a safe school officer present for the first day of school. Some of the schools visited were selected based on lack of documentation of a sustainable security plan, and others were based on having new school administrative personnel. And let me just say that the district has been working since 2018 when Senate Bill 7026 was put out requiring a safe school officer at every school. I can tell this board and the public that we had our personnel out meeting with charter schools and advising them of their need to comply with that law. There were differences of opinion on some in the charter community whether that law applied to them or not. Subsequent to that, Senate Bill 7030 was released and was made very clear. In May of this year, the commissioner issued communications out to charters and also advising school districts that all of the requirements applied to charters as well. Staff has had several face-to-face meetings, numerous correspondence over the past several months with charter schools relative to their responsibilities, as well as identifying options and opportunities for them to be in compliance. So again, on August 14th, first day of school, staff went out to visit some of the 89 charter schools in Broward County based on the information I just mentioned to you, those that were lacking documentation for a sustainable security plan, or those who had new administrative personnel. So during these visits, one charter school was found to not have a safe school officer present on campus. The school had an armed security guard who is scheduled to attend the Broward Sheriff's Office Guardian Training class in September. However, at present, it is not certified, is not certified by BSO. So there's someone there, but they didn't meet the state certification nor go through the certified program. The school was informed, as it had been noticed and instructed previously on several occasions, it was required to have a law enforcement officer present on campus every day during the school day until it had a guardian, a certified guardian. As a superintendent, I was informed that the school was out of compliance, and I instructed staff to go back to that school the next day to confirm whether it was in compliance. In the interim, district staff drafted an agenda item for Tuesday, August 20th, today, for this school board meeting to close the school for health, safety, and welfare violation. Terminating charter school agreements is the only means by which the school board has available to hold charter schools accountable. On Thursday, August 15th, district representatives revisited the school again and found that there was not a safe school officer present again. Brian Katz, our Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Officer, and Damian Kelly, Director of the Office of Safe Schools for the Florida Department of Education, met with the principal of the charter school. During this discussion, the charter indicated its past efforts to secure a safe school officer, and it reviewed with Chief Katz and Mr. Kelly a detailed officer agreement the charter had previously entered into with its municipality. The municipality indicated to the charter which days it would be able to staff with a law enforcement officer and which days it would not be able to staff. The first 2 days of school were not on the schedule to be covered by the municipality and its law enforcement personnel. On August 15, 2019, the charter began to work with the City of Davie to gain a fixed contract for every school day coverage until their security guard completes the BSO Guardian training in September. The charter informed the district of its intent to do so and efforts to get a fully executed contract with the City of Davie for coverage. In the interim, the charter attempted to secure a guardian through a contract company who is a current school board employee. However, the contract is non-specific for site location or coverage. At this time, the district has still not received a fully executed contract for coverage by the city of Davie. I brought this recommendation to terminate this charter because after months of notification and many communications and presentations about state law and the specific expectations around the requirement to have a safe school officer on campus when school is in session, this school created an immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, and welfare of the charter students and their entire staff. This school knowingly put its students and staff at risk, not just once, but twice. Now, with that said, I have another important piece of information to introduce for your consideration. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with the Commissioner of Education, Commissioner Corcoran, and he provided a letter of communication to me this morning indicating the following, and I'll read this letter for the record. Dear Superintendent Runcie, thank you for your email. When it comes to school safety, I fully expect all public schools in Florida to continue to comply with the requirements outlined in law. In considering your questions, I understand that at its next board meeting, Broward County Public Schools is considering a broader question of whether emergency termination is the best way to address a gap in safe school officer coverage at a public charter school. I understand that the particular school you are considering has proven that it now has a contract in place for coverage until the school's guardians can complete their training and provide permanent coverage. Even so, despite your best efforts and our own, this school still ultimately went uncovered for the first 2 days of class. While they are now under contract with law enforcement to provide appropriate coverage, I recommend that you audit this school for the first 60 days of the school year to ensure that they maintain safe schools coverage and ultimately implement a long-term solution. More generally, on the question of how gaps in safe school officer coverage should be addressed, consider how you would address a gap in safe school officer coverage at a traditional public school. I assume you would do two things. First, take immediate steps to provide safe school officer coverage. Second, take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that any safe school officer coverage issues are addressed on a long-term basis. Looking to state law to set the framework for ensuring statewide safe school officer coverage at all public schools, it is apparent from the statute that the legislative intent is for the district school board to work with charter school governing boards to facilitate access to all safe school options. Using an emergency termination as an initial response to a current or possible future gap in safe school officer coverage is problematic for several reasons. As you know, a charter would have the right to contest an emergency termination decision through a DOA proceeding. This would be very costly in both time and money. Further, during the pendency of the administrative challenge, the school board would be required to step in and operate the charter school. This too would be costly and it would be disruptive to student learning and the educational environment. Note that during the pendency of the administrative hearing, as part of taking over the operation of the charter, the school board would be required to provide a safe school officer. To conserve financial and human resources, the department recommends a two-step approach to address the gaps in safe school officer coverage. The first step is to address the immediate safety issues by working with either the sheriff's office or local law enforcement agency to ensure that coverage is immediately provided. This is critical, and the cost of doing this would be minuscule compared to the cost of an emergency termination and the disruption to student learning. Once temporary coverage is assured, The second step would be for the school board to work with the charter governing board to facilitate access to all safe school options as required by Section 1006.12 of the Florida statute. During this step, the school board and the charter school governing board must work together to come up with a solution to meet the needs of the charter school. The statute indicates that a charter school can utilize any combination of the 4 safe school officer options. Hopefully, using this approach, any gaps in coverage can be efficiently resolved with little or no disruption to the educational environment. In the unlikely event that the school board and the charter school governing board are unable to develop a plan to ensure full coverage, the department can work quickly to provide support and help, either through mediation or consultation. In closing, I want to briefly address your questions, not as a basis for emergency termination, but to facilitate your duty to work with charter school governing boards to facilitate access to all safe school options. Before I read the rest, some context, those are questions that were provided from staff last week to the Department of Education, and so those responses are also included in this communication. Number one, question, does a charter school with a law enforcement contract that agrees to a detail officer when available meet the requirement? Response, no. Such contracts should be amended. As a practical matter, that contract on its face does not establish non-compliance, since it is possible that a detail officer may be available from bell to bell. Question number two, does a charter school with a short-term plan or contract with a law enforcement agency meet your requirement? Response, yes. The statute does not require a long-term contract. Even so, a series of short-term contracts would be an inefficient system to operate for an extended period of time. In some cases, a short-term contract might provide a temporary solution while the charter school governing board is exploring long-term options. Question number three, does a charter school have to provide long-term safe school officer plan or contract to the district to meet your requirement? Specifically, what are the requirements regarding a long-term sustainable plan? Response, see the response to the prior two questions. The statute indicates that a charter school can utilize any combination of the 4 safe school officer options. The lack of a long-term plan may be because of a lack of resources or serving as a bridge to a sustainable plan, such as a guardian who is in the process of completing training. Coming up with the cost-effective solutions will require cooperation and commitment to the common goal of making sure every child has a safe place to learn. Please look for solutions that will address and support each of the public schools in your district. The department stands ready to support you in every possible way. That's the letter from the commissioner received this morning around 8 o'clock. So I want to make make it clear that this item is presented here today is not about a simple lapse in coverage on 2 days of school. We recognize that unforeseeable circumstances may lead to a lapse in coverage. In this case, the charter had advance warning of lapse in coverage, could have delayed the opening of school to make sure that the children were safe, but chose to knowingly put children at risk. Having received this letter, I am not aware of any statutory ability to put a school on probation or monitoring or audit for a health, welfare concern, nor does the district have the resources to validate daily compliance for 89 charters. In the case of the district, if we became aware of a lapse in coverage, we would immediately rectify the situation using any and all available resources. The district has worked closely with all charters to make sure they understood the legislative requirement, and the district has directly highlighted concerns related to compliance methods that were unreliable. This is not the initial step being taken for a simple lapse in coverage. This is the final step being taken for many attempts to gain compliance by this specific charter school. The district cannot operate this school in the interim. The charter school has shown its willingness to not be in compliance with life safety requirements. Therefore, we cannot operate a location where we do not know that they are otherwise fully in compliance with educational and safety standards. The safest and most educational sound course of action is to educate these students in an environment that we are confident in and that is safe and secure. In addition to the identified support, the district has provided access to all of the safe school officer options available to the district. We remain steadfast in our responsibility to bring forth recommendations to this school board to terminate agreements with any charter school that would advance notice, knowingly open school without a safe school officer. This isn't about a school with an officer out sick or held up by circumstances outside of their control. It is a school that knew that they would not have coverage, did not inform the district, and opened school anyway. Madam Chair and school board members, that is concludes my remarks, and I hope that provides full context and background as to why this recommendation has come before you today to consider to terminate. Again, I've received this correspondence from the commissioner, which provides another perspective for your consideration. I yield to the chair and the board to move forward with discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. I do have several of my colleagues who have indicated that they would like to address this item. I also have many members of the public who are here to address the item. Ms. Good has asked for a clarifying question with regard to the letter, and because we did receive this morning on the dais, if at any time you feel like it's necessary to take a recess for you to read the information and fully digest it, I can appreciate that, so don't hesitate to ask if that is what you need to do. And then if you have any other clarifying questions with regard to the letter, I would ask you to ask those now, and then we're going to allow the public to speak, but I'm also going to ask the public in the consideration of time, although you are provided 3 minutes to speak, and I will give you that opportunity because there are so many people here this morning, and I would assume that you're all here to say pretty much the same thing, that you would stand up and concur with the person in front of you if your thoughts are the same as the person in front of you, so we can get to the further dialogue by the board and the decision on the item. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Runcie, in the letter from the Florida Department of Education, in second paragraph, first sentence, it speaks to, quote, "I understand the particular school you're considering has proven that it now has a contract in place for coverage until the school's guardian can complete the training." But based on the comments that you made, that's in fact not accurate?
So I will say that the charter school has worked, vigorously to secure a contract with the city of Davie. They have, in effect, what is a tentative agreement with, if it can be described as such, with the city of Davie, the Davie Police Department, to provide full coverage. That particular item, as similar to items that are presented in front of you, has not been fully executed and ratified by the commission, but is my understanding that the police chief in that municipality has indicated that they will be presenting it for consideration. So in effect, it is very, very close. And I can tell you today that they have been provided since last week. I think it was late on Thursday afternoon, and certainly on Friday when we checked, there was a full-time officer there from the city of Davie.
Okay, just to stay on point as the chair requested, so thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions with regard to the letter? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
And I apologize if this is a repeat of Ms. Goods, but I needed to hear it clearly. Do we have a fully executed contract at this moment in hand?
No, we do not have a fully executed contract in hand. And I will, look to staff to see if that's otherwise. So Mr. Katz and Ms. Brown, they're nodding their heads, so no, we do not have that in hand to be able to present to you.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, only clarification on the letter, please.
In the letter, he speaks that we have a mandatory, or whatever we have to take, whatever steps necessary, that we have to help them. So do you feel we've done everything we can to help
Yeah,
them?
so when we uncovered this situation, now mind you, the charter school did not notify or call the district and tell us, hey, we don't have a safe school officer here today. We found that out as part of our process of deciding to check some schools. Once that situation materialized, staff immediately began to provide support and assistance to the school. Again, Mr. Katz was out there, Ms. Brown was there as well as Chief Kowalski, and even Mr. Damian Kelly from the Florida Department of Education were on site on Thursday as well. So all parties came together as we should and would have. Again, so we have been doing that.
Okay, I'm also concerned that the third paragraph in the letter also says that we're responsible for helping them on a long-term basis. How can we be, I guess you're gonna have to come up with a plan, but we're not they have their own governing board, they have their own principal.
I'm
Now,
sorry, Ms. Bartleman, what paragraph
where
are you
it
looking at?
says,
Because I don't see
take
where.
whatever steps are necessary to ensure that any SSO coverage issues are addressed on a long-term basis.
He basically is pointing that out as an example of what a governing body should be doing to the extent that they're having a challenge. That applies to us as a governing institution. It applies to charter-managed organizations.
Because I read it that it was our responsibility to help them with their plan. So is the governing board responsible for their own plan?
No, let me read the paragraph again so everyone can understand.
No,
It says more generally, the question of how gaps in safe school officer coverage should be addressed. Consider how you would address a gap in safe school coverage in a traditional public school. I assume you would do two things. First, take immediate steps to provide safe school officer coverage. Second, take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that any safe school officer coverage issues are addressed on a long-term basis.
Okay, then read the next paragraph. Looking to state law to set the framework for ensuring statewide SSO coverage at all public schools, it is apparent from the statute that the legislative intent, that's what they're saying the intent is for the district school board to work with the charter school governing boards to facilitate access to all options. So.
And we have been doing that for months.
But does that include what I'm speaking to as a long-term plan? If they have one safe school officer and they're absent, what's our responsibility if they don't get coverage? I'm trying to figure out what the state expects us to do. We have a plan in place. If we have a guardian absent or an SRO absent, we have a plan. So now you have one charter school who couldn't even get it together for the first day of school, and now they're training one person. If that person doesn't show up, then what is our responsibility as a board? Do we have to ask them now for what's your backup plan when you need a substitute guardian? I want to be clear what my fiduciary duty is, because when you read this letter, I feel like he's telling us you need to figure this out, school district.
Ms. Myrick, did you have a comment?
I do. I think what that is saying more than anything is, yes, we can ask them what their backup plan is, given that if they have a short-term issue. But more specifically, we are required to provide the four options to them and to make sure that they have accessibility to the four options that are in statute, which are SROs, guardians, help me out here, people like from a Whack and Hut organization, but they have to go through the guardian training, those kinds of things, and we have provided that to them. I encourage you all to look at the backup that you have, with the latest meeting actually being on August 1st, but there were meetings way back in May that told all the charters what their responsibilities were, and that they were required. There was an earlier letter from Commissioner Corcoran that talks about how they have to have everything, and everybody had everything in place by August 1. We had a meeting with them, Ms. Brown did, had a meeting with them August 1, and so they were all well aware of what their responsibilities were. So that's why I think the superintendent says as initial response, this issue of termination is not an initial response. As a, since I have the microphone, if I may, but not on the letter, so never mind.
Thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes.
Brian Katz, Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Officer. I would like to just clarify one point about who attended the meetings, just so that it's entirely accurate. The meeting with the principal that took place on Thursday had members of the charter staff, myself, and Damian Kelly present. Ms. Brown wasn't present for that meeting. The reference to Chief Kowalski's engagement with the charter organizations was previous, even prior to me joining the school district, going back into 2018, where Chief Kowalski and former Chief Hutchinson had engaged with the charter schools about compliance with 7026 at the time.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sure there will be additional questions, but right now I'm trying to limit it to clarifications on the letter, since it is something that we received this morning at the dais. Any additional questions regarding clarification on the letter? Okay, at this time, I will take public comment on item LL1. What I'd ask you to do is if 10 people could line up so that we don't have a fire safety hazard. Please state your name for the record, and as I indicated before, I know there are many people here wishing to speak this morning. If you concur with the person that has spoken before you, if you will indicate that, I would appreciate it, as we would like to get to board discussion on this item as well, so that everybody can hear everything that we have to say. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Todd Dupel. I'm the principal at Championship Academy of Davie. Championship Academy of Davie welcomes students back for the 2019-2020 school year with both a contract for a detail officer with the police department and an armed guard registered for the September training course with Broward Sheriff's Office. It's our position that at no time was the true safety of our students in question. I joined Championship Academy family of schools at the tail end of this previous school year. Over the summer, in an effort to comply with the Safe Schools mandate, I directed my secretary and the assistant principal to contact local security firms for qualified guardian-trained candidates to no avail. All promised they could supply one, but the candidate would need first to complete the fingerprint, the drug screen, and the psychological exam. With no candidates available, we placed an ad on a popular recruitment site in hopes to land a qualified candidate of our own. There were many applicants that expressed interest, but no one met the requirement of being guardian trained. On August 1st, I attended the first charter principal schools meeting of the 2019-2020 school year, where I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Brian Katz, who shared he too was new to Broward schools. During his presentation, the anxiety among the principals in the room was palpable, and I raised my hand to share as much. It was in this meeting that Mr. Katz shared that BSO had offered their assistance in filling the gap temporarily for schools facing challenges. Another principal present raised his hand, asking if detail officers met this requirement. Also, I was relieved, as my goal was to onboard our own security guard and register him at the next available class, which I learned wasn't until September 9th. After the principal meeting, I believe it was the next day, I drove to BSO's training facility on Broward Boulevard to hand deliver the registration document for an armed security guard for Championship hired, and inquired about partnering with BSO for coverage. It was there that I met with Ms. Sucher, who helpfully explained that Davie, or that the town of Davie, had their own police force, and thus I needed to reach out to them. On 8/9, Mr. Katz advised via charter tools, per BSO, and I quote, Davie covering the first day of school. As evidenced by the emails I submitted to the district officials, my secretary successfully secured private duty contract with Davie Police, which was completed prior to the SCART.
Pardon me, just for 1 minute. If someone would like to yield 3 minutes to you, you can have an additional 3 minutes. That person will be giving up their time. Can you please come to the microphone, state your name for the record, and state that you're yielding your time?
Amber Hewitt, and I'm yielding my time so he can speak.
Thank you.
As evidenced by the emails we submitted to the district, my secretary successfully secured a private duty contract with Davie Police, which was completed prior to the start of school, with dates beginning 8/14, the start of school, through the completion of the Guardian training program. To be clear, Championship Academy would be paying both a private armed security guard and a Davie Police Department to ensure the safety and security of our students. Unfortunately, contrary to Mr. Cass' assertion on 8/9/19 via Charter Tools, Davie was unable to supply an officer the first day of school. Circumstances, we contend, were beyond our control. However, we still had an armed guard whom had domestic terrorism training and was registered for the September training class on the campus, protecting our students on that day. Operating in good faith, all documented in email chains and through Charter Tools, Championship Academy attempted to secure a Guardian-trained professional to no avail, hired its own security guard to schedule him for the next available training, which we have no control over the training dates. At the request of feedback from the district and Mr. Katz, partnered with Davie Police, was later informed that the contract signed did not meet the requirement, asked Davie to add an addendum to the existing contract or mirror the contract used by BSO per Mr. Katz, which required Davie to schedule a special board meeting to have a contract language approved by the town commission. This event occurred not specifically for Championship, but for all the contracts they would issue to schools, as their general contract would not meet the standard required according to Mr. Katz. It's here I'd like to mention also, it's not in my speech, but I learned later when I met with Captain Chastain of Davie's Police Department that a meeting was held with district officials and Mr. Katz, and there was a discussion specifically about a confusing aspect of charter schools being public schools. And the police department, Mr. Chastain shared with me that the police department's attorney felt that it was a challenge to really state whether, in fact, charter schools are public schools because of the catchment area and the town of Davie and where it's located and where the students come from. I was never made aware of that meeting that Mr. Katz attended, and if he had reached out to me, it kind of would have helped frame for me what specifically was happening and why I was facing so many challenges with Davie's Police Department that had no contract prepared. They had to have a special commission to do that.
Thank you.
Can someone else yield their time?
Unfortunately, 6 minutes is the limit of the time. If you'd like to pass your remarks to someone else to read for you, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Anne Valerie Daniel Avias. I am a parent. I've been a parent at Championship Academy for 5 years. My kids, 3 of them go there. My youngest is in kindergarten, oldest is in 7th grade. And I'm also a teacher. I became a teacher about 3 years ago. I'm gonna read his remarks and I'll read mine. Hopefully I'll have enough time. So he has confirmed through emails from Captain Chastain of Davie that we would be covered and assured assurance of the appropriate contract immediately following a commission meeting, which again, no one anticipated, nor could Championship Academy control. All the while, Championship Academy was responding to district requests. And it is here that I'd like to talk about the opportunities that implementation with any new initiative provides for. There's no doubt the passion and well-intentioned crafting that went into this mandate, given what happened at MSD. There exists in this room right now an opportunity to honor the language of this mandate, in which lawmakers specifically include the word collaboration. When something new is rolled out, there will no doubt be unanticipated factors that requires tweak to be made. For example, the lack across the state of Florida of Guardian-trained armed security officials, the strain placed on local law enforcement to cover schools, and contractual language that meets the requirement for municipalities. that partner with school to provide coverage. If this hearing today is really about the safety of our school, I humbly submit we must collaborate to address the legitimate, unanticipated consequences of this legislation experienced during this initial rollout. Turning on each other or unnecessarily instilling fear of school closure in students and families does not honor the spirit of why this legislation was enacted. Only by being truthful about the challenges multiple schools here in our county and across the state of Florida are facing will do that. In closing, I'd like to personally thank the law enforcement professionals at the BSO and Davie Police Department for their action and responses to my multiple requests, such BSO, Patricia Ravine, Captain Chastain, and Adrian. So this is his letter, and I have a quick letter myself. I introduced myself, been a teacher. I wanted to emphasize, and a lot of parents agree with me, I was appalled because listed on the articles that were sent as well as the coverage by media, 29 schools were listed as being out of compliance. Only Davie was listed. I've considered Davie, where my kids go, a jewel. It is a hidden jewel. Nobody knows where it is. When I say somebody, my kids go to Championship Academy, they're like, where is it located? That in itself gives us safety. I've never felt unsafe in that location. I've never felt unsafe with my kids at that location. There's always been a security guard. I have actually done traffic in the morning in the parking lot with the security guard, and he is trained. As a teacher, as a parent, there's never been an issue with safety. I felt like when the news came...
Thank you. Someone's going to yield their time. Just come up and state your name for the record.
Cici Garcia, and I yield my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
As the newscast came on location, they didn't blur the faces of our children. They actually had our children showcased for everybody to see, for any psycho now to know where the school is located. I feel that if you really want to save our school, you want us to be safe, then you need to help us be in compliance and ensure that our kids remain in school. 500, almost 600 students being displaced, over 40 teachers. I know a lot of teachers are leaving the profession. I have a master's degree in business administration. I worked in business for 10 years. I left that profession to become a teacher. And it's been the most rewarding experience. And it's scary to think that my school's gonna be closing and I'm gonna be out of job when I left 10 years of, something else. So, as a parent, as a teacher, I'm imploring, I'm asking, please help us be in compliance. Allow us to have, like this letter said this morning, I love that he expressed that. Let's work together to ensure that there's a backup plan, because we had a guardian trained officer a year ago when MSD happened. He got to training, got paid, then he left. He quit and found a job with the Broward district because he was getting paid more money. We had support. He was wearing his yellow shirt. All the other campuses have it, but circumstances happen. We have one guardian. How do we have more? If, like you said, what's the fail-safe? How do we provide that support in order for our kids to remain safe? I cannot lie to you. Yesterday, my kids were shook. They were asking, Miss Lavius, what's going to happen? We don't want to leave. We love our school. We love the close-knit of the school. 30 students in a class about. And we know every single one of them. I have 174 students running across the hallway, and I know their names. I know them by name. I know their parents. It's a family, and I would hate to see the family close over something like that. I understand that there's been attempts. I understand that somewhere there was a failure. Let's fix the failure, and let's keep the school open, please.
Thank you. You just need to ask me a question. Yes, please, feel free.
Through the chair, could we get a copy of Mr. Dupel's letter?
If Mr. Dupel would like to provide a copy of the letter to staff, and staff can provide copies to us, I guess that would be fine. We often have public speakers who bring us information, so that would be fine. Thank you, Mrs. Aladev. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, good morning, Yvette Rodriguez. I've been a parent at CAD for about 7 years. My youngest is in kindergarten, and my oldest is in the 6th grade. I've never had any issues. I've never felt insecure. I've been very confident over the years, and we continue that, hope and pray that it will continue that way. Closing down the school, I don't see that there will be any benefit to the students. In fact, I believe that there will be a disruption in learning. They've been, just by the news, everything that's been going on, they've been stressed since last week, Thursday, Friday, hearing about all of this. And as to piggyback off of the parent and the teacher, they're a family. Everybody there knows, along with the other parents, we've been family for the past 7 years. And to see that something like this would happen would just destroy all of us. So we ask that you guys consider not only us, but also the students as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Arturo Barriga. When we were looking for a school for our son, we did a lot of research, and this school happened to be the top. But we were looking from first grade to 12th grade, and this has it. Now we're gonna tell our child, thanks to some superintendent, you're not gonna be able to reach the 12th grade. Now we're gonna have to go look for another school. I remember January, I think it was February, March, we saw an armed security guard outside, and we were glad to see that. So when they're saying that they were non-compliance, maybe this guard didn't meet the school board, but this guy has a lot. I saw his training. He's got good training, better than any officer's training. So it's not like there was a gap of any kind. The only thing that I'm concerned about is that the superintendent keeps saying about, oh, it's going to cost money to do this, it's going to cost money to do that. That's all he's concerned about. What about the kids? You know, it is good that they're concerned about their safety, but what about the kids? Taking this child after 3 years of school, sending them to another school, what do you think that's going to do to that kid? He has friends there. The teachers are awesome. The principal is awesome. Please consider that. What's going to happen to these children when they close that school? It's good to flex your muscles and say, I'm going to teach one of these schools a lesson, because that's what I saw in the media. The superintendent talking about how he's going to teach somebody a lesson. That's not how you handle things. Do you think about the kids, what's going to happen to them? There's always a solution. And when we went back to school, we saw the Davie police officer outside, which was even better. So please think about the children. Not about the superintendent flexes his muscles. Think about the children, please. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm going to ask, please, and I did not read this all into the record in consideration of the amount of people that were here to speak, but we maintain a proper decorum in here, and so we can hear everyone speak, no yelling, no cheering, those types of things, so that everyone has the opportunity. I would ask also that if you're speaking, that you refrain from using people's names and making comments that are associated with them, because we don't have an opportunity for people to then come back and defend themselves. So if you could just make your comments directed to the board chair, that would be greatly appreciated. And again, if you are having a comment similar to the person in front of you, we do have several people, I believe, that are still waiting to speak, and to provide everyone the opportunity to be here for as long as this item takes, I would appreciate it. Thank you. State your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cynthia Dotson. I just would ask everybody at this particular time to kind of put on their mom, their heart, and their logical way of thinking. The Davie campus has been in operation for 8 years. And during those 8 years, we have had an impeccable record. We've built a family culture. Our parents have felt safe. The young people are coming in and get a quality education. I understand right now, and I sympathize. And what I want to say is, I was profoundly devastated when I came home from work one day and I turned on the television and I witnessed the Sandy Hook tragedy. And I immediately at that time said to myself, if this can happen at Sandy Hook, it can happen at Championship. And I immediately got a hold of my staff and I said, what can we do at our campus to make it safe for all of our young children? We hired a consultant who came in and identified all potential areas of danger. Once we got his reports back, we put in cameras. We hired security guards. We had locking mechanisms on our doors. And we went above and beyond because I still didn't feel safe. I didn't feel it was enough. We actually hired somebody from the Hollywood SWAT team to come in and train our teachers. And you have to ask yourself this question. We have 3 other campuses that were incompliant. 3 other campuses. This was one. And there is no way that we would have jeopardized the safety of our children. We fought very hard to come in compliant with this particular act. It needs to happen. We want our schools accountable. We want our kids safe. We do. But we ran into the issue of we had 93 applications for security guards back in June. 3 of those were qualified. We sent the psychological to the district and asked them if it was okay to hire this person. In good intention, we did not have the opportunity to train before, and I'm going to tell you the efforts that we went to train. We actually tried to see if there was another location available for earlier training, and there wasn't. The closest one was in Hendry County, which was 2 hours north of here. And this is a 5-week training. We couldn't make that. So we contacted the Davie Police Department. They've always been incredible to our school. When we need them, they come. We got a contract with them. We thought we were great. We're in compliance. The contract didn't meet the state's requirements because the Davie wasn't ready for it. But I'm asking you to put your brain, we're not going to ever jeopardize our charter because we relaxed in trying to put forth our effort to get in compliant. I need you as parents and board members to understand that. We fought tooth and nail to meet the compliance. I need you to please believe that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Carbone. I am the security guard at the front that they took the pictures of. I'm trained in bombs. I'm trained in anti-terrorism. I worked at the Jewish temple that they tried to throw the bomb over the wall. They had to throw the bomb over the wall because they couldn't get by me. Okay, I watch everything. When I was in front of there directing traffic, all these parents are, hey, Steve. I'm looking in the cars to see if anybody has anything. You can't get by me. That's my job. I don't come for the giant paycheck. You know what I'm saying? I don't even get paid much. I love the little kids. A little kid came up to me and said, you ain't gonna let them kill us, Mr. Steve, are you? That tore my heart out. There's no way that anything's gonna happen. And Mr. Dupel called the day before when the parents were there. He called the Davie police and he said, we need to be in compliance. It's just a piece of paper. And they said, well, we're working on it. We don't have officers. You weren't registered in the thing. But he couldn't leave the school without a guard. I mean, you can't close the school 10 minutes before it opens. I mean, he in no way hid anything. He wasn't trying to evade anything. You know what I'm trying to say? And to close the school for 2 days, come on. I mean, I'm 61 years old. This is Revlon. I mean, I'm out of politics. I don't care about politics. My job is for the safety of the kids. I went through terrorist training. I've at the temple, I've seen people come with ankle rags, walking like, I told them, put it in the car, what are you doing? They would have guns in the tele bags. It isn't a sheriff or a policeman sitting in the car. You have to watch. Once you don't pay attention, you're done. You know, but the past, I mean, it's sad, but he got in the building. Once you're in the building, there's nothing you can do. You have to keep them out. Cameras don't do nothing but film what happened. You see what I'm saying? That's an aftermath. The whole thing of protection is to be alert. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't play with your phone. Look, watch. Look, I saw a cow. I never knew there was a cow there. There was a car sitting there, and I saw something moving in the bushes. Hey, it looked like that. It was a cow. You see what I'm saying? I pay attention. There was no way anybody could go in the bushes. And with this AK-47 baloney, I'm armed. I know ballistics. I know guns. I know every gun there is. I know how to use them. When people shoot at me, I'm not going to run. That's the difference. But the whole thing in ballistics is you don't need a gun to kill people. You can do it with a knife. Look at the guy with a truck. He ran people over.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask, can you stop the timer for just a second and put it back to 8 seconds? I need to remind the audience that we need to keep the topic relevant to the item.
Okay.
And I appreciate, thank you.
All right, no problem, I'm sorry. But to close the school over something that doesn't exist isn't a good thing to do. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
That was my, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Good morning, my name is Linda Collins. I'm the school board president for Championship Academy at Davie. First, I just want to say thank you for giving us this time to speak, and I'm going to try to keep it as unemotional as possible, even though it's going to be a little bit difficult. I just want to let you know that just like the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Safety Committee, we put our kids' safety and well-being as one of our paramount functions. I'd also like to thank Charter Support, Mr. Katz, the board members, and Superintendent Runcie for their support, and we look forward to their continued partnership. As the board president, I accept full responsibility for our failures and the assurance that a compliant officer or guardian was not there on the first day of school. I understand my role in executing the charter school agreement and hold maximum value to that, much like the other schools. As we said, we have several that I sit on the board for. We have taken steps to ensure that this situation will not happen again in the future. We have a contract with the Davie Police Department and a guardian that meets legal standards per House Bill 7030. The board will hold the management company accountable for making sure we are in total compliance of all laws, as we always have. This is the first time we've ever been out of compliance on anything, and nevertheless, going forward, as a nonprofit board, we will make sure that our staff and contracted vendors keep us in compliance. We are humbled and saddened, thank you, and respectfully request the district not to close our school on behalf of our families that we serve. Students in Broward County, whether charter or district, deserve a solution that is at their best interests, as long as we all share the same families, we all teach the same kids, communities raise them, and together we need to work together to keep that partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Alada?
Through the chair, is it possible that the board could get a copy of the fully executed police contract with Davie Police in the sense of time?
I would just ask Mr. Runcie if you could ask staff if there's any additional documentation that we don't have in the backup that's available, if it be provided to us before we take a vote on the item.
I am not aware of a fully executed contract. A fully executed contract is a contract that is approved by the Charter Governing Board and the Davie Commission. And as far as I know, that does not exist. If it does, I would love to see and like for it to be presented to us here today.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask again, I don't know how many additional speakers are going to want to get in line and speak, but I want to ask again to keep your comments. If you're in agreement with what other people have said before you, that would be appreciated so that we don't have repetitive comments. I certainly provide you the opportunity to have your public comment, but to make sure that you all are able to be here for the entire discussion, it would be best if we could not have repetitive comments, and if you do agree with the person that has spoken before you, if you could indicate so. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you for your time. My name is Erica Orozco. I am the parent of Carlos, David, Isabel, and I'm the aunt of Erica. All of them are in championship. And what I can tell you is that August 14 for me was the happiest day ever, because it was the first time that my daughter were gonna be in kindergarten, in the same school as my kids, and in the same school as my niece. So I am very happy to have my kids there. And I like the school because they have been with all of their co-students. My son Carlos is in middle school, and he told me all of his friends are with him now in 6th grade. What it made me very concerned is that on Friday, my son told me, Mom, they're gonna close our school. And I'm like, no, Papi, how they're gonna close our school? What happened? Yeah, we are in the news. And he was the one that showed me all of the news of not only charter school. And I'm like, no, but this can be true, you know? So it's something that is out of our hands as a parent. We didn't know about the compliance. And what was sad for me is that my son, instead of being happy for us, all of his family in the school, he said, Mom, now that I see this, I'm very concerned, because if it's something happening in the school, how I can get to look for Isabel, for Davie, and for Erica. So all of this made him to be worried about all of this news about the school, because then he's thinking about his security. And I'm like, God is gonna protect you. And I know the school is not gonna be closed because they has been such a good school for us. So what I ask today is please forgive us as human. You know, we try to do what the rules needs to be done, but sometimes the rules are not easy to follow, and more likely nowadays that in all schools this is a requirement. Maybe they were booked to have a policeman. So please, forgive the Championship Academy. We would like to continue in that school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, members of the school board, and staff in attendance. My name is Jeffrey Wood. I'm a lawyer with Tripp Scott, and I'm representing Championship Academy distinction with respect to the notice of termination. Thank you for allowing me to present our client's legal position with respect to this matter. Yesterday, we sent a response to the notice of termination sent by the district Friday evening. In that letter, we set forth several issues the board needs to consider in making its decision today. Number one, closing a school in an immediate manner like this is a very serious situation. The statute that they're relying on says that you have to give those circumstances getting immediate and serious danger to health, safety, and welfare of the charter school students. And immediate means it's there now, in existence now. And that doesn't exist. Not only did we provide, attached to that letter, a copy of the not fully executed contract with Davie, signed off by their captain. It's waiting to be signed by the town of Davie, just like many other charter schools that have contracts with Davie. They're still unsigned, waiting to be signed. We also attached to it a contract with a guardian, a certified guardian, and I have a copy of that with me as well. And that person is qualified, has gone through the class. We have a certificate that was also attached to the letter we sent that was signed off by former Sheriff Israel. So we have a plan going forward. There is no immediate and serious threat of injury at this present time. I'd like to also go back to the letter that was sent to the board and to Superintendent Runcie this morning from our Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran. The one part of the letter that wasn't read, and I think it was sent in very specific manner, was the actual statute in question here, which is 1006.12. It was the last thing Mr. Corcoran said in his letter. In that letter, in that statute, it says, for the protection and safety of school personnel, property, students, visitors, each school board and school district superintendent shall partner with law enforcement agencies and security agents to establish and assign one or more safe school officers at each school facility within a district, including charter schools. The statute goes on to say, a district school board must collaborate with charter schools governing boards to facilitate school access to all school safety options. Furthermore, a recent decision this year by Judge Landingham found that Palm Beach County School District's failure to assign an SRO to one of its charter schools, as it had for traditional public schools, violated section 1002.16. We do believe there's a duty on behalf of the school district to supply an SRO in the absence of the school not having one. Respectfully, when Principal Dupel requested guidance in his email response to that initial letter, he was asking, what can you do to help us? Please refer to Exhibit 12 in the package. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Arza. I'm a former state representative here in Florida. I serve on the Early Learning Advisory Council. I was appointed by then Speaker Corcoran and reappointed by Speaker Oliva. I'm a former teacher. I represent the Florida Charter School Alliance. We represent over 200 charter schools in the state of Florida. First of all, this school exists in Broward County because you approved it. You have been a friendly school board for school choice. Your superintendent, in my opinion, is an honorable man and tries to do a good job for the children of this community. I disagree with one thing. I disagree with willful intent. I believe, and I have met with staff, and they were not members of the alliance. We came to their aid because we believe that did they try to provide security? They did. Last year, there were several charter schools, hundreds of charter schools, and some public schools that were not in compliance with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act. Some schools have 70 kids, 80 kids. Some schools shared officers. This year, and the commissioner made it very clear, you better be in compliance on day one. And we made a commitment to do that. All of our schools in the Florida Charter School Alliance were in compliance. In Palm Beach County, and I hate to compare counties because I don't want to be disrespectful to you in any way. Palm Beach County made sure that every school was covered. Miami-Dade County Public Schools, Superintendent Carvalho made sure every school was covered. There was one situation that we had. Listen, you know the bad thing about all this? You guys had a great opening of school. Broward County had an incredible opening of schools. The majority of your schools were safe, kids were safe. And we're talking about this one incident. I'm hoping, and one time I had a preacher say to me, you don't want justice, what you want is mercy. You are the elected officials, the constitutional officers of this community. You represent those kids, those 590 kids. Those are your students. This is one of your schools. I would certainly hope that you take into account the commissioner's letter and you look for ways, and you are allowed within law to do things. Look for ways to monitor what this school is doing. I guarantee you there's been a lot of sleepless nights for a lot of parents, a lot of staff, and a lot of kids. A mistake was made. And when I spoke to them, you acknowledge the mistake and you make a commitment to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I believe there is a commitment from everything that I've seen. From the Davie contract, it has not been executed like Mr. Runcie said. The town is not signed off. That letter is ready to be signed off. We have a copy of that. There's a copy with a guardian that we will have a certified guardian at the school. I believe that there is enough here to give this board comfort that children will be protected, staff will be protected, and I certainly hope, and I ask humbly, that you not terminate, but that you look for an alternative to look for collaboration with this school. We thank you for everything you do for children, and you guys have done an incredible job, and you have been through some incredible challenges in the last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, just before we start the time, if there are additional speakers who are looking to speak, now is the time for you to get into the line. I think there's space there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Lopez-Preuss. I am a Broward resident, an educator, a public school teacher, and the vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. This may be one of the most difficult days for me to comment, and my comments were planned to be very quick, which was, if you take money from public sources, taxpayers, then schools should be held accountable in the same ways that public schools are. As I listened to the people, I realized that my comments were formulating, and I was getting texts from President Fusco, who wanted me to relate to you, the president of our union, that the MSD Commission made a decision and a recommendation. The MSD Commission is a very serious thing. On our board, we have a parent who lost a child. All of us in Broward have felt this. Mistakes, they happen. We don't get as much forgiveness as we want to in the public schools. You all know that. I would not want to be the ones who have to make this decision, and I do not want to make enemies of community friends who like this school. I understand the things that you can get at this school that you are happy about. And my heart goes out when you say how serious it is to close a school, because public schools are being closed all the time. Because we are feeling these things all the time. Because I represent teachers who are told that they can no longer teach at their community school all the time. And it doesn't feel good. And it doesn't feel good when a child is expecting to go to a certain third grade teacher or a kindergarten teacher that the whole family has gone to, and that teacher has suddenly moved. That does not feel good. I know people that I've interacted with personally at activist groups nationally who have gone on hunger strikes in Chicago and Detroit because their community schools were being closed in favor of charters. We have a national problem with charter schools taking federal monies and not going through the guidelines that we have to go through. And regardless of what they offer that is good, many schools offer what is good, but we have to follow those guidelines, and it is completely unfair that we would siphon money from the public funds and then create new rules. If each and every public school that was closed had this kind of community support, what would you do then? The statutes are making laws. What would you do then? And what would happen if one of these schools has an incident, as our tragedy, which my heart goes out to because I also knew people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, students and teachers of my own children. What would you do if there was an incident at a school like this when you had been forgiving? The public isn't going to let you go on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria Wright, and I'm a parent and current PTO president of Championship Academy of Distinction. My son has been a student at Championship Academy of Distinction since kindergarten and presently in 3rd grade. In a few years that my son has attended CAD, we've grown closer to the staff at CAD. I've never experienced any issues or concerns on my son or any other child's safety since my son has attended this school. The school has always corresponded with parents on updates and the importance of safety, as well as practicing the drills in better guiding our children in such emergency. We do have security at our school and have practiced all the precautions needed in our charter school. In no means necessary should the school be taking the fault when the principal, Mr. Todd Duppel, has all the documentation to be in compliance with the safety requirements. In the short amount of time that Todd Duppel has become a principal at CAD, he has made progress in better assuring that we have the law enforcement needed and security needed to provide safety. I can testify that my child's safety is a priority at CAD and oppose with the school officials in threatening to close the school, but rather offer another solution. I'm more concerned with the school becoming a target based on it being publicized to the media, which raises more concern to me. If we are not providing safety requirement services and the charter schools are fully responsible, why isn't the county helping to raise funds to better our school system? Rather closing them down and leaving them students to suffer, I hope that this issue is resolved at CAD and can continue to recover during these circumstances. We are here for one reason, and that's for education and safety, which CAD provides daily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Bailey, parent, longtime parent, taxpayer, been in Broward County all my life. And I basically look at this as really a customer service issue that's happening here. The principal reached out to the district looking to get help to get this situated and has been told in not all forms that he has to basically figure it out on his own. That puts me having to come here today to speak to you guys, missing time from work, where my children are possibly going to be uprooted from a school that we are not ready for them to be uprooted from, so that a law that is to benefit them can now turn around and hurt those same people that are in that school and the parents. You're causing disruption by doing this, and it's just very unappreciated when the school is looking for help. They're looking for assistance. If there's a template in place, to make sure that that's out there and put in place, because the school went to the different avenues that they needed to and were in many different ways turned away to have to find another avenue. How easy would it be for you to do your job if no one actually told you what you had to do? That makes no sense. The school is doing its part. It's looking at ways that it can make sure this was all in compliance from the first day of school. 3 months that this gentleman came from a different state to come here to Florida to work and help us in our school to make it better, and he's not getting the assistance he needs. As it has been said, yes, that collaboration is what's needed. It's written there in the law. Well, we need that collaboration. And to take a negative spin from someone talking about funding going to the wrong place, it's going to the right place, and they're putting things in place to make sure things happen. There's been someone on that campus that had the qualifications to be there. This guardianship program is new. They are doing their part to make sure it's all taken care of. We need a little bit of assistance. Instead of looking how we can close the school, let's look at how we can help the school stay open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fanny Cardoso. I am a PTO parent. I have 2 children currently in the school. I believe the school is a good school. My children are safe in the school. We have felt safe there. I found out all of this actually through the PTO president, and I was alarmed because on the first day of school, I did see the guardian. I also saw cameramen, and I thought perhaps they were photos for the school, and then later I learned that they were for the media. So I'm here because I am concerned for my children's safety. I do believe every school should make every step that they need and what is required and possible to make schools safer for our children, whether it's a charter or public school. I believe they have attempted to do and take all proper avenues and what was required of them, but I feel that perhaps there was confusion or things that were not clear. If there is confusion on the side of the school district and the school district does not understand what their responsibility is and whether they need to provide someone in place when a guardian is absent, then perhaps it's not clear to the school either, to the charter school. So perhaps the policy needs to be reviewed. Perhaps there needs to be more meetings, more communications. I thank you for considering and wanting my children to be safe. I think that's amazing that you're taking these steps because my children and everyone's children should be safe. So I'm not upset at you for taking initiative and trying to make these schools be responsible. I thank you. But I also ask you, don't close our school. It's a good school. Work with us, cooperate with us so my children can stay. And a good school that isn't known for anything negative. In fact, we weren't even known at all. I think someone's mentioned before, most people don't even know when I mention the name of my school. And that actually made me feel safe because it was a really great kept secret. Now everyone knows the name of my school. They know where my school's at. And I'm a little bit more concerned for my children's safety now because we're on the radar. And I don't want to think about it that way. So I do thank you for your efforts. I thank you for making schools responsible. I thank my school for trying to be compliant and taking the steps necessary, but I ask for your cooperation. Please don't close the school down. Help us get there. And please figure out these areas which are not clear so that we know what is gonna be required of us if a guardian doesn't show up. And so that we don't end up in this place again. I don't want CAD to be here in front of you again, being threatened to be closed in a few months because something else was not clear. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Nicole Perez Franjul. My son goes to Championship Academy. Before that, it was called FIA. My son has never, ever felt like unprotected. Now he does. Because now it's all about, okay, Mom, our school's on TV. It's on Channel 7. It's on Channel 10. It's getting out of control. On top of it, he literally is like, Mom, what school am I gonna go to now? Imagine if they close us. My son has always been a daredevil. Last year, he busted his face. He ended up in Memorial Hospital. He was there for 5 days. The teachers went above and beyond, like trying to put him in like certain schools because of the fact that it was certain classes, I should say, because of the fact that he had the brain traumatic injury. His short-term memory was like, it was short, obviously. So the school has always gone above and beyond. They have never had nothing wrong. The security guard, all 3 security guards are amazing that they've always had. The teachers go in different ways, or I should say different aspects. They do different things for the kids. They always have a solution. I feel that I personally don't think that we should have an armed guard. Obviously, other people think differently. When you go to the school now, there's a Davie police officer. What's he doing? He's sitting in his car. Do you really think that he's gonna get out of the car to see what's going on? When the actual security guard that doesn't have the guardianship is the one that's over there looking into everything. I passed 3 schools before getting to my school. And all of the security, Hollywood Police Department, they're inside their car. Davie, inside their car. They're not out there directing traffic, wondering who the parents are. Just because you have somebody that's there that's supposedly gonna protect your kid doesn't mean that he's gonna do that. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm not gonna lie. If I was an officer and somebody was blowing up the school, I'd go right back and call 911. We have to think about our kids. Do you really, really think about our kids when you're gonna uproot them out of their school, out of their comfort zone, to put them in a school that might be a C or a D? That's just my opinion, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Montague. I'm a parent. The paperwork's been submitted. We have the guard there. Like everybody keeps saying, there should be some forgiveness. My daughter is 10 years old. On Friday, she sends me a text message of the Channel 7 news team in front of the school with all the kids there. We put them in danger doing that. Whoever did that put them in danger doing that. So we got the security guard now. The paperwork's been submitted. It's a process. Just if we didn't have somebody there that I can understand, all right, shut the school down. But we have somebody there now. All we're waiting is for the paperwork to come back. So if we have to forgive whoever got the media involved in this and expose all our kids, don't you think you should forgive us for the paperwork that's already been submitted? That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of the public speakers who provided comment today. And at this time, I will ask first Mr. Runcie if I know there was a request from one of my colleagues, if there was any additional paperwork or information that needed to be provided to the board that you were aware of. Mr. Katz?
Through the chair, may I make some statements through the chair?
Certainly.
That includes an answer to that as well. Okay. So number one, I want to reiterate what we heard from folks who came up, which is to say, thank you to the Davie Police Department for the support that they have provided at this point. This is not a law enforcement issue. This is a charter school issue. The law enforcement agency has acted as they were expected to based on the agreements that were signed with them up to this point. That's number one. Number two, based on the information that was provided to the charter school prior to the start of school and that was provided to the district on the 14th, based on the detail officer discussions they had with the city of Davie, there were 16 shifts in the first 30 days of school that would have been considered open and not filled. So that was a known issue by the charter on that first day of school. 16 different shifts throughout that first 30 days. I also want to clarify that any expectation that there should be a clarification on policy, that this is statute that we're operating under, not school board policy. If the legislation had intended to include a security guard without guardian training, they would have included that in the legislation as option number 5. They did not. So as a security professional, this has nothing to do with the credentials of the individual who's at the school. That's not what this discussion is about. It's that the legislation considered that they could say armed security officer with a Class D, Class G license, and they did not include that in the legislation. It was also indicated that in the charter tools that we put a comment in that said BSO indicated Davie PD coverage for first day of school. That is accurate. The statement that was not read, that was in addition to that statement that was also put into the charter tools on the same day. School to inform district immediately if status changes at any time. That was the follow-up to that. And the last point that I would want to make before discussion starts is that through staff, they have indicated that during this conversation, the chief of the Davie Police Department does consider at this time the contract signed. So whether it is a fully executed based on what we were handed, which does not have signatures from the town, but from the chief of police perspective, what has been provided is they consider the contract signed at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I just would also like to follow up on the contract with two things. They mentioned, and I'm not sure it was the gentleman that came up, but they mentioned that they have a security guard that's armed, that's at the school. If they have an armed person at the school that is not trained as a guardian or as a police officer has the right license, that's in violation of the guns near school, the federal school zone. So I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed if that person is not trained or a licensed person. The other thing is they mentioned that they have a security service contract, which I'm looking at right now, that is signed by one of our guardians who is resigning from our employment in 2 weeks so that he can do this for championship. The problem with this agreement is that there is no specific information regarding where this person will be located. It in fact talks about that they may go to any premises owned or leased by the client. So if this organization owns or leases other property besides that school at Davie, they could go there and therefore they would not have a guardian. The other difficulty, all of this is relatively minor in the scheme of things, is that this gentleman cannot enter into an agreement with Davie, I mean with the charter school, because it would be in violation of the ethics law as an employee of ours that he is acting as a vendor and therefore getting compensation from somebody else. So it's a violation of the ethics law.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Moquin.
Yeah, I also want to provide a comment on behalf of the superintendent. I don't know that it's material to the discussion you're going to have, but based on the comments from the public, I want to clarify. So last week when the superintendent and staff was at the MSD Commission and members of the commission were requesting and compelling the superintendent to identify the name of the charter school that did not have a safe school officer on the first day of school, I just want it to be clear that the superintendent refused to provide that in public for the very reason that he did not want to put the school at more risk by making it a public issue. So I'd want to clarify that the superintendent in no way publicly tried to out the charter school last week.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. Any additional comments from staff before I call on my colleagues? Mr. Runcie, any additional comments from you? Thank you. I have Ms. Good, Dr. Osgood, Ms. Korn, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone from the public for joining us today and speaking on behalf of your children. I guess based on what you just said, Mr. Katz, I want to just jump a little bit on my comments. And I appreciate the statement that the chief of police feels that there's an agreement in place. But I would like to get something in writing from the town manager that oversees, you know, the agreement is between the school and the town of Davie. And the town manager is the officer or manager that oversees the town, as does their attorney and of course the town council. So the comments that you received from the chief of police, were they verbal?
Yes.
So, you know, I don't have a problem delaying action if we receive something in writing from the town manager that substantiates the comments that were verbalized to you. I will say that, you know, I thank the Davie Police Department and the town council for their efforts. It's unfortunate that we're being placed in this predicament today because this could have been addressed weeks earlier, but we find ourselves in this situation today. A lot of families will be impacted by whatever decision is made today. I want to assure everyone in the audience that it's the governing board's responsibility, and I appreciate at least the president coming forward and taking responsibility. You obviously have a new principal who appears to have taken the issue of safety and security seriously. However, it is the governing board's responsibility and not the Broward County School Board's responsibility to ensure that the actions taken by them would fulfill what's required by law. It's not required by us. It's not required by Superintendent Runcie. It's required by the state of Florida. And I appreciate the letter that we received from the Florida Department of Education. I find it quite concerning, however, the difference that's being a different set of standards that are being contemplated between traditional schools and charter schools. Yes, they are both public schools. And I was concerned by the comments that were raised at the Amnesty Commission, and I appreciate that some of the remarks made in this letter clarify some of the remarks and are probably contradicting the remarks that were made at the Amnesty Commission. But certainly the standards don't seem to be the same. So I will leave that there. So I would ask, you know, I'm going to go through and raise some of my comments. I want to know, the charter school in question has been in existence how many years, Ms. Brown?
Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Their initial contract was 2011-12.
So for at least 8 years, correct, as the public stated?
Yes, ma'am.
And they have the governing board has other schools under their supervision and governance?
Yes, the Championship has 5 charter schools.
All other schools fulfilled their obligation pursuant to state law?
Yes, they did.
You know, and there's questions and numbers out there whether, you know, there's 29. The fact of the matter was that was only one charter school that did not fulfill the requirements stated in state law. Is that correct?
That is correct. We used the two-prong approach. We took a look at their contract, and then we actually made sure, as legal has advised, that the officer was not on the approved state safe school officer was not on the campus while school was in session.
And Mr. Katz, I know that you take this safety and security very seriously. Not only did charter schools advise, all charters, whether they were compliant of state law, but you took it another step and confirmed that in fact they had or had not filled their obligation. Is that correct?
So
or the district did?
So what we did was we took everything that was uploaded to the charter tools, and we looked at the documentation that was provided by each school. Some schools early on in the process put a contract vendor agreement into the charter tools and said we are in compliance. We took a next step of contacting those companies and finding out whether they actually were providing a guardian and whether they would actually be in compliance, and then went back to those individual charters and raised those concerns prior to the school year starting. So we took those steps. Were the ones where they were indicating a detail officer. We made clear, just like we did at the August 1st meeting and made clear during the May meeting with the charter school principals, that the expectation was whatever agreement you get into with your city, that there's coverage every day for all school days. And that was what we made clear to all the charters.
And to add on the same question, Ms. Good, based on my conversations around the state, I'm not aware that other districts are going through that same degree of diligence and effectively auditing the information we're getting. Again, we're not just taking whatever information the charters give to us and then sending that to the state and, well, great, we're 100% compliant. No, we look at this as if every single one of those schools, our schools, they are our kids, and we have, I think, gone and provided extra steps on top of what has been asked of us to ascertain that. So what you see happening in Broward is very different. We absolutely understand that, we're under the microscope. I would just ask that the state, the commission, and others apply that same standard to every single school district in the state of Florida as they're concerned with as well. Thank you.
So was the school forthcoming in the fact, did they check off the box that said we fulfilled the state obligation?
The certification form, do they have the certification form?
So the assurance form that we got from them last year, they checked none of the boxes. And they added in that they had a armed
security
guard on their campus. There was not just this year's work with the charter schools, but Ms. Perry actually had started working with the charter schools as soon during the 70-26 timeframe, where we had several meetings, and we do have the sign-in sheets of all the principals that did attend those meetings. So this process has been ongoing, not just since May, but Ms. Perry also had it in place a year ago. We had some challenges as to whether or not the charter schools actually had to comply with that safe school officer trained component. And so once it was cleared up in 70-30, we started once again immediately to make sure that the charter schools were very aware what their options were. And again, I don't know as any other school district actually has principals meetings to help principals understand PowerPoints, sign-in sheets, agendas. We actually sent all of that through our legal team to the grand jury for showing that we have done our due diligence to continue to help the charter schools meet this somewhat difficult law to meet.
And I think the clarification of timing of 70-30 is important, right? That happened beginning of May, only a few weeks before the end of last school year. So even with 70-30 being passed, then there is an expectation, officially for them to be in compliance. Then Commissioner Corcoran sent a follow-up letter, that was July 9th? July 9th, indicating this does apply to the charters, removing the ambiguity of whose responsibility it was in that letter, and all of our efforts to have compliance for first day of school were based on 70-30 and that letter that came during the summer.
So there's no question that this has been a challenge for all of us to meet this obligation. The same things that were voiced here today, we faced them ourselves. So Broward County Public Schools, when we did our referendum, we were very much concerned also about the large charter schools, especially those that have more than 900 students. We included them as part of our referendum. So I know the outreach that your department does, Ms. Brown, with regard to communicating and the information that's shared, and certainly we took it a step further with Mr. Katz on board to kind of share what those challenges were. So I appreciate the efforts from district staff. But again, I get back to the governing board, and it's the governing board for Championship Academy of Distinction of Davie to have put implementation measures in place to fulfill their obligations from the state of law, the law of the state of Florida. So the issue now is even a bigger problem because, as Mr. Moquin indicated, Mr. Runcie did not want to identify the school before the MSD Commission, and in fact, he was quite criticized over it, and I appreciate that you didn't, Mr. Runcie, for the very reasons that the parents have expressed a concern today, because now it is a problem. It's a serious problem. And so what I need to understand, Mr. Runcie, depending on the decision that is made by this board today, if the school were to be closed, what type of transition plan would be in place? Because again, regardless of how we feel about the governing board's obligation, the requirement that we fulfill state law on this board corporate, the requirement that we ensure the safety and security of the students and staff of that charter school, there's the factor that if we rip the Band-Aid, there's going to be families impacted by this decision. So as a school district, what would be our transition plan for this school if a decision was made today to approve your recommendation?
Through the chair, Ms. Good, I'll attempt to answer some of that and ask Ms. Brown to provide some assistance on a response. We have transitioned schools in the past in cases where they were closed. The majority, if not all of those, I believe, were done through voluntary type closures, schools that had significant issues and concerns. So staff has a process in place where they would be on site. They already know where all the students reside, what their boundary schools are, so they would be reassigned to their boundary schools. They would also be offered every other option that's available to every student in Broward County. And so that would happen immediately the next day, depending on the board's decision. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's a enormous human element that's involved here that, you know, certainly I know we all think about and will take into consideration. Through the chair, Ms. Brown.
Yes. Good morning, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Thank you for the question. We have an entire team that is ready to help support the school and the parents. We actually work very closely with IT in determining the boundary school, as well as any opportunities for seats that might be available for another school that the family would be interested in. In these cases, sometimes we do see that if there is a group of charter schools around the same school, some of them will choose to go to the other school within the network, perhaps of Championship. We do see that also. We have notified each one of the principals that these schools, that these children may show up at. We have made sure that we have all of the enrollment, ESE, ESOL needs, as well as any before care and after care opportunities that these parents might need at their home school ready. We actually have been in communication with transportation so that if any of the children are eligible for transportation, they would be able to get that information at the school tomorrow. The way that we have done this in the past is that we actually would go out to a site near the school. If the school was uncomfortable with us being on their campus, we would set up on a property that we have access to, that if parents show up at the school, we would have all of our team members there ready to help the parents make the transition and get the information to the receiving school so that they can be fully welcomed at their new school and have a nice transition to a different educational environment.
So, Mr. Renzi, is there any other transition plan that can be accomplished, including taking over the administration of the school through any type of appeal process?
Yes, I review that with staff on a couple occasions over the last couple days, and it doesn't appear to be a feasible alternative for us to do. So that's, I mean, there are significant challenges with attempting to do that.
So I guess for me, I need to understand, and I don't know how we address that, but I need to understand what those challenges are.
Okay.
Before I make a decision here today.
All right, let's.
Because I'm going to follow state law, and I'm going to make my decision based on that, but I have little confidence that we will be supported at the state level, even if it means the safety and security of students of this county, based on the letter that I read here. So my concern then becomes putting these families, because of no fault of their own, are going to be put through a situation and then the matter be overturned, and then we find ourselves in a different predicament. You know, again, I'm looking out for the safety and security and education of all these students. And the students are not at fault here. Clearly, it's the governing board's fault. So I want to make sure that we think this through. I don't mind making the tough decisions, but I also have a heart, and I have to understand that it has an impact on the community. But I want to make sure that everyone is safe and secure. So my question would be, and I don't know, Ms. Myrick, how that gets shared, if staff needs further time to analyze it, but I need to understand what other transition plan we could put in place while the matter would be appealed, because I have no doubt it will be, based on comments that were made here today. And see how the Florida Department of Education considers this particular situation, and if they see it in the same way that they see traditional public schools. Number two. And my last point that could probably resolve the situation is that I would like the matter to be tabled today, later in the meeting, so that we can get confirmation in writing from the town manager and the town attorney advising that, in fact, they find their agreement meets their obligation as an executed agreement. I don't know how that can happen without town action, and I looked on the agenda, and this particular situation is not on the town council's agenda. So, for tonight, so I'm concerned. So unless there's been some revision that's not what's been publicized, I think this board needs to get further clarification, and I don't mean to be putting it on the town manager, but I think statements have been made by his chief of police, town chief, and so before I take that into consideration in my decision, I want to hear from the town manager and the town attorney to make sure that everybody is on the same page. So again, before I leave, I want to thank the town of Davie, police department, our law enforcement agencies throughout this county for the efforts that they have done, and certainly to our own staff for the measures that they have taken on before school opened. I know it was a huge undertaking to go out and ensure that everyone who said met the obligation of state law met that obligation, and I appreciate their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, and I'm going to try to not be redundant. Thank you, Ms. Good, for your comments, and thank you to the members of the governing board that did show up and take responsibility for this situation and not being in compliance with state law. You know, as I'm looking and reading, and as I've been thinking about this, you know, we continue to be challenged with public policy when we have policy set at federal, state level, and then we have to implement it on the local level. And it's not always black and white. It's certainly, we're living in two systems, a system that applies to traditional public schools, and then a system that applies to public charter schools. And it just depends on what the issue is as to how the state, you know, comes forth with the position. This letter, I agree, Ms. Good, is very contradictory and very troubling, because state laws and policies are put in place, and then the ball is given to us to implement it, and no matter what we do, you know, we find ourselves, you know, not being supported. I'm very challenged, because as a parent and thinking about children and them being disrupted in such a way at the beginning of the school year, and now having to be put on the news, their school, and have this whole conversation in this way, is certainly farther traumatizing to our children. And a lot of times we don't think about that when we're doing our jobs in various ways. We don't think about the trauma that it actually causes children, and the disruption that it causes, and the stress that it causes to our children. I am very, very challenged. I heard Ms. Good's comments, so I'm trying to understand, and Ms. Myrick, I guess this is a question for you. If the town of Davie is able to approve that contract, does that bring this charter school in compliance with the law?
Yes, if we have an approved contract with Davie, they would be in compliance with the law.
Okay. So, not to draw this out, I also try to operate in a realistic way and consider grace. Sometimes, you know, we make decisions and we do things, and our intent is not for them to end up at this place and you know, although the world is not such where we often talk about things like grace or give it, we just kind of hammer away at things. As a responsible school board member, I know that we have to be in compliance with the law. But as Ms. Good said, as a mother and a person with a heart, I also feel an obligation to our kids, our parents, the staff at this school, and their school community to try to work with them through this. I think that good leadership, you know, upholds the law, but also try to find and go to every extent to help and make things work in these type of situations. So I don't know, you know, especially now that we've aired this and we, you know, it will continue to be aired today, even after this. Let me just ask this clarifying question. So could someone state for me the 4 SSO options that's mentioned on page 2 of Commissioner Cochran's letter? He says the statute indicates that a charter school can utilize any combinations of the 4 SSO options. Could someone tell me those options?
Through the chair, the 4 options that are mentioned are a school resource officer. A school district may establish school resource officer programs through a cooperative agreement with law enforcement agencies. 2, school safety officer. A school district may commission 1 or more school safety officers for the protection and safety of school personnel, property, and students within the school district. The district school superintendent may recommend, and the district school board may appoint 1 or more school safety officers. School guardian at the school district's or the charter school governing board's discretion as applicable pursuant to S 3015. A school district or charter school governing board may participate in the co-chair and vice guardian program to meet the requirement of establishing a safe school officer. The following individuals may serve as a school guardian in support of school sanctioned activities upon satisfactory completion of the requirements and certification by a sheriff. Number 4, school security guard. A school district or charter governing board may contract with a security agency as defined in 493.610118 to employ as a school security guard an individual who holds a Class D and Class G license pursuant to Chapter 493, provided the following training contractual conditions are met, which includes the being a participant in the Guardian program. Those
Okay.
are the 4 options.
And before this law, charter schools were allowed to just contract with security companies to provide the officer or the security presence.
So number 4, the school security guard option of a contracted option was not part of 7026. It was added in 7030 to
Okay.
allow for an additional
Okay.
option, but it is still a security guard who has
With the
been
training.
through the training.
Okay.
It's just distinguishing between a full-time employee and a vendor-provided employee
Okay.
who meets the same criteria of guardian trained.
Okay, I get it. That's what I was looking for. I was trying to understand where something changed. So let me ask you this question, Mr. Runcie. I know in the past when we started implementing this locally, and the first thing we realized is that there were not physically enough officers available in the whole state if we wanted to hire officers. They just did not exist. So at first, we did some different things where we even used individuals within our own SIU department to help us out. Are those individuals back in SIU now, and do we have anyone that we could assign for the next couple of days until this is kind of worked out with the city of Davie?
I'm sorry, through the chair, just to be clear, and I'll defer to the general counsel on this, as far as compliance, presence is what's necessary for compliance. So the contract, even in its current form, is not an impact as it relates to compliance. Compliance is about presence. They currently have a Davie police officer. So adding an SIU person doesn't change their compliance today as it relates to this agreement. Is that
Okay.
correct, Ms. Myers?
So they currently have a Davie person?
Correct.
Yes.
Which means that they are currently in compliance?
As of today.
As of today, they're currently in compliance. So if we move away from this setting right now, because they have that officer, they have met the state statute and they are in compliance today.
They are today compliant. the measure was brought and the description as the measure was brought was not just based on the lapse and lack of coverage. It was the elements that led up to the lack of coverage on those first 2 days of school, which if the school district had not been involved in, based on the documentation provided of the school, would have been replicated 16 more times in the next 30 days.
And I get that. I read that, and I think you guys did a great job. And I think that Mr. Runts and this board has certainly, you know, been the subject of not holding entities and individuals accountable. So I clearly understand our response to this and it being as aggressive as it has been, and that we are, you know, doing our due diligence as Mr. Runts is doing his due diligence as a superintendent and following the law. However, I would like for us to consider giving them a measure of grace, especially if we have an officer there and they are in compliance. If we did not have an officer there today and there was no safety measure in place that was in compliance with the law, then my conversation would be different right now, especially in receiving this letter from Mr. Cochran, who is basically telling us in one breath that emergency termination is not the way to handle this, but then also telling us that the charter school is not in compliance. And then having Mr. Runtsey be questioned for 3 hours and all of the buffoonery that went on at the last MSD commission meeting, especially around this issue and demanding the name of the school be released and not understanding the importance and the safety elements of not doing that. I think that we've kind of come full circle. And because you just said to me that there is a Davie officer there, and I don't know if we have anything, and maybe we can get something in writing from the charter school that that officer will remain there until whatever is worked out with an actual contract with the city of Davie ongoingly. You know, maybe we can have that in writing if we don't already have it. That gives me a little comfort in, first of all, knowing that the students and staff in that school are safe, appreciating the efforts that have taken place by the charter school, appreciating the efforts that have taken place and all the due diligence of our staff to work through this. I'm not just ready to cut the lights out on this school. I think that we have to continue as a community to have these tough conversations and help each other work through these types of things for the sake of our children. And so I would like to have something in writing from the charter school with a commitment to keep that officer until they work out whatever with the city of Davie. Certainly we don't have governance over the city of Davie. We don't know what their commission is going to do. We've heard conversations, as Ms. Good says, we don't have anything in writing, and it's not on their agenda. But I do think that we have another option that I am putting on the table, and that is to ask for something in writing to ensure us that this officer will stay there, and perhaps table this item to the next meeting if my colleagues are not totally comfortable, but allow, you know, the next 2 weeks or the next however many weeks until our meeting with the commitment that the officer is going to stay there, that window of time as our last measure of grace for this charter school community to work out this with the city of Davie with our assistance. I know that we've invested a lot, our staff, you've been stellar, you've been there and you've been helping, but I think that as difficult as it is, I think that we have an obligation, and with the leadership of this board and this staff, we have the expertise that we can continue to help this charter school resolve this issue and move through this critical moment that the students, the staff, and everybody there won't be disrupted. Because we talked about how we would transition the students. But what we did not talk about is the staff in that school that would lose their employment, that would then impact them and their families. And so I'm asking, and I would be willing to make a motion after I hear from all of my colleagues, that we consider the option that I just laid out.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Gordon.
Thank you. I can't imagine what it would be like at this moment to be a parent at this school being told that after the first week of school, the school may be closed. As a mom, I can't imagine getting that notice. As a constitutional officer of the school board, you elected the 9 of us to uphold what state statute says. We did not create state statute, but we are responsible for upholding state statute. I am going to go back a little bit in the chronology. There has been, this is since March, communication with this school on a regular basis between emails, memos, principal meetings. There has been written communication. There has been personal communication. There are sign-in sheets stating that there have been representatives from the organization that is aware of all of these requirements. To the point in which even Commissioner Corcoran sent a letter. And in fact, in that letter, this was on June 28th, his own letter states, for those charter schools that choose to treat our request for information as optional, our only option going forward to be used is the full extent of the law to ensure compliance. I can tell you that that is dramatically different than the letter that we have just received. But I'm very concerned about the letter we just received because we have gotten a message every day that safety and security is paramount. It is the critical basis in which we are to make any and every decision. And yet, on the second page, it seems as if now we're talking about conserving financial and human resources. Somehow conserving financial and human resources is more important than ensuring safety and security. That is not a mixed message. That is dramatically an opposite message. As a board, we have not been given clarity that we're supposed to now be more concerned about the financial and human resource impact over the safety and security. I understand, it's my colleague's point, that there's an opportunity to have someone there presently, that there has been since the third day of school. Unfortunately, as I am reviewing all of the information, the board of the charter, as well as the administration, was aware that when they opened school, they would not be in compliance with state statute. They made the decision not only to open school, but to have school open the second day. As parents, you should be very, very concerned that it was more important to your school to have the doors open and not in compliance than to delay the opening by 2 days to make sure you were in compliance. And for some reason, this charter feels that now they can burden this on the school board of Broward County for their lack of leadership and now make it appear as if this board is the one closing the school. I will tell you that if this board takes this action, it is your administration and your charter that made the decision to have your charter revoked because they had the opportunity to not open on day 1 and day 2 when they knew emphatically they did not have coverage for your students. A safe school officer is what was identified specifically in statute. We didn't define it as a school board. But every other charter was in compliance, and every traditional school was in compliance. By the way, it was very difficult to make that happen. Please do not be under the misconception that this school location struggled while everyone else, everything fell into place. Nothing fell into place. This has been a struggle for months. There were choices that could have been made. The choices that could have been made in the best interest of not only your students, but your school, was to remain closed until you, as a school, for the board and administration, could fulfill this statute. And this was not a last minute, we're gonna have to greet everybody at the door and send them home. Everyone was fully aware at your school about what they were doing when those doors opened. I, as a parent, would be very unhappy with my administration and with my board if I knew that if they had just waited 2 days to open the doors, none of you would be here. May 22nd, there was correspondence. April 12th, there was correspondence as a deadline. May 15th, there was correspondence. June 28th, correspondence from the Commissioner of Education. July 9th, there was correspondence. July 31st. August 1st, August 14th, remaining open on August 15th without a safe school officer. Those, to me, are not the actions of a board and an administration that has their highest concern with safety and security for their students. That, to me, is the actions of a board and an administration that wants to have their doors open. When that decision was made, they risked having your doors closed permanently instead of a 2-day delay. I do believe we have more options than what we've discussed so far. And Mr. Runcie, to the point, I'm going to go into the contract. And the contract does have under, in page 10, this is in the renewal, section 2D3C, sponsor operation of school pending an appeal. I'm going to jump to an assumption. My assumption would be that there will be an appeal if we do revoke this charter. It does give the feasibility of continuing the school's operation is a matter within the judgment, sole judgment of the sponsor. I very clearly understand that it will be a monumental task for the district to operate the school. But for me as a mom, I believe as a district, we need to take on that monumental task. I do not want to displace these children, and I do not want these families to have to find new educational homes for their children. I know that that creates risk for the district. It creates risk because all of the teachers may not have the certifications they need. There may be other safety issues that are apparent at that school. And I know that that's a risk that we take on, but it's one that we talk about what's paramount. Safety and security is paramount, so is the education for our students. And if we're going to step in, we need to obviously address those issues immediately. Anything that's found needs to be resolved immediately. And we need to have families that are working with us to understand that everything we do going forward and from this point and this vote is in their children's best interest. This isn't about a charter. This isn't about a board. It's not about administration. This is about what is in the best interest of our children's education. State statute, I believe, gives us clear direction of what we're supposed to do here. What the commissioner put forward is not what we have found in state statute. Do I believe that our decision will be overturned? Unfortunately, to the extent in which we have a very mixed message, I do. That doesn't mean that I am weighing in on what I think the state should do, because what the state does is going to give guidance now to everybody as to whether or not charter schools have an ability to take these steps. The state put this statute in place, they should give us better guidance. Up to this point, their guidance has been clear in terms of what's been written in the statute, the June 28th letter from the commissioner, which does not correspond with the latest letter. So, Mr. Runcie, I know that we have significant challenges. I can completely appreciate that. I think every option before us has significant challenges. I'm not comfortable not taking the steps that I think we are required to take. At the same time, I think we have the ability through our contract as the sponsor to continue to run that school during the appeal process, and I would like to find out exactly how we can go about doing that. To me, it's not a matter of compromise. It's a matter of what our responsibilities are, and at the same time, what our abilities are. I believe our responsibility is to terminate, but I also think our ability is to allow these children to remain in this setting with their teachers. We then are going to have to, as a district, jump through hoops to make sure that we are dotting every I and crossing every T possible to make sure that all levels of compliance, not just safety and security, are done. There was a comment on willful intent. And I don't want to get into a legal discussion, but I will tell you that when a board and an administration have choices, and they make very clear choices that put students at risk, there is an intent. So, my vote is going to be predicated, Mr. Runcie, on comments from you as well as staff in terms of what we would need to do to be able to allow these students to remain on their campus with their teachers. I believe in the rest of that section of the contract, it refers to the fact that immediate termination would continue operating the school. The sponsor would continue operating the school throughout any timely appeal by the school to the State Board of Educator. If no appeal is filed until the filing time then has expired. And we would then take over the management and the operations.
So, if it's, the direction we get from the board, I think part of our job is to certainly let you know what risks are associated with different options and approaches. But if it's the will of the board that we pursue that direction, we'll figure out how to make it happen. I don't know if we'll be able to figure out all the details at this moment, but by the end of today, we will figure out how we make that happen with the clear direction that we don't want to displace any of the students or the staff there. So, Ms. Brown, if through the chair.
So thank you very much. I think the opportunity to work with children and their families is in the very core mission of what we do as an organization. I certainly appreciate the board's thinking through this with us. We believe that we do have the best staff, the best administration, and the best support services to children. In our work, we certainly can figure out those pieces. I strongly believe that with the help of Dr. Wanza and some of our other cabinet members, we will be able to place people in these schools, this particular school. to help keep the school running very, very well. My immediate concerns are, because we have seen that there has been some challenges with safety and security, that when we actually walk into this building, we may find other incidences that might require an immediate termination. We don't know what's in these schools, so I just want to make sure that we will get safety in there right away, we will get Mr. Katz in there right away, and we will make sure, regardless of anything else, that those children are in a safe and secure environment. We also will be very clear that we will be monitoring everything else that we are required to monitor in charter schools, whether or not they are meeting ESOL student requirements, ESE student requirements, their educational reading plans, because now we will be in there actually seeing specifically what is going on in every single one of those classrooms. I just want to be very clear that this is not just going in and running a school, it is going in and helping the appropriate standard of educational and safety and security is happening in that building. And we're there for it.
And I would say, Ms. Brown, to the extent that we find any of these concerns and they materialize while we're there, that only gives us the opportunity to create a better learning environment for the students. And we will certainly work to address any of those concerns. I mean, if we find anything of significance, we'll certainly bring it to the attention of this board. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I know Dr. Osgood has a follow-up comment, but I have several colleagues that are waiting to speak.
It's on that point.
I understand, but we haven't been doing that, so we're gonna go ahead. Thank you. Next, I have Ms. Rupert. And I would just remind my colleagues that, and I'm not asking you to rush, I'm just asking you to be considerate of the fact that we have presentations that were supposed to start an hour and a half ago, and we need to be mindful of that as we're speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to be repetitive. My colleagues brought up several good points, and it is our job to absolutely follow the letter of the law when it comes to educational issues. And it gets very murky and a lot of moving parts when you have contrary letters from the same entity, just a few weeks apart. So we got busy to make sure that the schools were being taken care of, and the fact that they were going to be in compliance by those dates that came and gone with some schools. We did our job as it was written, and then to get something really today as we got to the dais is extremely confounding, and it's like playing, I can't even think of it. It's just moving parts that we haven't been able to digest very much. And I would support having this go to the end of the meeting, or to, as my other colleague had mentioned, to the next board meeting, to give not only our staff and time and our board members time to actually digest this information, but also to be able to get in writing, which I have, but it's not helpful. I sent it to the superintendent. The mayor of Davie, Judy Paul, says there are presently Davie officers in the 3 Davie charter schools, and the executed agreement will be forwarded specifically when completed, anticipated today. We take care of our own, meaning their city. They're always been a very good partner with us. I asked if I could say this publicly, and she said, yes, this is for the public record. I also forwarded it to the attorney as well as the superintendent the minute I received it. And just so my colleagues could have that information, I had to say it here. I sent it to our direct reports, but I couldn't send it to my colleagues. They needed to hear it on the dais. Once again, more moving parts. I actually don't feel as if I have every bit of information that I need to do to make my decision, and I never like to sit up there that way. I have always been extremely prepared for meetings, as have my colleagues, and it's very disappointing to get information like this. And I'm not at all saying that about Mayor Paul. I'm saying in the timely manner, we knew this was coming, And I will say, not really to hash out any more of the conversation, 17 days in the first, was it 30?
16 in the first 30 days.
Yes, I counted 17 on this paper, so.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
it's all right. That's that, preparation. But there was none listed for the first 14th, 15th, 16th, and then the 19th. Only starting, according to the list, that was the night before school opened, on the 20th. And those were all approved by the city of Davie. And it tells you in this form who approved it and who they're actually going to put at the school. So this is like gold to me. Okay, it's here, it's simple, it was in our backup, we were ready to look at it. This is extremely important because it goes to intent. And I don't want to belabor that point. I know everyone in the room is a parent. I'm a parent. My 3 kids went to school. We're all parents up here. We want what's best for the community. We want what's best for our children, and that's safety. So I will leave my comments there. I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues, and it will definitely be supporting whichever the board supports as to tabling the item for more information, be it at the end of the meeting today or be it at next meeting. But also, I don't want to discount Ms. Corns as well, because there are parts there that also appeal to me, but that would take a little bit more time, I believe, for me to digest. But I would support hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Next, I have Mrs. Aladev.
Thank you. On the Championship Academy website, they say that they take the security for children, staff, and faculty as a serious matter. They've had ample opportunity to get this right. They've met with our staff a plethora of times, and they waited until the MSD Commission called them out that day to actually act and do something. The first and second day of the school, they were not in compliance. That's unacceptable. The tragedy happened here in Broward County, and we were the only school in the state of Florida to not be in compliance, and that is unacceptable. Would we let a day go by at our airports that we would not protect them? No, we wouldn't. Our students and our teachers are our diamonds. They're our top priorities. And we need to make sure that we comply with the law. And coming here today and not having a fully executed contract, it's not acceptable. They're not in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladev. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the comments that have been made, but I do have some questions. And I think Mr. Vignola, maybe I should address them to you, Ms. Myrick. Is Mr. Vignola the most familiar on our staff with the law?
Yes, it's fine, and I'll talk if I need to.
Okay. I know this is his area of specialty. He's dealing with this. So I would like to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, these 2 letters from the commissioner are completely paradoxical. The June 28th letter and the letter we received this morning. And I'm going to read from those in a couple of minutes about how paradoxical. But I have some questions about the law. It says in the June 28th letter, I've been looking at Senate Bill 7030 1006.12, where it talks about the safe school officers. And when I read the Commissioner of Education's letter from June 28th, and in the backup we received, it says that every school must have a safe school officer on site while in session. when I read it here, I'm trying to see, does it say exactly that, and the first day of school must be on site? I'm trying to ensure that the law says exactly that in terms of looking at termination.
Rather than try to address what is in the commissioner's letters, let me try to speak more about the statute.
Right.
'Cause
That's what I'm really asking
we
about
may
is the
have
statute.
We may have some different perspectives.
Yes.
When you look at Section 1006.12 Florida statutes, it speaks about, and it was read earlier, each district school board and district school superintendent shall partner with law enforcement agencies or security agencies to establish or assign one or more safe school officers at each school facility within the district, including charter schools. So what I see that as requiring, again, is one or more of these safe school officers need to be, arrangements need to be made for the assignment of one or more of those at each one of these schools. And that would be, I view that as being when school is in session. So for example, when we are looking at this issue prior to Wednesday and the start of school.
Correct.
Technically, I would think that if I were to go to DOA with a proceeding where we had terminated someone for health, safety, welfare prior to the first day of school, where they hadn't gone bare on coverage, I suspect I would not be successful in presenting that case to DOA. So the statutory requirement to have one or more safe school officers assigned, I think, became live and subject to a violation of health, safety, welfare on Wednesday when school started. And that would be, there's been a lot of discussion, but I think the general view is that it's bell to bell as far as coverage. So when the bell rang to start the first day of school, that was a live obligation, and the absence of an officer, a safe school officer at that time, presented a violation of 1006.12.
Thank you. So that's what I wanted to ascertain for sure, because that's the way everyone's been reading it, and I want to make sure that that was your opinion reading it as well.
And that would be the way that I would argue its application before a DOA judge.
Right. Okay. And so then you look at Commissioner Corcoran's letter on 6/28 that was sent out, and his interpretation is exactly the same. In order to implement the law and greatly enhance the safety of every school so that all students are protected, every public, middle, and high school in Florida, including all Florida charter schools, must have a safe school officer physically present on each campus while school is in session, is the letter that was written on the 28th. In fact, it proceeds, it continues to say, all charter schools without current coverage have until August 1st to come into compliance for the 2019-20 school year. And the job of the Department of Education is to interpret the law. So when the Department of Education interprets that law to the schools, it is saying that on August 1st, all charter schools must come into compliance. So on August 1st was this charter school in compliance.
Well, on August 1st, they wouldn't have had an officer on campus, I would suspect.
But the plans had to have been in, I'm asking Chief Katz this, as of August 1st, correct?
So,
The letter that came from the Department of Education.
as of August 1st, I don't believe they had uploaded any supporting information to say that they would be in compliance for the start of school. We did have that discussion with our general counsel's office as was that deadline, which was not in statute, an enforceable deadline. They were not in compliance. As far as enforceability, first day of school is the first opportunity to enforce.
That's part of,
Yeah,
and that's, if I may, that's part of my hesitation to go into his letter, because the August 1st date caught my eye, and I didn't find that corresponding to a statutory origin.
Correct.
And absent exercise of rulemaking, I'm not sure where that came from.
Okay. And that's what I was really getting at here, about the August 1st is not in statute. That was an interpretation by the Department of Education that that's what they were requiring schools to do.
Well,
So-
and the other part is you can't be out of compliance or in compliance until school is actually in session as the bell rings. But what I will say is that districts are starting different times all over the state of Florida. So if I were to give a date, yeah, August 1st would make sense, recognizing that not all districts in the state will start at the same time, but they will start at some point in August.
Through the chair, because the direct question was asked, on August 1st, what we put into the charter tools was, thank you for your submission regarding your plan to have someone complete the Guardian training in September. What approved method of compliance will you be using prior to the completion of training in October? Thank you. August 2nd, the comment that we followed up with was, please indicate how your school intends to be in compliance for first day of school. Until your vendor has a candidate successfully complete Guardian training and all of the requirements, this solution would have you out of compliance. You must contact your law enforcement provider, and if they are unable to provide a detail officer, you should contact the Broward Sheriff's Office and request same. Until you upload documentation indicating that you will have required coverage from first day of school, you will be marked as out of compliance, August 2nd.
Okay. So that speaks to the second part of the statute there, which a district school board must collaborate. A lot has been said about collaboration, that a district school board must collaborate with charter school governing boards to facilitate charter school access to all safe school officer options available under this section, which we know was done. So, and Chief Katz, you had said earlier that compliance is about presence, which is what we're talking about now. Superintendent Runcie testified in front of the MSD Commission to great resistance that it wasn't just about that it was about having a plan in place by August 1st. So there are a lot of paradoxical things going back and forth here with what should happen and shouldn't. But we, as constitutional officers, must follow the law. And the law says that while school is in session, you must have an officer there. So, I want to ask a question about the closure. And this, if there was a closure, and we go to Commissioner Corcoran's letter today, but first I do want to mention in the letter today on the first part that he says, even so, despite your best efforts, meaning Broward County Public Schools' efforts and our own, this school still ultimately went uncovered for the first day of school. While they are now under contract with law enforcement to provide appropriate coverage, I recommend that you audit this school for the first 60 days of the school year. That is counter state law. That goes against statute 1006.12. So, and as much as I feel, as my colleagues have said, I would not want to be in your position, any of the parents out there. You chose a school that you love, your kids love that school, but we have a responsibility to follow the law. And the law can't swing both ways. It says very clearly what has to happen with a safe school officer. So I now move to the part in the letter where it says that during the pendency of an administrative challenge, if we were to move forward, the school board would be required to step in and operate the charter school. His letter says that there is not an option, that we would be required to step in and operate, that our other option is not an option. So, Mr. Runcie, the way I'm reading that letter, Is that the way you read? I mean, my colleagues, we all have the letter in front of us. It doesn't give us another option. So is there by statute, is there anything by law that says what happens if you do this for health and welfare?
If I may?
Yes.
We've been speaking a lot about the statute that arose through 7030, and that's the Safe School Officers provision, 1006.12. Another statute I want to refer to is the one in the charter school statute. And that's where we look for the board's toolbox as to what resources you have available to you. And subsection 8 of 100233 is the causes for termination. You're familiar with the 90-day notice of termination.
Yes.
We've done that on occasion. This board has not to this point ever been presented, let alone acted upon, an item for immediate termination. So this is a new thing for the board. And let me go over two aspects of that statute. The first one goes to, I think, the assembly of the agenda item that was prepared last week and put on Friday for today's consideration. And that talks about, here's what your tool is. A charter may be terminated immediately if the sponsor sets forth in writing the particular facts and circumstances, and here's some keywords, indicating that an immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, or welfare of the charter school students exists. Now, bear in mind, the agenda item was prepared last week when there was an absence of a school safety officer on grounds and all the contract issues. So, again, that turns on, if you were to act today, you would have to find that an immediate and serious danger to health, safety, or welfare of the charter school students exists at this point Tuesday.
Okay.
Going for, if you find that, the sponsor shall assume operation of the charter school throughout the pendency of any DOA hearing, unless, and here's the unless the continued operation of the charter school would materially threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the students. The agenda item that was prepared last Thursday was prepared at a time where if the status continued as it was, there was no school safety officer on campus. There were no arrangements made for if we were to pick up the school and operate it as it stood, although we would have had contracts for faculty and other arrangements and a facility, there would have been no contract for the provision of a school safety officer. The continued operation of a school operation without that part of a safety plan would be, I could argue and would argue, would be a circumstance where continued operation would materially threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the students. The only fix on that would be if we changed what it is we're picking up to operate and augment it with what they failed to do in the first place. To me, with regard to whether we would be obliged to continue to operate this charter school, we've got two things here. We would look to today, does there exist an immediate and serious danger to health, safety, or welfare? And to me, the information as to, I wanted to know this morning, and I asked staff to check, is there a school safety officer on grounds today? That's part of it. And the other, if I concur with some of the board members, we ought to find out whether the city of Davie believes that it represents to us that it has a binding obligation to provide a school safety officer, SRO, or what have you, with continuity for the period of time we're looking ahead here. If that is the case, then there's that contract to go alongside the teacher's contracts or the lease of the site. If we had terminated finding there's a current immediate health, safety danger, I believe we would be in a position where we would have to operate the charter school, because that component would be sitting there and there wouldn't be that void as we operate it. And again, it goes back to the threshold in the front end then. If there's an officer there now, and if there is a representation from appropriate officials in the city that they see themselves as having a binding obligation to provide safe school officer coverage with continuity, that goes to your threshold question of whether immediate termination is appropriate.
Ms. Levinson, may I just add something to that? Although I agree with Bob, I think the caveat for me is that the town of Davie feels they have the obligation. Because if you think about our processes, which are also required by law, if we ever post a notice on Friday and give anybody a notice that we're terminating either a charter or a contract on an emergency basis, we have to do that 48 hours in advance. And if they come in the day of the board meeting and say, oh, I have it, that really puts us in a spot that everybody can always do it on the day of the board meeting. And so, I mean, again, that doesn't, I'm not trying to sway anybody's vote, but it does mean that I think in this case, we do need the confirmation from the town of Davie that they feel that they have that obligation. Because you would never be able to close a charter for health and safety reasons if, in fact, they walked in with a security, a school safety officer on the day of a board meeting.
So that's really what I'm trying to get at here. We have two different laws. One that is telling us that you must have a safe school officer every day, and one that is telling us that if you have something in place and there's not a health or safety risk, we should not terminate the school for that reason. So, and if we call a meeting, like Ms. Myrick just said, it's always 48 hours. So it's not like something could be done on the spot ever. It's 48 hours. So it puts us in this position where there's basically two opposing things going on here that are both in statute. So it's a difficult situation, and I don't know who really answers what should be, because this is the first time this has ever happened. And to me, the more important question is, with our 89 charter schools and all the other charter schools in the state, do they have a long-term plan for the year? These short-term plans, or just patching things until something can be worked out, is what gets us into this situation. And, you know, the MST Commission said there absolutely should be a long-term plan. The commissioner in his letter today says there doesn't have to be a long-term plan. So again, conflicting things coming at us here. So, but I believe as a school district, whatever we decide today, that we need to make sure that we have plans for the entire school year for the 89 charters that are under our jurisdiction, so that we are not dealing with short-term plans. All of our schools are our district-operated schools, have a long-term plan for the year. And we have a plan if someone does not show up, and I think that's incumbent upon charter schools to have that same type of long-term plan. I don't even consider that long-term. It's the 1920 school year. That's what we're in now, and we have to make sure that every school has something in place for the 1920 school year for the entirety. So Mr. Vignola, I know it's a difficult question, but legally, where are we as of today? We are going to have an agreement with the town of Davie that this school is covered. So as of today, we're not able to terminate a contract.
If we get that representation from the city, I think that I would counsel voting against immediate termination. I will go to a point that you were making just now. And again, when I look at, you see the one thing in what came out of last year's Bill 7030, but then I find myself looking at, again, the tool you have, is you're given very few tools on how to deal with charter schools. You know, the school board's ability to impact what happens at a charter school level is very limited by the law. With regard to these issues that are arising today, with regard to what kind of security plans and arrangements need to be made by a charter school with a longer view, I note that coming up on one of your workshops is your legislative packet. That sort of detail might be something that would be appropriate for inclusion in a legislative request. So school districts have, and charter schools have better guidance on these sort of issues. And again, with most new legislation, you find areas where enhancements are called for. This may well be one of them.
Okay, thank you. I'll hear what the remainder of my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes. I feel that I have a constitutional duty to close the school based on the comments provided by the MSD Commission. I feel the Commissioner of Education is contradicting himself. I feel that this letter needs to be forwarded to the MSD Commission by Mr. Runcie. And I agree with Ms. Korn because I also highlighted the memo from the Commissioner of Education where we take over the operations. So I feel very strongly that the MSD Commission was very clear what their expectation was of school boards across the state. Mr. Cochran was very clear in a previous letter what he thought our expectations were, and now he's flip-flopped. So I feel we close it. We take over the operations as not to disrupt the families and the children. If you find other things, then that'll be interesting because they're supposed to be in compliance with all statutes. So you'll just report that to us as well, and then we'll only make the school better if we find they're out of compliance with other state laws while we're in there. So we will only make the school a better school in the end. And then let them rule. Because honestly, you can't tell us we're responsible for all of this and then tie our hands with a memo saying now you can't do it. It's really unfair to us as a governing body. And by doing this and being the first one in the state, then that commissioner and the body that's going to hear this, then they make the law then. Let them be clear with everyone because nobody is clear as to what we're supposed to do. And the only way we're going to get clarity is by going through this process, in my opinion, because the Commissioner of Education has now changed his tune. So I want to preserve the school. I know that we have looked at creating in the past our own charters and our own charter boards and governing boards, and there are ways we can work with the teachers and the staff. I have a feeling, based on this conversation and the press that this is going to get, that the Commissioner of Education will do this very quickly. The charter school group is going to be right there the whole time, and they'll make sure this gets done quickly. And then let the Commissioner of Education decide which way he's going and what he's going to do and what we're going to be held compliant for. And then let him go back to the MSD Commission, because it was very clear. The MSD Commission told us what our roles were, what we needed to do. If we don't close this school today, then I'm going to be held accountable. Really, who needs to be held accountable is the Commissioner of Education, because he now gave us a letter changing his position. So I'd rather put it back on him and let him make this decision, because this letter, when I got this letter this morning, I was like, oh my God, he just totally changed his position. And now he wants me to go against what the MSD Commission said, go against the law. I know you're saying that there are ways, Bob, I get what you're saying about the law. Let them go through the process. Let the Commissioner of Education overturn it. Let's get a ruling. It helps not just us, but it will bring clarity for every other school district in the state. Because if we opened without a safe school officer, what would be the repercussions for us as constitutional officers? So they're either going to be held to the same standards by the Commissioner of Education or they're not. So that's my suggestion. I have a feeling this will be expedited. I'm not worried about taking over the school for a long period of time. Everyone can think everything can remain the same. We can figure all of that out. There are teachers in place, there's staff in place. I don't think if the security guard is an armed security guard, we can have him because that's against the law. And that's a greater concern about how they have an armed guard that is against state law on campus. And so that's a problem. Maybe we'll have to figure that one out. But I feel that's the best way to have it resolved. Let the Commissioner of Education determine how to do it because he's giving contradictory information now. And I get the law, Bob. I know the law contradicts itself, but let them decide the law. I'm not here to decide the law. That's not my job. So thank you.
Ms. Brinkworth, through the chair, I just would like to comment on two things Ms. Bartleman just said. Number one, the commissioner will not make this decision. It will go to the Division of Administrative Hearings. And number two, I would certainly advise against you all making a determination based on what the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission said, because their issue regarding a sustained plan, or whatever their words were last week, is not in statute. And so I don't think that that is a, I don't think that that is a benchmark that we can terminate a contract on. I think we can terminate a contract for safety reasons, but not that they don't have a long-term sustained plan. Should they? Yes, but that's not in statute, and that certainly would be overturned by DOA.
I disagree. Well, I don't care who rules on whether it's the Commissioner of Education or the board. It's not me. That's how the process works.
But it isn't, Robin. I mean, Ms. Bartleman,
It's not the commissioner. I get what you're saying.
No, it's the Division of Administrative Hearings.
And let them decide.
Okay.
That gets me to the same place.
Okay, but I just wanted to be clear for the public record.
You can be clear for the couple. It's going to get me to the same exact place.
Mr. Vignola has a comment, Ms.
And then also, my second point, their concern is...
Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah.
Just really quickly, Mr. Vignola had a comment.
Just to address one of the things you indicated, the statute for immediate termination provides on the expedited issue, a requested hearing must be expedited, and the final order must be issued within 60 days after the date of request. So it's a compressed period.
So there's no harm in doing this and keeping the school whole. And we can do that and let the body decide. And then we have guidance. And quite honestly, I think the commission made that recommendation based on what they think they were doing for student safety. And so I'm going to say that I'm going to close it based on student safety. And I think that's what they were thinking as well. And I don't think you should characterize it that that wasn't their primary goal as the commission.
Ms. Murray?
Yes, I'm not going to, a lot of good points have been brought up, but I want to remind people that Broward County is a charter school-friendly body, and that we have strongly supported our charter schools when they've come to us with their needs. And I have just one question to ask staff here. When, at any time as the 11th hour approached, did the charter schools say to us that we've exhausted all attempts to be in compliance, and what can you do for us? Anyone want to answer that question?
The charter school, as well as other charter schools, put back onto the district saying, we are struggling with compliance, and what can the district do for us as far as compliance? We provided the options, which included working with their law enforcement agency to ensure they had somebody present every day. That was the guidance that we provided. As was mentioned before, and I think was reiterated by the general counsel, It is the availability of options is our responsibility as a school district, not to provide the solution, not to provide the body to keep them in compliance.
Okay. Because what Commissioner Cochran indicated in his letter, he's trying to put the responsibility back on our shoulders. And that is the issue that we have had with our charter schools, that there's two sets of rules. The traditional public schools have one set of rules, and the public charter schools have a different set. The law is very clear to us. And we are really being put on the spot here we have to be the jury here and make that decision. The law is very clear. Fortunately, nothing happened these first few days of school because they weren't in compliance. But what if something had happened? What if we hadn't been in compliance and something had happened? Believe me, this whole board of 9 people and the superintendent would be gone. So again, we have a judiciary responsibility to make a very hard decision that'll affect the outcome probably in other school districts throughout this state, because this has become such an issue of safety and taking care of our children. So I'm going to take the emotion out of my decision, and I will vote by what the statute says. And I think that our staff, as we have always done when we've closed charter schools, we have the ability and the knowledge to take care of our children, and that they don't miss the opportunity of a daily education in the system.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I will make a couple of brief comments, and then I'll go back to Dr. Osgood for a follow-up. So, Mr. Vignola, as part of the General Counsel's office, I'm, obviously, like my colleagues, I'm struggling because as constitutional officers, we are required to uphold Florida statute. And so, based on some of the comments that you made, I just have a question with regard to your recommendation with respect to immediate termination and something that you read with in compliance today. And so that's the struggle that I have as a constitutional officer sitting here, having a decision before me. And what I will say to the parents and to the community is, I don't believe it is the intention of this board to interrupt the education for your students. And if at any time we are faced with a decision like this, safety and security is paramount, and the education is of equal importance, and we want to make sure that we're able to address both of those through our decision today. So I appreciate your patience and definitely understand that there's a lot of angst around this for both you and your children. Mr. Vignola, if you could provide any further clarity to help me understand as a constitutional officer, and again, I respect the conversation with regard to what the MSD Commission had to say, but at the end of the day, we are required to uphold statute, and statute is what I need to base my decision on.
I think what might be good is if I talk about the 2 different tools in your toolbox here, because we're here today looking at an agenda item to exercise one of those tools. The one tool we're here about today is the one for immediate termination. And immediate termination is one that's available to the board. To utilize it, the sponsor has to set forth in writing the particular facts and circumstances indicating that an immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, or welfare of the charter school students exists. So that's what you're looking at on whether that's available to you now. Let's talk about the other tool in the toolbox. And that is what we've seen before, the 90-day notice of termination. One of the elements, there's a handful of elements specified there where this is available. One of those elements, we generally see the one for good cause shown. Another element is for violation of law. So if we may be able to look at this as having a violation of law, and in which case it might be something we could put in a 90-day termination notice, where the school continues to operate as it always takes place with a 90-day notice. And we go to DOA and consider whether, bring it to DOA suggesting if the board deems it appropriate, that violation of law is one that is a basis upon which we should terminate with 90-day notice, as opposed to whether or not we have a violation of law that is coupled with an immediate and serious danger existing to the health, safety, or welfare of students. That might be two different ways, where, depending on whether you have that existence issue, which way one could go if the board felt that a termination was called for.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So what I will say for me right now, just to confirm again, today there is appropriate coverage under one of the 4 options that are outlined in law. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I would need, as many of my colleagues have asked, for in writing verification from the town of Davie, the town manager and/or the council, to provide that they are entering into a contract, and for all intents and purposes is their understanding that they have an executed contract as of their meeting today. If that is, I mean, I know my colleague said it wasn't on their agenda, but then we had conflicting information that it will be on their agenda. So I think for me to make the decision, I would need to have that in writing. And then I think we do need to get clarification, and one of the ways that we can do that is possibly through utilizing the 90-day. But I guess I would just want to understand as a school board member, if in fact then they came back and ruled for termination, that would occur, I mean, after the period, correct?
What your board item would be, if the superintendent brought a recommendation for an agenda item, he would be asking you for authority to send a 90-day notice of termination of the charter school. He would itemize in there any and all grounds that would support termination upon notice, which, sake of argument, I don't know anything about this charter school and its operations and what have you, but if there were additional issues, such as with regard to whether they're fulfilling their reading plan obligations, ESE, ESOL, what have you, if there were other issues as well that were a basis for termination for breach of a contract, other good cause, I would look for the administration to assemble those along with a violation of the law concerning safe school officers. That would come to the board. If the board were to vote in favor and approve that recommendation, the superintendent would then deliver a 90-day notice to the charter school, a draft of which would be attached to your agenda item. And then the charter school would have the opportunity to request referral to DOA for a hearing, and the DOA officer would then receive evidence and determine whether or not there was a factual basis to support the grounds for termination.
And then that would require us to have a separate board item than the item that is before us today.
That's correct. That would be a different looking item.
Okay, and how would that leave us as far as board corporate and constitutional officers in compliance with state statute as you see it?
As I see it, if you are looking, if the board members I'm hearing are wishing to make sure that they take appropriate action if there's a violation of law by the charter school. And again, violation of law is something under a 90-day notice provision. If you have a violation of law that isn't coupled with the immediate and serious danger currently existing, then what would seem to be available would be that 90-day notice mechanism.
Okay.
If you don't have the twofold part that we would need to have an immediate termination.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to share the sentiments that many of my colleagues have already raised with the frustration of a letter today received at the dais that seems to be in conflict with the letter that was sent out earlier. And it is definitely not easy to govern as a board corporate when we are getting conflicting messages from those who are making the rules. So I go back to Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Good.
Thank you, Ms. Springboard. I think that we continue to get conflicting messages because we have policymakers on different levels that have different philosophical views overall about education. And we're either on one side or the other. But at the end of the day, we continue to do the best we can to focus on children and education and keeping them safe. And I may be totally the outlier. I respect everybody on this dais, everybody's opinion, and maybe I'm just kind of not getting it this morning. When I understand law, it's relevant to the point in time, okay? I heard you clearly, Mr. Vignola, and what you were saying, and I asked these questions earlier, so I'm just going to ask them again as I'm trying to process. Right now, today, is this school in violation of the law?
Right now, today, they have, as it's been reported to me, they have a safe school officer on campus today. That would be compliant. As for what they have down the road, the law is not very clear as to an obligation. There's nothing in here that says have a contract in place. The language the legislature chose is, it says, talking about establishing or assigning one or more safe school officers. Now, having someone there on a day-to-day basis doesn't sound to me to be particularly established or assigned. It sounds, again, day-to-day. So, I would suspect that that would be an issue of contention if we were to take action based on the absence of a long-term contract at the moment. I see what was in the commissioner's letter, and he's talking about today, in essence, piecemeal efforts to do this are less than adequate. Are they today compliant with an officer on the grounds? As I've been told, they are.
Okay.
Will they be compliant tomorrow? I don't know. But as to today, and again, the statute for immediate termination, is there an immediate and serious danger to health, safety, or welfare existing to the charter school students with an officer there present today? And I'll let Brian continue here.
So, but before answering that question, I think it's important to separate two issues, which is compliance with the law, as Mr. Vignola mentioned, which has its own recourse, and the question of what meets the standard of immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, or welfare. From a board proper's perspective, the question is having the same governing board, principal, and operators that got to this point, and a security guard who does not meet the state's requirement for guardian, meet that criteria of immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, and welfare. So
Okay,
it's two
excuse me a
separate
minute.
issues.
Now I'm a little confused because I asked earlier, and I was told that there was an officer there from the city of Davie.
There is.
Not a security guard.
There's both at the moment. I'm saying in addition to, there is an armed security guard who is non-guardian training on a school campus.
And the officer from the city of Davie.
And an officer from the city of
Okay,
Davie.
that's important to me. And I'm asking these questions because on the first day of school, they were not in compliance. And as a constitutional officer, I had an obligation to close the school on that day, on the first day of school, because they were not in compliance. They were in violation of the law on that day. Today, that I'm about to take a vote, they're not in compliance.
With that
They
statute,
are
correct.
within the guidelines of the statute today, okay? I feel that it is critically important to have a long-term plan, as Ms. Levinson said, and I think that as a board, we can perhaps agree upon a time frame or a date that we require those long-term plans from all charter schools, no matter how we vote to open or close this charter school today. I think that that is something, as Ms. Levinson suggested, that we have a responsibility to do, and to give a timeline as to when we expect it to happen, just like we do with regular traditional schools. But for me, as a constitutional officer today, I don't see the immediate threat because they have the officer there. Now, I heard you explain about giving the 90-day notice and having this come forth, and I remember going through a similar situation with a charter school where we did that. They went to a door, and it was like 3 or 4 times. It took us about maybe a year and a half, and they were just totally in violation, just going through the process, not even taking any actions to cure, and it took us like a year and a half before they were actually, I think they just kind of disappeared and stopped showing up. I think that this charter school has made a good faith effort. Certainly they missed some steps. I'm sure this is a serious wake-up call. I heard you mention the 90-day notice with the safety issue, and then monitoring to see if there were other things that we could bring to the table to substantiate our case as to why we would be terminating them, which then means it sets a precedent that now we got to go do that with all the other charter schools if we're going to be fair and monitoring charter schools in that way. I am still of the mindset, as I was before, after asking the questions, that we are not in violation of the law today. If we get something in writing from the charter school, for me it's important to get it from the charter school and from the city of Davie, because let's say they get the contract with the city of Davie and something happens in 2 weeks and it goes away. Then we need to have something in writing committing and them saying in writing that they are committed to this, because perhaps we can say the actions leading up to this didn't send that message to us. So getting something from the city of Davie, who my colleague read a memo from the mayor saying that they feel that it is their obligation, and I'm sorry that they're not here today where we could hear from them, I think would address it, and I think it would allow us to put a procedure in place that we are doing our due diligence in making sure that this charter school stay in compliance. I'm not going to, whatever Mr. Cochran is saying and doing back and forth, that's his right and duty to do that. But as a leader, I'm not willing to pass the ball and start passing the ball to other groups and other forms of government to give away my authority as a local school board member, because then that sets me up for other things in the future. We mentioned the MSD Commission, and I want to be clear, under no circumstances do I, as a board member, view that commission as a policy-making group or as a group of authority, because some things that they have recommended, I adamantly agree with it and can argue that it would hurt a lot of children. So I want to go on record saying that. But I don't see where today, as a constitutional officer, that not closing this charter school puts me not in compliance with law. And so let me ask the question that way. If today this board decides to not close this school, are we out of compliance with the law?
In my opinion, if the board were to refrain from immediately terminating the charter school, and to refrain to do so because it is unable to put in writing particular facts and circumstances indicating an immediate serious danger to health, safety, or welfare, then I would say that you are not in violation of your obligations, because the only way you can use that tool from your toolbox is to have that fact situation.
Okay.
If you lack that, then you can't be, to me, you can't be wrong in refraining from doing so.
Okay, so do we have that statement, Mr. Ronci? Do we have something in writing that we can say today and prove that today this school is in violation of the law, as Mr. Vignola was saying.
Well, and actually, and more specifically, it's, can we today put forth in writing for the board to approve as part of its action that there exists an immediate and serious danger to the health, safety, or welfare of the charter school students existing? That's what's necessary in order for the board to be able to do an immediate termination.
I
would
personally
suggest-
haven't seen it,
And I
so
would
I'm
suggest
asking.
that part of that may be getting that information that we're hoping to hear from city officials.
I think we've been, and it's been said a number of instances, today, yes, they have a officer there. They are in compliance. So the board has to make a determination whether they believe that the administration and the circumstances that created this situation and the folks that precipitated this and why we're having this conversation today, that the board's confident that they will continue and provide a safe and secure environment for the students and the staff there, recognizing that they did not. And they had options and decisions they could have made given the information that was in front of them, which is a number of days in which they would not have coverage. And if district staff had not gone out to the schools, I don't know what's going on in other districts, but we're going out there and looking at the schools. If we had not gone out to the schools, would they have had 16 days this month alone in which they would be uncovered?
And I
mean,
appreciate,
that's a question you gotta
I
ask
appreciate
yourself.
that, and I think the district staff going out there is doing the great work that we have continued to do in the district, that we try to identify situations and problems and work to help resolve those situations and problems. If I was making this decision the first day of school, I wouldn't need to have this conversation because they would be out of compliance with the law and not upholding statute. Today, they're not. We have heard from this school. We have said that we will continue to work with them. I think my colleague again, Ms. Levinson, raised a good point as to, and I don't know if it's another board item or how we get there, but definitely we need to put something concrete in place to demand that we have long-term security plans from all charter schools by a certain definitive date and say what our steps will be if we don't have those long-term plans. Although it's not in statute, I think as this board and as leaders, if that's our expectation, then we need to communicate it in writing in a way and use our authority to make sure that that happens so that we don't get to this point again. But as I am sitting here right now, and as I'm interacting with you, I totally can't use the first tool in my toolbox right now. I don't find substantial evidence and something before me for the first tool. So now I'm moving to the second tool in my toolbox, which is the 90-day termination notice. And that notice would basically be because they did violate statute on the first day of school, so it would be retroactive because they did make this infraction. My second tool in the toolbox gives me an opportunity to give them a 90-day notice. In that 90-day notice, and the way that due process works, there's always appeal and there's always a process for curing that. That's just the way due process works, that you can appeal, you can state your fact, and you can go, and then we say it can go to a door, and Ms. Brinkworth asked the question if they chose to terminate what we would do, but if it went to a door and they chose not to terminate, then what would be the steps then?
Let me hedge a little bit here.
Okay.
I have not been asked to, nor have I looked at this from the perspective of putting together a 90-day notice termination.
Okay.
I haven't looked at this to see I looked at it from the immediate termination, first day of school issue. As to whether all of the structure we would have needed to do to put together a successful petition to terminate for 90-day notice, that would be something that our office can look at with the administration if the board so wished. Right now, I can't tell you that I've gone to see that all of the elements that are assembled and queued up and that we're ripe for one of those petitions yet. That would require some analysis.
Okay, so hearing you say that, right now today, I can't use my first tool in my toolbox, nor do I have substantial evidence to facts today, right now, to use the second tool in my toolbox. So my third comment is going to be in listening at what was said here today and wanting to be objective and consider all the options. We talked about the district taking over. If we end up going that way, I would certainly need to see what that looks like from a budget perspective and how we're going to fund that, because that would be a different budget picture for us. I don't know, I haven't seen anything of what that would look like. When we look at, you know, the rules and the requirements, even the different staffing that we would need, because charter school guidelines are very different than ours. I also see this as an opportunity, as a serious case study, to make the argument of why we need those things to be compatible. Teacher requirements, administrative requirements, and all the other things that we're required to follow in traditional public schools. If we're going to have situations like this now, where there's a blanket state law that finally is supposed to have both entities govern themselves in a consistent way, then it has to be everything, not just when it comes to safety. Because if we have to take over or exercise that authority, then it's a very different picture for us, because now we have taken over a school where the standards are very different than what we're used to operating. And of course, we would have to bring those standards up in order to operate in the way that we feel that schools should operate. So that's a whole nother conversation. I'm saying that so I could get it on the record, and hopefully we have state legislators, maybe the Commissioner of Education is in town, maybe he's listening himself as well. That's why that's so very critical, that we don't have to operate with two different sets of rules, and now we get a policy for safety that's supposed to be one and the same. It makes it very difficult. I'm going to go back to where I was hours ago with just not feeling that I have facts, or that feeling very strongly as a constitutional officer that this charter school is not in violation of statute today. Now, if we do progressive discipline like we do, and we come up with some means of addressing them not being in compliance the first day, and putting something in place to assure and monitor this going forward, I think Ms. Levinson gave us a start with the whole having a long-term plan and putting something in writing to say that we expect those plans from all of our charter schools by a certain date, knowing that the statute does not necessarily say that, because you made that very clear. But for me, I don't feel today that I can use the two tools that you have communicated to me that I have in my toolbox as it relates to terminating this charter school for an emergency reason or giving them a 90-day notice. But I will say that it's very important to me to have the commitment from the city of Davie and a commitment in writing from this charter school.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Good.
So thank you to my colleagues. I guess, you know, Mr. Vignola, even though we all wish that all our schools had long-term arrangements, and that's probably the most prudent, it's not a requirement of state law. the issue that I have with this particular school right now is the fact that although they have it today, they've already set a precedence that they didn't have it before. And so for me to approve the termination of their agreement with a 90-day clause concerns me greatly, because now I don't know what's going to transpire in the days ahead as far as coverage is concerned. So unless I have some written confirmation from the town manager today that tells me that they are accepting whatever agreement they have in place as an official agreement between the town of Davie and the school, I have an obligation here. And I can't in good conscience terminate it with 90 days provision without knowing what's ahead, knowing that already they've had a few days behind us where they didn't have coverage, and knowing that had we not looked into it, they would have had more than 2 days without coverage. That to me is a serious matter. It didn't just show up today. So I have a real concern about that. I have a concern with a security guard on campus with a weapon. That's not supposed to have a weapon. Another situation that's complicated, an already complicated matter. So the issue of whether or not there is a sworn law enforcement officer at the school site, and I want to ask Mr. Katz, because it's been stated, and again, unless I hear confirmation from the city, I don't know if that officer is parked outside the school or is on campus. Is the officer called off campus because of an issue? There's no way of knowing all these particulars. It's problematic if they're not within our school environment. So I don't want to jeopardize the safety of the schools, but I'm telling you, I'm concerned about what's being shared, that there is an officer on campus. And I'll leave it there. So for me today to act on this matter, I need to get written confirmation from the town manager, and I really hate to put the town of Davie in this predicament. It's really not a place we want to be, especially when we have a town that works so well with the school system. So I'm going to say that because, again, this is not the way we should conduct business, and this is not the way that we should ensure that all our schools, both traditional and public charters, are securing their campuses. So, when appropriate, I want to make a motion to table this matter to later in the meeting today to afford us an opportunity, if possible, to get written confirmation from the town manager that they, in fact, have an executed agreement or what they consider to be an acceptable agreement to fulfill their safety requirements at that campus. That is my obligation. If that cannot be ascertained today, me as one board member, I'm prepared to close the school with the understanding, as I think it's been stated by some of my colleagues, that we afford the opportunity for that school to remain open, knowing that we're going to have to ensure that it's secure. It's the predicament that we're being placed right now by this governing board, and that's why I am really upset that this board is being placed in that predicament, because I do care of the safety and security of those students. I know their parents care, I know the teachers care, and I would hope that the school would have had enough due diligence to have it in place before the start of the school year, but they didn't. So, Madam Chair, when appropriate, I want to defer and table the item to later in the agenda and request specific communication in writing from the town manager of the town of Davie that they, in fact, have an acceptable agreement to fulfill security obligations at this campus.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about some of the comments I'm hearing about the fact that if we were to move forward, whether it was a 90-day period or immediate termination, and we then step in and run the school, that we're going to use that period of time to see what other evidence may apply. This is not a witch hunt for this campus. I want us to be very clear about what we're doing here. This is because they did not have a safe school officer or did not have any of those four. So I'm concerned that this is well, when we get in there, we're going to look for other things. That should not be our intention. When we get in there, we need to make sure, if that happens, that everything is aligned as it's supposed to be. So when I have legal and staff making comments about when we're in there, we're going to look for these things or possibly find these things, those things may happen in the course of our job of doing what we're supposed to do on a daily basis. But please, 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 we cannot give the impression that we think because they're a charter school and they made this mistake, that they're potentially doing all of these other things and we're going after it. That's the wrong message. We do work well with our charter schools. We have exemplary charter schools in this district, and I think that's the wrong message. This message should be very on point. On point was that there were decisions made by the board and by the administration. If we find things, if we are in the school and we find things like any other charter, we would take action. Okay, so I don't want us to confuse those or make this seem as if this is somehow a witch hunt against the school. That should not be our intention. And we don't have any evidence that there is something else that should be of a concern for us, right? Based on some of what I'm hearing from legal, unless someone is out of compliance on a Tuesday, there will never be any action for us to take immediately. And that is not the intention of statute. I know that. There is no way that the intention of statute is that traditional public schools are compliant every day of the school year, but charter schools are only compliant on the day that their governing boards who are or the sponsors of their charter happen to be meeting. That's not the intent. And I do think we need clarification. I think that needs to be weighed in on. It needs to be weighed on today, not just for the benefit of this charter and these families, but for all 89 charters and every single one that comes forward, and in the rest of the state. This is something that needs to be addressed. It has to be resolved. And we talk about the immediate and serious danger to health, safety, and welfare of the students. Is there, to our knowledge, an armed person on campus, to the knowledge of administration and to the board, that does not meet the 4 criteria?
I don't know, he was here before, so I don't know if he is still here or went back to the campus.
Has he been on campus? I mean, is he
Has
employed by the
previously,
school to provide security? Has he been on the school day after day that the board and administration were aware that he was armed and does not meet those 4 criteria?
Yes.
Okay, so to my colleagues, if we're concerned about one statute, we should be concerned about all of them. And in my mind, this is a board and an administration that continues to function on the rules that they want applying to them in the time frame they want it applied. We did not, as traditional schools, say, well, we couldn't find enough people with these 4 categories, so we're just going to find someone else to arm for the time period. That is not in anyone's discretion. It's not in our discretion. It's not in their discretion. So if anyone's wondering, is there something that they're out of compliance today? Well, I don't know if that gentleman is there today or not, but from everything else we've heard, he's been there since the day they opened. And it seems that he's probably intended to be there starting tomorrow if he happened to be in absence today. That is not only a state statute breach, but that's a felony. And that would then be a felony not just for that individual, but for the school, for the administration, for the board. I have no interest in going down that path, but I can tell you this. It continues to be demonstrated by the decisions of this board and administration to do things that are jeopardizing the immediate and serious danger to the health and safety of the welfare of our students. We keep going back to that. We keep talking about our toolbox. I'm not looking to go in a toolbox. I'd like to just carry mine around all the time. But someone required us to open it. And we were required to open it because it is our job to be the sponsor that makes sure the safety and security is met. It has not been. And those that are filling all of these problems for us are the leadership. And so again, I'm going to go back to what I stated before. I do not want to displace these students. I do not want to displace these families. I want them to continue to have education without disruption. We can do both. We can provide them their school, we can provide them their teachers, their administration, and we can make sure that we're doing our duty. If the Department of Education finds that they now weigh in more completely and that they find this behavior is acceptable, then we have direction going forward and we won't have to worry about this question going forward. And neither will any other charter school. And potentially they're going to open that door for our traditional schools. But until then, I think we are responsible to, again, there's more than one statute that we're talking about now at this point. So for us to contemplate not moving forward with immediate action, and to my colleagues, I have to tell you, I think it is fabulous that everyone's truest concern is an interruption to the education while balancing safety and security. I hear that from every single one of my colleagues. I think we're challenged because there is no black and white answer. We keep asking our legal counsel, Mr. Vignola and Ms. Myrick, answer this, answer this. If it was that clear, we wouldn't be having a 4-hour conversation about it. It isn't. We're getting advice. It's still going to be weighed in by the Department of Education. So I think we do need to take decisive action. I think immediate action is necessary. I think if we say that there's a 90-day period of time, then we're ignoring other statutes that are basically where there's felonies occurring. We're just looking the other way. I don't think that actually is in our discretion. And knowing that this board and this the governing board of this charter and the administration knew that they were going to be without coverage for 16 days and made the decision for these families sitting in front of us and listening, for your children to not have a safe school officer, again, that goes to the leadership. And beyond the fact you've got an armed person there who's not supposed to be today, the individuals running that school, I think, are bringing a level of danger to the health, safety, and welfare of our students because those were decisions that were made.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, thank you to all my colleagues for all the thoughtful questions that everyone's brought up. There's clearly been a violation of statute, violation of the law. Whether we have the statute about termination, we will never have an item brought to our board the same day that it happens. So if we allow this to happen, we are setting a precedent that this can happen again. And by the time it gets to us in 48 hours, if it's fixed, we can't do anything. We can't allow that to happen. If we are all about the safety and security of our students, there was ample time. In here, we have April, May, July, August, communications, principal meetings, memos. And then we were told today by Chief Katz, 16 out of 30 days, this school was not going to be covered. So it's not just the first 2 days of school. So I believe clearly has been violation of the law and that we have to move ahead and let's let DOA decide what it is in the end. We have a lot of conflicting information here. Let DOA decide. Every district in this state will know how to handle it from this point on. But it's our obligation when there's been a violation of the law to terminate the charter school.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. So I had written similar comments to what my colleagues, Ms. Korn and Ms. Levinson, just stated with regard to after listening to all of the questions and the conversations, if they're not in compliance on the 14th and 15th, as they were not, but they are in compliance today, and tomorrow they're out of compliance, and the superintendent were to bring an item that would come before us on the next board meeting that we have on a Tuesday, and they were to come before us and have someone there on that particular day, we would be back in this same predicament again. And that is something that is very concerning to me as a constitutional officer. The other thing, as was pointed out by Ms. Korn and my other colleagues, that we have a person on campus who is in violation of state statute. And that is of a concern, because if that were to occur on our campus, we would have to bring immediate action about that. So for those reasons, I just want to ensure, Mr. Runcie, that if an action is taken today to terminate the charter, that as some of my colleagues, all of my colleagues have expressed, that there's continuity in the delivery of education to the students. And I know specifically Ms. Korn asked with regard to what we can do as the sponsor. Can you speak to what we would be able to do to ensure continuity of education in that location for those students and those families?
This would be the first time that we have taken this approach to go and effectively manage, provide oversight at the schools. I think there's a number of models that we can look at. We can bring in some administrators to certainly oversee the operation of the school and figure out how we work through that while they maintain their current, especially operational systems, right? For example, how teachers, get paid as an example, and vendors that they have contracts with so they can maintain the continuity. So we'll go and figure it out. I'm sure there's a number of ways we can do it, but I think that there's two objectives here, right? One is to minimize, to the greatest extent possible, minimize disruption to students and faculty, the community of this school. The second piece is for us to exercise oversight so we can ensure that they are following the requirements of the law and that there's a safe school officer there and whatever else we can do to ensure the best education possible. I think there are four options that the board has from what I've heard today. So one, you can terminate and the district will run and operate the school. Second, the board can terminate. We can close, reassign students. There was conversation about a 90-day notice. I'm not sure how feasible that is and what the basis would be for having a 90-day notice. And the last option, which to me is really not a clear option for this governing body, is to do nothing and vote it down, deeming the school is in compliance. But then there's no accountability for this. And we know that there are a number of continued violations, right? There was adequate conversation about the uncertified armed personnel on campus, which is in violation of state statute. There was, in addition to opening the school on the 2 days where they knew that there would be no coverage, there was a schedule that identified as many as 16 days in which that would continue to occur. So, at the end of the day, this is really a milestone decision about a school board's obligation and responsibility to hold charter schools accountable for school safety.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to weigh in after Mr. Runcie gave the various options that I am definitely in support of keeping these students where they are, the teachers where they are, not disrupting and not making it more difficult on the students and staff in the charter school if this is the decision that we make. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I've been watching the body language in the audience, and I just want to encourage the board and the administration to work with us for the transition, because if we say we're putting the children first, right after this meeting, depending on the vote, you should be sitting down with us and easing the transition, because you are going to have the appeal process solved in a 60-day time period. And you talked about the teachers and the staff, and many teachers are certified, and the law is you have the same rules with certification, FSA, and different things. So I feel comfortable leaving everyone in place, but we need you to work with us and be a team with us, because it's about the children at this point. And so we need to work together. So I look forward to everyone sitting down, figuring out how we're going to do this for the first time, keeping you guys whole, and letting the state make the decision. So, and then what does that do for the safe school officer? Because the contract is with their governing board, Mr. Katz, not ours. So what happens tomorrow?
We would have to have that conversation with the city Davie about continuing that service.
I just want to make sure that we're continuing with everything and we're ready, because it starts
And if I may,
tomorrow.
similarly, I presume they're in a leased facility, the leases
Yeah.
with that. So all of those contracts, we would be looking to administer, basically.
Great, okay, because I want us to work together for the kids, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Myrick, I just have one final question. As the item is written today, does it provide for the direction that the board has given to the superintendent with regard to if the vote for termination is successful, that there will be the opportunity for the sponsor to step in?
Yeah, they need to.
And if you need time, we can table the item. Okay?
If I may just chime in a little bit. In tracking what the board has been speaking of, if the board is looking to have the item where we continue operation of the school, the agenda item will need to be revised because it provides that we will not continue to operate the school. So that would need to be revised. One of the other things that I've heard some board members speak to is the issue of that security guard on campus with a weapon who is not a school safety officer. I'm not clear whether the board wishes to add that as an element supporting immediate termination in addition to the issues we've had about school safety officer. I don't know if you are wishing to add that as a second issue or not.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. So I guess I'd like to make an amendment to the item, and so the amendment would add the violation, and I think is it statute 790.115? I'm going to let legal refer to that. And then I guess the other part would be that it would, that the district would step in as the sponsor to operate and manage the school.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Corn, seconded by Ms. Good, that item LL1 be amended to include the information of the violation of Florida statute of a person on campus with a firearm without proper training, policy, permission according to statute, and also that the school district, Broward County Public Schools, as the sponsor, would step in to manage the school during the time of the appeal. Does that sound sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. Does that capture your motion? Any public input on the motion to amend?
Terry Lopez-Proyce, MBCT, local educator. I certainly understand how you are feeling about wanting the continuity. I personally suffered having to watch your decision when someone was accused at my school of record for having a weapon. Accused. Weapon wasn't found on the person, also a security guard. Later, the car was searched. In my opinion, wrongly, I might add. Very wrongly. Again, forgiveness is a wonderful thing, but it needs to go all around and fairly. If you want to forgive, start forgiving. Not just here and now, because people came or this is unusual, but always. And if you're not going to forgive, then don't.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Levinson.
Can we separate those two, Ms. Corn's amendment, so that there are two amendments? Because I can vote yes on one and no on the other, please.
Be happy to separate them.
Thank
So
you.
the first one I'll put on the floor is the where the district will come in and operate and manage the school upon termination.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on just that portion? Colleague input on? I'm sorry, no. Mrs. Alhadeff, did you have a question?
What is the financial impact to doing that to the district?
That's going to be really hard for us to estimate. I'm not going to be able to give you some number in order for you to make that decision. We'll just have to work through that. I mean, there's going to be some costs. I wouldn't, I wouldn't say it would be so substantial, right? We're going to keep as much in place at the school in terms of faculty and other staff that's there. So.
Are you done, Mrs. Alhadeff? Ms. Good?
So, should this pass, the charter has how many days to appeal?
The charter school has 10 days calendar days to request a hearing.
And
Receiving the written notice. So if the second motion were to pass, there'd be some revision made of the attached letter, and then that would be delivered to the charter school, and upon their receipt, 10 days to request a hearing, and upon requesting a hearing, it's to take place within 60 days after date of request.
So,
Well, actually, final order within 60 days.
so we're looking at the district, should this pass, overseeing the school for at least 70 to 90 days.
That's a fair estimate.
Am I?
I thought you said that the final order had to be out in 60
Well,
days, so
well,
it
yeah.
would be
It's-
60 days from, I believe, from when they ask us to file the petition to DOA. So when it's filed at DOA, which I assume would be within a week, it would be 60 days from them.
So you're looking at 10 plus 60, I believe, and the final order would issue. And there would not, unlike some things that come back to you as a recommended order for board action, it's final order by the administrative law judge.
And just to my colleague's point, I mean, there's no question that there's going to be costs incurred, especially related to safety and security, just to ensure that the schools run properly. So those are things that we will have to undertake, and I just want to understand how that transpires very quickly.
I mean, those are things that we're going to have to do out of the school's budget FTE to make sure that they're compliant.
Okay. Well, I don't know, I understand that this is probably something that we haven't worked out all the issues. It's going to be complicated, but I will say that in the best interest of all involved, including these families and students and staff at the school, I really support us doing this, even though it's going to have a financial impact potentially to our district. But safety and security continues to be a priority for this board and this superintendent, and I want that to be clearly the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, and if we're going down this road, although I'm the outlier and I'll be voting no, I would be interested in having in writing, just looking at the school's existing budget, how we're going to modify that to move forward and what it's going to take from our budget.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I was wondering if our CFO has a better handle on giving us an estimate, and I expect it to be in the ballpark. It doesn't have to be exactly on home plate.
Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. So as much as I would like to provide a response, I need to do calculations, and we'll certainly get a follow-up to the board quickly. The charter school has been given their payment, and they have funds sufficient in their budget to operate through September 17th. I've just confirmed that with staff. And while they continue, if it's the board's will, to operate as normal as possible during whatever appeal they might undertake, I certainly will work very closely with both Chief Katz and Mrs. Brown to make sure that any costs that the district were to incur are correctly accounted for, that depending on how this turns out, say they were to win an appeal, we would then petition to have whatever costs we had taken from future payments for the school, would be my recommendation. And we'll get back to you as soon as we can, but I don't want to throw a number out there because I can't even get in the ballpark.
No, thank you. And giving us the September 17th date was more information that makes me a little bit less nervous about that, and to really agree with my colleagues, safety, security, and the educational experience for every child is what the board is all about today. So, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, Leslie, doesn't the school have a management company?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so that they're going to get FTE, and then during the time that we take the operations, you're not going to pay the management company because they're not managing. So I'm just saying I feel comfortable doing this just based on that. And so any fees we need reimbursed, that's money that they put in their budget to pay the management company that's going to be sitting there. So I feel comfortable that we can do this because they do generate FTE, they do have dollars. I mean, I'm sure we're going to have to do something a little more in the beginning, but there'll be a way for us to do this. And it truly is putting the children first over the dollars. And I think that's what this board has said. So I'm really proud of us that we got here and that we're willing to do this for these families while we go through this process. I think it's the best thing we can do for them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Yes, Mrs. Aladev?
I just want a clarification on what Ms. Bartleman just said. So the FTE money would be going to Broward County Public Schools from the charter school, is that correct?
For me, I don't know how it's passed through, but they're funded based
Ms.
on their
Bartleman,
FTE.
let's staff answer the question.
However they're funded, we get funded through FTE.
Ms. Bartleman.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bartleman, let's
Yeah.
let staff
Yeah,
answer the
I'm
question.
watching her come up now.
Thank you.
Through the chair, payments were issued for August that fund all charter schools through September 17th. The money's already at the charter school. What they decide to do with that money in the next month, as far as whether they pay their management company or not, we don't control that. The money's already released to their governing body in their checkbook. So we don't have access to those dollars anymore.
But we're taking over the school.
Mrs. Aladev has the floor.
Oh, sorry. That's crazy.
Thank you, I had my question answered.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladev. Any additional questions on the amendment?
Yes, now.
Ms. Bartleman?
You're saying that the charter school company can take the money and not pay their bills or give it to us? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, then that opens up, I can't imagine that they're going to do that, quite honestly.
It would be presumptive of me to answer that question. All I can tell you is that, as required by state statute, charter schools earn FTE.
Yep.
We are allowed to hold back an administrative overhead fee based on the performance of that charter school. Once that money is released to them, unless our chief auditor knows more than I do, they have a budget plan that they execute with those dollars. There's not a condition currently within the scope of that says, in the event this happens, you give us money back. So I don't feel I'm the proper person to be answering that question. The money's released, the money's gone. It has hit our books as an expenditure. This is certainly a unique situation, but unless legal were to send them a letter saying, give us back money and this is what we want back, it's not within the law for me to simply just say, well, you owe us this money and cut a future payment to them or try to get a refund. That's not.
So Mr. Vignola, what do we have to do to make sure that, First of all, I would assume it would be almost theft if they have money to operate the school to September 17th and they kept the money. I don't think they're going to do that, but what can we put in writing to protect the board?
I don't know that I can tell you what you would put in writing. What's coming to my mind is this. The immediate termination of a charter school, if that has happened in Florida, maybe 1 or 2 times, and what I would suggest would be appropriate would be for the administration to reach out to sister districts and find out from those who have done this how they implemented it. I think that's going to be essential. That inquiry is going to be essential promptly after, if this were to pass.
Okay.
Ms. Brinkworth, I would also assume that, given that the board is responding to the charter schools and parents' requests to keep them as whole as possible and not disrupt their education, I would be hopeful that we would come to an agreement, like keeping the teachers, they continue to get paid, and we come to some agreement in writing that of what our responsibility is and what their responsibility is going to be, and that they continue that. If in fact they won't come to that, then I think that's a whole different issue that this board will have to then come back and address, of whether or not we can take over the school and allow the children to stay there.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? It's clear that there's even to the commissioner's point, that there's you can take over operations. So I think we should definitely look to what other districts have done, because they wouldn't put that provision in without, considering some of those factors. Because I can't imagine the state of Florida doesn't have a provision where we can close a charter school and the board, who has a fiduciary duty, just runs off with the money and not operate the charter school. And if that's the case, then we have to go to Tallahassee, and maybe that's another lobbying legislative platform we will have after this if we find out that is the case. But I can't imagine. I think everyone wants to do what's right. And then not only that, if they did do that when they appealed before the state commission, and they have an attorney here, they have secured legal counsel, then we could bring that up, and that would be an even bigger problem that could then be part of everything. So I still feel comfortable doing this. I can't imagine these people are here speaking on behalf of children, that they're going to stiff the children. I don't think they're going to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues before we vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Yes. The item passes.
I'm sorry.
7-2. I mean, not the item, the amendment passes 7-2. Yes,
Were you
Mrs. Sahadat?
specifically talking about us sponsoring?
Correct. That was the amendment that was on the floor. Just that part, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, that, we separated them.
So I'm
It
gonna
was-
I'd
it
like
was
to make
only-
another
yes.
amendment. The second amendment I'd like to make is to add to the backup, again, whatever state statute it is that references having an armed individual on campus, to the knowledge of the administration and the board, that does not meet the 4 criteria which is permissible to have an armed individual on campus.
It has been moved by Ms. Korn. Is there a second? I believe Ms. Good seconded earlier. You're giving another second to that? Okay. Audience input on that amendment?
Terry Lopez Proyce, MBCT. Those of you who know my history can imagine some of the angst I'm going through, because there are double standards that are just not fair. And I think that a lot of the things that you're moving extremely quickly to try to accommodate as much as you can in a short period of time. The state has put you in a very difficult position, very difficult. They have made laws that are working against you, against all of us, and yet you are responsible. I'm asking you to move cautiously, very cautiously. I know for a fact that many of the individuals who want to push charter schools, as wonderful as they may be at times for the parents who are there, are destroying public education and are feeding the pockets of the people who are making these legislative decisions.
Please keep your comments to the amendment.
Corcoran. The amendment is you guys are moving really quickly on something that has big ramifications, big ones. And just because Mr. Corcoran wants to write a letter at the 11th hour, I don't think that's cool. And I think you need to be very aware of how uncool it is and how we are on a national agenda of what is going on with the destruction of public schools and what we are, and also Parkland, and how this all applies. If there's a rule about termination, that's a rule. Corcoran's letter, you want to change everything for that? I'm not one of you.
Any additional comment from the public on the amendment?
Can you repeat that amendment?
Yes, Ms. Korn, can you repeat the amendment, please?
Yes, the amendment is that in addition to the other backup that was provided for the cause for the immediate termination, we add reference to the violation of state statute as it's regarding having an individual on campus with a firearm that has not met the criteria in which it would be permissible.
And that was seconded by Ms. Good. Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to the amendment? All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying, I'm sorry, yes? I'm sorry, Ms.
Yes.
Levinson. I did take public input.
Yes. This is clearly a violation of the law, correct? The second item that's being added right now is a violation of the law.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
There's also reference in 7030, I would defer to the general counsel's office related to impersonation. It specifically focuses on impersonation of a guardian.
Yes.
And this
it
would be the
does.
closest to that as well.
Okay, because I just want to make sure when it does go to have an administrative hearing, that we're not convoluting this with anything else except the answer that we want to get to this, for this, that the state needs on a whole. So having both violations in the same place, we don't see any problem with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to the amendment? All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment passes unanimously. Now back to the main motion, the item as amended. Any additional public comment to the item as amended?
And Valerie Daniel Avias. I just have a couple of questions, actually. I know that you guys are saying that it was unsafe for the guard to have a gun on the campus. None of the parents felt so, and some of these amendments that you're referring to, we're not familiar with. You guys are throwing all these numbers at us. We have no idea what you're saying. I'm a parent. I had no idea that this law passed. 2018 happened with MSD. I understand that you're ensuring safety, but a lot of us don't even understand the lingo, or are we aware of these rules that you're mentioning and that you're voting on so quickly? I appreciate that you want to keep the school open, and I appreciate that you want to run it, but based on the letter that this particular person wrote, he said collaboration. Why not collaborate with us? Why not allow us to fix the problem? I get it, precedents, I get it. They were out of compliance for 2 days. I get it, 16 days possibly of non-compliance, but based on what I'd seen, we attempted. We reached out to the Davie Police. We've attempted to do different things to be compliant, and our school is trying to be compliant. We have 5 campuses, out of which 4 have been compliant. We had a guardian. He was wearing the yellow shirt. He got his training, he got what he needed, and he left. And so we're trying to fix this. I mean, I'm saying we because I work at the school also, but I'm a parent, and I'm really confused because it's going so fast, and a lot of these things that you're throwing at us, and I'm sure a lot of the parents want to confer with me. We're confused, and we would like clarity. Why not allow us? Why not collaborate with us? You're going to put this burden on your board. You're going to put this burden on Broward County Public Schools. You don't even know how much it's going to cost to come. How is that going to look? Who's going to take care of it? How is it going to impact our students? Which administration is going to come? Is that particular administration personality going to match the personality we've had as a family? How is that even going to look, or is it going to work? Now, once it comes, what happens then? Does the school still get shut down? Do the kids get displaced? Because I wouldn't want that. My kids, all 3 of them are on one campus, and I love that option. I do not like the schools that I am supposed to take my kids to. I do not like the environment that they're in. I prefer that little close-knit. I don't want 300 kids in one class or however it goes, or 4 different teachers. There's only one teacher for every subject. I like that close-knit. I like being able to know what this other kid is. Who is this parent? I know every single parent here this morning. Every single one of them, and they know me. So please explain to me how that's gonna work when you're motioning so quickly to just take over, when one of the options that was provided in the letter is collaboration. Allow us to fix the problem. This is unprecedented. Unprecedented. It's never happened before. Give us a chance. Let's fix it first. If it can't work, then yes, I understand you can take over.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I've been paying a lot of attention to your comments. My name is Cynthia Dotson. I concur with a lot of what the parents are saying. And first of all, I have the utmost respect and admiration for the work that you guys are doing. I really do. School safety, I understand. I started the first charter school in 1993, and I've been a pioneer in the movement. I can honestly say, I know there's a lot of rhetoric going back and forth about our inability and lack of trying to get security. I want to reiterate, one of the board members had asked a question whether or not we've reached out to the district for assistance. The day that we were notified, just so I can clarify timelines, we were notified by the Davie Police Department on the 13th, the day before school started. Most of us didn't even see that until the next day. On the 14th, the Broward County District shows up in the early part of the morning, and unbeknownst to us, we're assuming that there's, a deputy or a police officer from Dade. He wasn't. That night, our principal emailed every board member in Broward County, not the board members, but the staff, and asked them specifically, what can you guys do to help us? We've exhausted every resource that we can. We obtained a contract from the Davie Police Department on August 8th. We had a written contract from the Davie Police Department. We got a letter stating that, not a letter, but a notice from the Broward County Sheriff's Office that we were covered for the first day of school. We thought we were going to have double coverage in security. We were never, ever, ever trying to breach anything. We depended on the Davie Police Department to cover our school. They have done that year after year after year. This is a school we've been open for 8 years, and we've never been before you, ever. Not one time. Not one time has Championship Academy been before the board. And for you guys to think that we would just intentionally or just not pay attention to the safety of our kids when we did everything we could possibly do to secure, now we heard some great ideas after the fact, and that's working in collaboration with the board. So other charter schools and other organizations aren't in this situation. We wish somebody would have gave us ideas, but telling us what we have to do to meet compliance versus working in collaboration are way two different things. These are our children. This is a culture that we've established over 8 years. Put yourself in our positions. We did everything we could. Everything. I would ask the board, what didn't we do? We had a contract with the Davie Police Department. We reached out to the district for advice. They didn't respond. They came the next day trying to say what we did or didn't do right.
Thank you. Come to the microphone and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Alberto de Villa, year Martin.
Thank you.
I am asking the board for compassion to recognize the fact that we have had an exemplary track record, that we've always gone above and beyond to protect our students. I'm going to really enlighten the board right now. The minute that our name went out there in the news that we didn't have a security guard, we got overwhelmed in a bidding war. From security guards from the Broward County School District. I have text messages on my phone. And you know what I did? I told them no. Initially. Because if you leave them, that means you're leaving those children unprotected. But it got, because the demand for our guardian guards, it went crazy. I ended up paying the person that is at my campus right now, who's not going to be there tomorrow, a $5,000 signing bonus to come because we were so desperate. I got calls all the time. Well, can you pay me $30 an hour? Can you pay me $40? Then they would call me back and say, oh, well, my school's going to match what I asked them for. That's how desperate we are for help. I mean, what makes you think for 1 second we would jeopardize our children and our safety after having an amazing track record for 7 years? What makes you think I'm just going to turn my back on my families? We reached out for help. We begged the district, telling us, well, here's your 4 options. Well, we tried all 4. We tried to get an officer. We can't help the training dates. We secured somebody. You can't get somebody trained until September 9th. So even if we secured somebody in July, they still wouldn't be able to be on site because they wouldn't have their certification. I'm just asking you, if you had something to offer us, what would that look like? We went to the district. We have it in writing. We have an email from our principal that night saying, please help us. Give us a solution. We're out of options. So you're gonna say to a school that has been nothing but incredible and done a great service to the Broward County School District and say, you know what, there had to have been a problem. This doesn't seem right. They've never had an issue before. We lost the guard. It was our first experience in not having a trained guard. We lost that person in March, like the district is saying. We had a heck of a time. 93 people that applied. 3 people passed a psychological, and 2 were complete morons. And so you just want me to just hand select anybody to come into our schools to protect our kids. I'm just asking you guys, table this, just till the next times we can talk about this a little more. We did everything we could.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanna De Leon. I have
Please speak into the microphone. We're having difficulty hearing you.
Sorry, my name is Joanna De Leon, from the championship family. I have a couple of questions, which I feel like you guys are making great points, but we're concerned. We're feeling like we didn't know as parents. Like, some of us work at salons, some of us do nails, some of us are not as educated. We didn't know that we could postpone the school for 2 days. We had no idea. We don't know that we can do that. I thought that when the day started for school, that's when you came to school and we had no say so. God forbid tomorrow swine flu starts all over again. 18 of these people that are right now guarding these schools can't make it to work. That means we're gonna have 19 schools without any security, and if we couldn't find anybody, they won't be able to find anybody. God forbid they have other emergencies too. What is in place for us? I appreciate you guys trying to keep our kids there. I appreciate you guys trying to keep our kids together. We try very hard. I come from a public school where nobody saw that I couldn't read well. Nobody saw, and I fell through the cracks. I don't want that for my children. I'm not saying that all schools are like that, but I'm trying to say I found a school where I feel like my kids are being attentive. Are they doing everything right in your eyes or by the law? Maybe not so much, but remember, a lot of us parents don't have the best education. We're doing the best we can. We also would like to have a little bit more of a back and forth where we can say, maybe we do need a few more days. I get it. Nobody understands it more than me. I get in the car every day and pray that I can see my kids at the end of the day. I know this hurts everybody. I just want to make sure that when we come and pick up our kids, they're safe. We get it so bad. I understand. I don't want this to happen to any other school. But if tomorrow we don't have enough guards for 20 other schools, or something happens where 2 other schools tomorrow don't have a guard, is every police station supposed to send out somebody for schools? We don't understand a lot of things that are happening. We like our school. We like the education they have. If you guys take over, how long are you guys going to take over? There's so many other questions. My kid gets out at around 2 o'clock. I have an hour drive now in traffic. I have to go. I don't know what's going to happen. But I feel like I feel like another decision, like if you guys say tomorrow this happens, that happens, like I feel like we're still in the air about a lot of things. Things about that we've had the letter, but you're not sure. Why can't somebody right now call the Davie police or whoever's in charge of sending this paper over and say, yes, we have it. You guys have to get an email, paper. Like, why can't this be done a little quicker? I understand things have to be on file and record, but I feel like there's a gap. So much is happening so quick, and I love it. In a way, I do, because I like the thing about the money, the thing about that it's already today we're not in compliance. I understand that they're doing their job about security. Nobody understands that more than all of moms, and fathers that are alone doing this. But I'm not saying you guys taking over is a bad thing. If it has to be done, amen, that's what's gonna happen. But a little more, please, just so we can understand or have a place where we can be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sissy Garcia, I'm a parent of Championship Academy. I'll try not to be repetitive as with the other parents. I appreciate each and one of you. You have brought significant points, fair points. Mrs. Korn, I agree with you. But also, as a parent, you have to understand, you guys are used to this. We're not used to this. I'm a young parent. This is my first time in front of a school board, okay? It is difficult for all of us. I am new at the school. My child was in kindergarten in that school and is now starting first grade. She loves her teacher. And I appreciate greatly how all of you have taken the time to take the children into consideration. I do appreciate it, and you all, again, have fair points. Mistakes happen. They dropped the ball. But it's not about whose fault it is and how it's dropped. It's about how we can fix it and how we can move forward without costing the county extra cost and without putting our children's safety in jeopardy. I am nervous. I am trying to get my words right so that you can understand what I'm going through without being repetitive. I'm not sure what has happened in the past. I do not have the facts. All I know that as a parent, I appreciate the fact that I have a charter school that I can take my children to because I live in a bad zip code where my boundary school is not, I'm sorry, but it's not to the standards. I know we all working that all public schools are fair and good, but they're not, and that's a fact. They're not all good. And the fact that we have a charter that we can choose, that is a good, great school, where I have witnessed my child educational development grow. It's unbelievable. I mean, again, I appreciate your time. You guys, the law is the law. I agree. But people do make mistakes, and people need second chances to demonstrate that they're gonna do the right things. That's all we're asking for. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hello again. Todd Dupel, the principal at Championship. I would like to thank the board member over here for recognizing that the things that I did were in good faith and that I always had the best intentions for my families and my staff. Ms. Lavios here will tell you that in every staff meeting I always say, the moment we turn on ourselves, it's over. And I see you as part of my family. I see the Davie Police as part of my family, but I wanted to give you some context on those 2 days. I believe her name is Deetra Adams. I don't know if she's here this morning. She showed up at my school in the morning immediately following morning announcements before I could even confirm that Davie Police was outside of my facility. She showed up. She said, "Who's that?" I said, "That is the the approved guardian candidate that is going to be going to training." My purpose for having him on campus was to begin to build relationships with the families at my school and my staff before he went to training and with the Davie Police. Deetra told me that I needed to upload a couple of things to Charter Tools. You can do that. You can check that. I uploaded the contract with Davie Police. There's a little miscommunication about what you're looking at with that roster. When Mr. Katz got the roster, he said, "Wow, you did the wrong thing here." And I said, what is the right thing? He said, you need to get a commitment from Davy that they're going to be there regardless if this roster is filled. You have that email in front of you. Please read the email. It's there. They said, you have our word, we'll be there. At 6 o'clock at night, I think it was 6 o'clock, I emailed. I know Mr. Runcie was on that email. I think Dante Williams was on the email. I said, what else do I have to do? I can't force Davy to show up on my campus. I've been here 3 months. I want to make that clear. What else do I have to do? And you know what I got? Nothing. But the next day, 4 people showed up on my campus, and I thought, here they are. The cavalry is here. They're going to help me figure out how to work this through. And that's not what I got. With the exception of Damian Kelly, who I want to call out from the state, who got on the phone with Davy Police and said, get somebody here now. That person didn't show up. When he left, I called Davy Police. And this is nothing about Davy Police. They're part of our family. They're inside. I appreciate all their hard work. But please don't continue to sell the public that I did not operate in good faith and do everything I can. There's an email that confirms I reached out to you on Wednesday night at 6 o'clock and asked for your help. You sent 4 people, and help is not what they brought. Please think about my families.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
You need to state your name for the record, please. You need to come to the microphone, please, and state your name for the record.
My name is Diana. I give them my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I would really hope for is that you have me here. Ask me the questions that you need. You're looking at papers that aren't making sense to some of you, and I'm sitting in the audience with my husband, both of us who know what it's like to lose a child. We had custody of my niece and lived here 10 years ago, and she was killed in a hit-and-run accident. But you know what I don't do? I don't hate the police for that. Do you understand? I look for ways to honor her. The spirit of this law is to work together collaboratively. Please work with me. I've asked and asked and asked. And Mr. Katz knows at the meeting that I had with Damian Kelly and him and I believe Dante and another woman from the district who I can't remember, I read the law out loud and I said, the law states the district must collaborate. In addition to being a principal, I am a Florida Supreme Court certified family mediator. Families are everything to me. I read him the law, and he said, that's not my job. Now, I like Brian. He's a nice guy, but he said it right in front of the 2 other people and in front of Damian. He said, we're not here to work this out with you. This is about compliance. That's not collaboration. If I have to abide by the law, everyone you send to my campus has to abide by that same law. And that law says collaborate to facilitate the safety and security of those children. You have that law right in front of you. Please read it. It was referenced multiple times today. I begged for help. Please do not try to paint me into a corner like I did not come to you for assistance. I'm standing here now. I will give you whatever answer, clarity you need about my 3 months in this role. You have me here. Ask me a question, or is it against the rules? Because to me, it being against the rules doesn't make sense, because you're going to make a decision based on not enough information. Is that fair? Is that executing your office properly? Ask yourself that. Ask your attorney that. Is it fair without all the facts for them to make a decision on the law? I'm not an attorney, but I'm going to say the answer is no. Everything you're doing here today is going to impact my families and my staff. And the one thing you did say, which I do appreciate, and I want to go on record, is you will work with them, because they did nothing wrong here. If you move to close, which I think is a huge mistake based on everything I just told you, and you have access to all the information, at the last hour, at 6 o'clock at night, I said, help. What else can you do? And you sent 4 people that didn't help me.
Thank you.
Terry Lopez Broyes, BCT, and I know that there are people here who would wish that I wouldn't stand up one more time, but I feel that I must. This is directly from Anna Fusco, president of the Broward Teachers Union. She sent it to me earlier. She asked me to read it again. They did not comply. They should be shut down as per MSD Commission. I understand you're making some amendments to work with people, and I understand how these people feel because I've been in their shoes when things are moving quickly and nobody understands, and I don't feel that you have all the information and decisions are being made. I get it. But that doesn't change the way that things have operated and the things that you have done and the laws that you must follow. And this is an example of Tallahassee making laws to benefit the pockets of investors when they have absolutely no idea how it is going to affect the complexities of schools, of safety, of parents, of children, of continuity of education, or anything, because they don't know anything. But yet they make these laws, and now you're being put between a rock and a hard place, and so is this community. As an equity liaison for Broward County Schools, it's hard for me to hear about how the school of choice allows these parents to have better education than in their zip code. Because I know, and I've told you since 2013, that people of color suffer the most by charter school openings, even though it's pretended that that's not the case. It is a reverse segregation program. It is. It's been. Face the facts. Yes, it's a law. Yes, it's great for some people. I get it. But it's not great for all people. It's not. And as a public school teacher for my entire career and a union leader, we must support public schools. And we must support laws. And if these folks in Tallahassee make these convoluted laws because they don't understand anything about what's going on in schools, it's very sad that you have to make these decisions. So focus on the law. The MSD Commission is a serious thing. People have died in our community. I'm hoping that you are wise enough to do the right thing by all parties. It's going to be tough for you to do. So maybe tabling it is a good idea. Maybe closing it down is going to be a good idea. Maybe working with them is going to be a good idea. I'm not sure. But those folks up there who made these rules, they didn't think about that, did they? And they didn't think about the lawsuits that you could be facing based on this decision, or the harm that could be coming to these people as they perceive what's happening to their lives. Or every public school child who suffers the same kind of eviction from their school or teachers.
Thank you.
My name is Tiffany DiLeonardo. I've got a 10-year-old that attends Championship, and I'm here to really discuss two major items. Well, I could go into a bunch, but as a parent who, I work full-time, I just came from work because I'm sure what is on the same minds as a lot of parents, just like me, is that none of this really makes sense into the point of the abrupt, and I know it kind of seems like you want to make a point for children's safety, but I think over the years, can we really protect our children? Is this what it's really about with a security guard? Didn't Marjorie Stoneman Douglas have an officer at their school? Didn't he?
Please, I'm going to ask you to refrain.
I'm not done talking. Didn't he? What about all the other schools that have had security guards and children have been slain down by semi-automatic rifles? It's not a security guard issue. Secondly, this establishment is a family-oriented charter school. Just like I heard a different parent speak, my daughter, and here's the difference that I've seen. My daughter was in a public school for 2 years, and then she enrolled in a charter school. And not only did she have severe attention issues, she struggled in math, and there was 32 kids in her classroom. I couldn't even get her proper help. At this Championship Academy, teachers volunteered their time to stay after to work with her. They sent, even with struggling with school, come to school Saturdays. We're there 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to help with free tutoring. Free tutoring. They call you, tell you what struggles they see your children are having, individual problems. They're not just a number. These parents have become accustomed to a great schedule for their kids. And now you just want to uproot everybody because of some security issue? It's not a security issue. This entire country has an issue. And I'm sorry, do your security officers, do they require, how extensive is their mental background checks?
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up. Can you please state your name again for the record? I don't think the microphone picked it up.
Maria Vizcaíno, I give her my time.
Thank you.
So while your plan, I don't even know that you actually have a decent plan, because from what I've seen or heard, you've got 4 options that really aren't viable. You've come here giving little to no support, right? Aren't we supposed to uplift and support each other? Aren't we supposed to recognize the actual achievements and good that an establishment has done for a community, instead of you just want to only amplify one miss instead of all their hits? That's all you want to do. You can't narrow down and close an establishment that's been running for 8 years. 8 years. What are these kids going to do? And you say you have a plan. I don't think you really do. It sounds like you're just so focused on some bogus security issue. And believe me, I'm a parent. My 10-year-old goes to school. It's been most public schools that are getting shot up. Wonder why? Maybe it's not the attention that individuals are seeking out and looking at them like charter schools do. So when you're trying, well, you did, shutting down a school with hardly any notice over some compliance issue as a security guard, uprooting, changing kids' lives that are comfortable, love the school, over a security guard. Any school, anywhere, will get shot up. And it's not because of a security guard issue. It's a country issue. It is a country. So can I ask you what the changes you made to Marjorie Stone Douglas?
Can you do me a favor and stop the time for a moment? I'm just going to remind, I've given you a lot of latitude, but you need to make sure you're speaking, excuse me, just 1 second, that you're speaking only to the item that we're addressing today, which is considering the termination of the charter.
Okay, so termination. Can I ask you, what other changes have been implemented to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, to their security?
That is not in reference to this particular item. This is about the termination of the charter. I've given you a lot of latitude.
Okay, I understand that. But all the points that I'm making are directly about the decision to terminate a charter school abruptly, that kids are extremely happy there and get a good quality education over something that could have been, and to me is what you feel is a huge issue, to me as a parent, is a non-issue. Because whether that security guard is there or not,
Thank
all
you.
kids go through
Thank
about
you.
their day.
You've had a full 6 minutes, and I appreciate you coming and commenting before us. Before we take a vote on the item, I just want to make sure that it's very clear, since some comments were made. The only thing that this board is considering today, it is not the academic record, it is not how safe as a family you feel. It is about compliance with the law. That is what is before us today. And so the amendments that have been made to the item have to do with the fact that we as a school board, as I've heard from my colleagues in conversation, feel very strongly that we not, if this item were to pass an item that then displaces your students from the school that they are currently in. And in addition to that, we have added something that has come to light with regard to further noncompliance with the law that has been added to the item, so that we are covering what we need to do as our responsibility as constitutional officers in upholding the Florida statute. And so unless my colleagues have any further comment, at this time I will call for a vote on item LO1 as amended. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Let the record reflect the item passes 8-1. Thank you. In consideration, yes, Ms. Good.
So, in light of the action just taken, I would just hope, Mr. Runcie, that we can further communicate with the families. Next course of action. I know that we may not know exactly the particulars.
We'll be sending some type of robocall out tonight, I would hope, that we'll work to figure out how to send communication out so they understand that as far as school operations are considered, in terms of the teachers and the students and those relationships, they will continue. So we'll make that clear.
Ms. Korn? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Good, I don't think was finished.
That's fine.
Okay, Ms. Korn?
Yes, and for the operation of the rest of our meeting today, for me at least as a board member, it's paramount that we have the support staff necessary to put things in place today so that tomorrow for this school, things are able to open and run. So if there are items in which we need additional information as my colleagues, I would ask if, as those items come up, we're understanding in terms of the fact that we may not have all of our senior staff here to be able to address them, and if there are some things that we may need to delay, that we're cognizant of that. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is now 3 p.m. and we have not have public speakers. We have several of our presentations. It's my understanding staff has come and said that there has been a request to reschedule. And now I'm getting a new note. Hold on just a moment. So these are the ones that are still.
These are going.
Okay.
This has a student here.
Okay.
I know there's other people here for this.
Okay. And so we have public speakers. We have a security on closed door. A closed door on security. And we have 5 presentations that were scheduled for today that have not even started yet. Some of them have made a request, and Mr. Moquin has moved them to the next meeting. So at this time, I respectfully request, I need to take a 5-minute break. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes, come back and have 10 minutes, yes, come back and have public speakers. Actually, 12 minutes. We'll be back at 3:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker, Stephen Starr. Stephen Starr. Ronnie Flournoy. Ronnie Flournoy. Michael Sarbola.
Yes, I wonder if you would hold the timer for just one moment, please.
No.
I was going to ask, since no one's here and Mr. Runcie isn't here, and since you did have to convene, if you could delay in courtesy to the other speakers who may not be here. I feel it's kind of unfair since this is an empty room in case the cameras can't see it. And to have the public speakers speak right now, I think is not very courteous.
Well,
and I'd like my time started at a minimum at the beginning, please.
This is your 3 minutes, Mr. Sarbola.
Well, that kind of tells a lot right there then. Okay. Mr. Runcie, who's not here, is basically the gun. I'm a big fan of Mr. Runcie's, but he's being held in the wrong hands right now. My name's Mike Sarbola, by the way. His goal, the people who are holding him, their goal, and his when he first came here, is to save public education. No one here is bad. We all love children. By breaking what they viewed as a monopoly on the public education system because there's a lack of competition. That philosophy and perspective came from the Broward Academy of Superintendents. None of you who hired him were aware that the Broward Academy of Superintendents had that agenda. It's very public if you Google it. Basically, they're pushing a political philosophy of libertarian, free market, laissez-faire economics, basically, which is completely anti-intellectual, against science, well-proven, evolutionarily speaking, it doesn't work. If you know how cave fish go blind, it just isn't how evolution works. Evolution doesn't have a goal, it doesn't optimize, it minimizes. And that's what happened. And that's how the MSD murders occurred as well, because of something called principal autonomy, which was the goal of the Broward Academy, and it's published. They found it in LA. And now I think 48 of the 50 top school districts now are Broward Academy run or controlled, okay? You need to be aware of this. So what you do here affects the nation. And what happens is those schools are run like they're independent little charter schools. So it's both from the inside and out. The goal is to have about half of the schools be charter schools to create competition, and hopefully the public ed system would rise. That's their theory. And then from internally, they'll charterize it so you have independent principals. Those principals kept records in their desks. As you know, it was public. Mr. Runcie was proud of the fact that half the schools reported zero bullying before he fully was aware what happened. Your treatment of me and the other speakers right now is part of how that mindset happens. That mindset has to do with something called self-interest versus group interest, which I was going to talk earlier and have someone share my time. But since literally the room is empty right now, and you call public speakers, I won't have that additional 3 minutes, so I'm kind of abbreviating quite a bit here. Again, I think Mr. Runcie has a chance to be a hero here, because he can bring back to the people who are holding him, the Broward Academy, Koch brothers, even Microsoft and Walmart. I mean, you got big money here. That's why he's immovable where he's at. He's got both sides. It's not just the Republican Party, it's the Democrats who have issues with the school system as well. You guys are the front lines.
Thank you, Mr. Sarbola. Mr. Ronald Barish? Ronald Barish? Susan Gunsford? Susan Gunsford? Emily Fonseca? Emily Fonseca? Julie Gannis? Excuse me, Mr. Sarbola? Julie Gannis? Terry Lopez Preuss?
Terry Lopez Preuss, voter, educator, vice president of the Broward Teachers Union, but I'm really just talking as myself today, and you know, the comment was made, those who wish to speak. I don't wish to speak right now. I'm perplexed, as I'm sure many of you are. And I think that the public who came, the concerned parents, et cetera, have had a rude awakening to how things work with statutes, regulations, laws, and decision-making process, especially when they do not understand some of the things that are happening. But not understanding, as we have learned, is not an excuse, and certainly not for a charter school. Certainly not for schools that are taking our public dollars and using them without as much supervision as our regular schools do. Certainly not when they are doing things which, as Ms. Korn brought out, are felonies, having a gun on campus. I am very concerned about what Judy said, the CFO, about them not having to return the money. Now, isn't that a pickle? They got the money, but they don't have to return it. And Mr. Cerbola's right. The whole country is watching. I would not want to be in your shoes. Charter schools are getting these monies, and as we see, they do some good things that communities are happy about. And what I'd like to see is for those good things to happen to all schools, even in those zip codes, as one parent put it. All schools, premier public education, and it's certainly possible, especially if you're going to be giving money away to charter schools who have no regulation, or at least not much. And I know some of them may be good, but there are laws that we have to follow, and it's very complicated, and the people who are making the laws don't understand it. But one thing I was planning to talk about today is the difference in how things are measured regarding safety, regarding complaints that are made by our parents, by our teachers, by people, and how those complaints are looked at as opposed to how other complaints from other individuals or perhaps administration are looked at. And I think that today we saw an example, a big example of how sometimes there are two different ways to measure things. So I think you made a very difficult decision, and I think that you made the decision that was law-abiding. And I hope that it doesn't create situations for us. But I'd like you to please remember, as we are meeting out our, as we are talking about who's doing what wrong, where, remember our public school educators.
Thank you. That concludes our list of public speakers for today. And at this time, we will be back on schedule. Well, not really back on schedule, but we will move forward with our presentations. Just for the public, several of the presentations have been rescheduled at this time, and I just want to extend my apologies and my thanks to the patience of those who were waiting and who could no longer wait. So at this time, we would like to have the presentation, and I apologize because we've moved it around so that a student that is here can participate and not have to wait through all of the other presentations. It's Mrs. Alhadeff. And I can't find it.
There you go.
No, not that one. Yes. Special presentation in recognition of Mindful Kids Peace Summit. Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Adam, if you can please come up. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce a special presentation in recognition of Mindful Kids Peace Summit and join with Adam Aveen, creator of Woof Shanti Children's Wellness Foundation, to raise awareness of utilizing mindfulness in education to lower stress and violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Al-Hadef, for inviting me to speak today. Thank you, members of the school board. Last month, the Florida Department of Education approved a rule mandating mental and emotional health education for middle school and high school students. Districts are required to provide 5 hours of instruction for grades 6 through 12. Now, I don't think 5 hours is enough, but it's a start. A few months ago, I was honored to be invited to give a TED Talk about getting mindful and social emotional learning programs into our schools, why mental health education is so important to stopping the violence and using our voice to make a positive difference in the world. I'm here today to tell you why mindful and social emotional learning programs are crucial for our schools. I believe that the key to ending violence is to teach kids to be mindful and deal with emotions and stress. These techniques are important for daily life and can help deal with trauma. By teaching coping tools to kids today, we may prevent another suicide or school shooting in the future. That's why I started the Woof Shanti Children's Wellness Foundation, a nonprofit organization that teaches kids mindfulness and socially emotional learning K through 12. For our early learning track, we have Wolf Shanti, a dog character that teaches through fun and games and promotes health and wellness and peace and positivity. In fact, Shanti means peace. We teach kids ages 3 to 10 years old relaxation and happiness techniques, including breathing exercises, mindful movements, positive thinking, and how to interact with kindness. All of this is supported by serious science, which shows that mindfulness, social emotional learning, yoga, and meditation can help reduce illness, increase focus, help do better both academically and athletically. And when you practice these things on a daily basis, they really do help with your mental and your physical health. Mindfulness affects our body, physiology, blood pressure, the way our brain functions. We can see how mindfulness affects our own breathing, muscle tension, or heart rate. As with Shanti, I travel to schools and children's hospitals to share our curriculum with the kids. In the 5 years that we've started with Shanti, we've produced 7 books, a free mobile app with signature games like our gratitude and laughing games, over 100 videos which run on local PBS stations, in the Children's Television Network, which is in children's hospitals across the country, and in Adventure to Learning, which is in 25,000 schools. Anxiety, depression, bullying, anger, suicide, and homicide have doubled among kids and teens in the past few years. Suicide is the #2 cause of death among minors. 70% of teens, according to the New York Times, say mental health issues are the #1 problem they face. We need to make mental health education a priority for everyone because things like cyberbullying are not okay. And killing people in schools, nightclubs, grocery stores, yoga studios, or places of worship must not become the norm. I'm doing what I can to teach about coping with emotions and interacting with others and stop the next kid from hurting himself, herself, or someone else. It starts with teaching mindfulness and social emotional learning. Some people think mindfulness is all about deep breathing. Teens can practice breathing techniques before a test and it'll help them focus and relax and no one would even know they're doing it. But mindfulness isn't only about breathing. Mindfulness is about paying attention to what's happening now instead of worrying about yesterday or tomorrow, focusing on something other than the negative thoughts going on in our head. And if our mind wanders, learning how to bring it back. If kids can learn to be mindful, it helps them find peace, which then spreads to their parents, teachers, and friends. It's contagious. So if we can reach kids while they're in school, then these techniques will become part of their daily routines, and then they'll be better prepared to face all the ups and downs of life. Before I started high school, I wanted to expand our curriculum to older kids 11 to 17 years old. There's no dog character in the older curriculum. It's a lot more serious lessons and techniques. So I founded the Kids Association for Mindfulness and Education, a place where kids can come together and collaborate to get these mindful programs into schools. Mindfulness, social emotional learning, and emotional intelligence are mandatory in other countries, just like math and science are mandatory. And I believe that these mindful programs should be in the core curriculum of American schools as well. Fortunately, just like the law in Florida, that's already starting to happen. Survivors from MSD and other amazing kids are working on these gun issues, and I'm so proud of them. And while they're doing that, I'm working on doing what I know how to do, which is get these social emotional programs into schools. To help make that happen, I hosted and co-founded the International Online Mindful Kids Peace Summit. The summit was 5 days online, geared towards teens and tweens as part of the annual curriculum for middle school and high schools across the globe. Each day was a different theme, and we addressed subjects like diversity, inclusion, communication, kindness, anti-bullying, mindfulness as a tool to deal with stress, positive psychology, self-awareness, self-regulation, self-compassion, resilience, and so much more. I got to speak with many of the pioneers in the mindfulness and psychology field as well. We also had 70 subject matter experts, celebrities, and athletes speak. One way that we can incorporate the new Florida rule for mental health education is to incorporate programming for these monthly code red drills. These drills are necessary yet traumatic for many students and teachers. I've interviewed both and they feel disadvantaged by not knowing how to reduce their stress or calm themselves down. Both kids and teachers freak out, as one teacher told us, because anxiety is magnified. I'm looking forward to working with you all or anyone you task me to work with to get these programs into schools and to incorporate programming for these monthly code red drills. I'm also going to be speaking with the peer counseling advisors next month. We can visit the schools, train the teachers, the administrators, visit with the kids themselves, hold periodic assemblies, or even watch the Mindful Kids Peace Summit, which holds over 45 hours of mental, social, emotional education that teachers can pick and choose from in order to meet the new 5-hour requirement. We are releasing the Mindful Kids Peace Summit next month, September 23rd to the 27th during Peace Week, for teachers to show their students as we plan to do each year during Peace Week. I hope you encourage all schools to watch the summit. Teachers can have their students watch as little or as much of it as they want. We also have videos, lesson plans, discussion points, and activities for parents and teachers to download too. Many of the experts at our summit gave similar advice. that it's crucial to learn mindfulness and social emotional learning in addition to academics. These are essential life skills. They're necessary to get a good job, keep a good job, be happy, healthy, and navigate life. I believe that everyone should have access to this kind of social emotional education. That's what I will be working on in the coming years with my mom, who is the executive director of the foundation and organizes all the details of the program. And for that to happen, I need your help. Implement mindful and social emotional learning programs into our schools K through 12. It doesn't have to be Wolf Chauncey programs, it can be any good program. And if you don't know what kind of program or where to start, we'd help you figure it out. Let's work together to make guidelines so this can happen sooner rather than later, to stop the suicides and homicides and to help kids grow up to be well-functioning members of society. We, parents, teachers, and kids, need to unite to make mental, social, emotional education a priority for everyone. It has to start now in schools if we want to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Could we please have a picture?
Absolutely. Yes, Ms. Levinson has a comment.
Yes, I'd just like to say something. I happen to know Adam and know of his wonderful work, and I just want to thank you for such a young person to be so committed to mindfulness and social emotional learning through your books, through all the other programs, and through your Mindful Kids Peace Summit. It's really exceptional that someone of your age is taking on this initiative. And Mr. Runcie, I'd love if he could have an opportunity to serve on your committee.
Yes, so again, Adam, thank you. I really enjoyed listening to you today. We have formed a mindfulness committee, primarily with teachers, educators involved in it, to figure out how we can offer this to our students across the district. We're working with some universities now that offer curriculum as well, but I'd love to have your input, your participation in that as we try to formulate this and figure out how we can roll it out throughout Broward County so that all kids can have the opportunities that you just described today. So Mr. Goals, actually our key administrator, working on it, so I'll have him get your information, and at our next coming together convening, we'll certainly try to invite you and make sure that you're able to come. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now Mrs. Alhadeff will have a special presentation in recognition of the Safer Watch app.
Can Mr. Morford please come up? Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce and join with Mr. Ian Moffitt, an advisory board member and director of public safety for Safer Watch. The school board of Broward County has joined forces with this organization to raise awareness in the district and community about reporting incidents and receiving real-time safety alerts on your phone directly from schools and local law enforcement.
Good afternoon, board members and Mr. Superintendent. My name is Ian Moffitt, and I'm a career law enforcement officer, just retired, previous police chief in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I am a resident of Broward County. My son is a graduate of Cypress Bay in 2009. And my 50-month-old grandson will attend Broward County schools, and I have another one on the way in March, so I care about schools and safety. I can tell you this, with the amount of time I've been on the job, this is a phenomenal piece of technology that I wish that we've had. If you see something, send something. What does that mean? It means that there is a better way now to actually provide information to the district and to law enforcement by the use of this. Everybody has one of these. Everybody does. We know it's impossible to put a camera up in every corner, but every citizen has one. We want to ensure that citizens utilize their phones to be able to send information to the district and to law enforcement when they see something. How do you send something when you don't know what number to call, what number to text to? This is a very simple app, easy to use. It's revolutionizing how we actually report suspicious activity and crime. I'm glad to say that Broward County Schools is a partner with Safer Watch, and we're using this within our community. It's very simple. You take the information, it could be a video, it could be a picture, you send it off through the app, and it goes directly to law enforcement or directly to your SIU. They have the information, and they can follow up on it. This is a two-way piece of communication. That means that with the dashboard and the intelligence that's received by law enforcement and your SIU, they're able to make informational decisions on what to do in the event there's a critical incident. But more importantly, they're able to push information out, and I'll speak about that very shortly. What are the key benefits to having this app utilized in the school district and law enforcement? Number one, community. The community is provided information and intelligence on what's happening in real time as things occur. It allows for schools and law enforcement to send geo-targeted messages in specific areas when things are occurring, and it improves relationships with everybody participating in safety. It's everybody's responsibility, not just you here, the board, or the teachers, or our principals, or our guardians, or our officers, but it's the community's responsibility. So it enhances that community awareness, and it connects citizens with law enforcement and the schools. So it's everybody's involved in this. So how does this work? It's very simple. We have a number of different social media platforms and people that collect information from Nest, Nextdoor, Twitter, Instagram. We provide information, an avenue for you to have in which that information is sent directly through our app, and then you're able to disseminate that information through 911 centers, through first responders, through your security teams, and back down the schools when things happen. And in turn, just like anything else, there's always two-way pieces of communication. Communication must be sent, and communication must be received. It allows you to geo-target. So the event that you receive information about something happening at a school site or a facility, you're able to geo-target a specific site, send the information out to your customers, to your neighbors, to your parents, to the business owners, on what actions, what protective actions to take. So it's a geo-targeted message, two-way piece of communication, and in the event that something's really happening that's critical, you can actually get live intelligence on what's happening at the time through video. We've had some good success stories, school lockdowns, road closures, missing adults, and missing children. Imagine this is what we call a Amber Alert on steroids. So instead of just hearing the tone and getting some text messages, you're actually getting a total visual aspect coming to your phone and being able to subscribe to different areas throughout the county. We work with several different people. We just don't work in schools. The system works in conjunction with all parts of the county. Therefore, if you're subscribed to one city, you can actually be subscribed to a number of other cities, and if you're in that city and you're not subscribed to them, in the event that a geo-targeted message goes out, you will get the information on what to do. Partnerships. Partnerships are very important with us. We've partnered with Broward Sheriff's Office, City of Fort Lauderdale, other municipalities within the South Florida area, and more importantly, the school board. We had an awesome campaign launch this summer. Mr. Runcie was there, a number of board members were there. You are our partners. What are we asking? We're asking for the public to download this app. This app is only good enough if you have it on your phone and you utilize it. See something, say something, send something. That's what we're asking for. The public out there listening to me and watching me, I ask you, download this app, specifically as we work with Broward County to put information out in the event there's critical instances and stuff going on in your schools. Thank you very much for today. If you need any additional information, it can be found in a Safer Watch app or 844-44-WATCH. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if you haven't downloaded the app, download it today. And if we can take a picture.
Sure. Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, I want to thank you for coming, and of course, Ms. Alhada for presenting it today. And I think Mr. Runcie, as I think we all continue to tell the public to use the app, it's really important that we remind our students about the opportunity, or really anyone for that matter, to use the app in an anonymous way. And I think there's still some reservations of people, especially when you use technology, of how anonymous is anonymous. So I think we need to come up with some other clever reminder to utilize, especially with our students, so that they feel comfortable in using the app and sharing information with us so that we could be better prepared to keep them safe. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or Mr. Runcie.
Yeah, Ms. Good, thank you very much for that. That's an absolute important point. This is an anonymous tool. So you choose to be anonymous or not. We don't track anybody's data. That information remains anonymous. It's coming to law enforcement. It's truly, people say, well, I don't know where to call, who to call. Use the app. Remain anonymous. We encourage that from that perspective. If you want to remain anonymous, if you don't. So I would say that letting the public know that this is an anonymous tool. Okay, that's the best way to work.
Okay, I'll keep sending that message out.
Thank you. Let's go take a photo.
Ms. Brinkworth, Dr. Osgood.
Good day. We are here once again to pause for a moment to recognize International Overdose Awareness Day. And it's bittersweet in doing this because it continues to highlight the severe problem that we have with overdose and the importance of the community understanding the seriousness of the different drugs that are on our streets. When we continue to look at the data of the overdoses that are taking place because of the opioids, mostly from heroin, and then like 15% of those overdoses being from prescription drugs, it gives us an opportunity to just continue to encourage adults that when you are done with pain medication like fentanyl, oxys, Percocets and those things, that you disregard it, that you throw it away, you don't leave it in cabinets and places that young people have access to it. It's also very important that we understand that now there's a lot of combination drugs being found on the street where fentanyl and heroin is being mixed, or oxys and heroin is being mixed. And when those things are ingested, it has a different impact on the brain. So as we continue to highlight this, it's something that we have to continue to be alarmed about when we're averaging over 1,000 deaths a year to overdose. I think it was California or one state had like 4 overdoses with oxys in like a 4-day period of time. So this is a very serious issue that unfortunately, we kind of only really highlight one time a year, but we have to continue to bring this forward and continue to encourage the community to pay attention to a lot of what's happening around the overdoses. We've had several celebrities die from fentanyl and other things, and it's kind of news blurred for a couple of weeks and then it goes away again. But right here in Broward County, it's still a severe issue, and just continue to encourage adults, when you have pain medicine, if you don't use it all, to please throw it away, get it out of your houses, get it out of places where young people can access it, and you perhaps don't even know, that they've taken it or that it's no longer where you've had it at.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood, and as the current representative appointed by the board to the Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention, and I know Dr. Osgood served there before my time, it is alarming, the statistics that we see every month at our meetings. And I just want to share with you that the National Institute on Drug Abuse in 2018 quoted as saying in an article that I recently read, "Today and every day, at least 115 people will die from an overdose of fentanyl, hydrocodone, heroin, or other opioid drug." It is startling, it is alarming, and as a school district, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we share and continue to talk about the dangers of these drugs and the reality that, and I say this every year, addiction and overdose don't discriminate based on race, ethnicity, religion, or socioeconomic status. It permeates every aspect of our community across this nation, and we need to do what we can to make sure we're educating our students, our parents, and our community about how they can work together to combat addiction, which is a disease, to treat those individuals and to provide support and education for those so we can prevent these very preventable deaths. So Dr. Osgood and I are going to share in reading the resolution. Resolution number 2004 in support of International Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas this great nation has been plagued by the numerous problems associated with drug and alcohol abuse, and
whereas there is hope in winning the war on drugs, and hope lies in the hard work and determination of our communities to create a drug-free environment, and
whereas local leaders in government, schools, business, and the community know the support of the people in the neighborhoods is the most effective weapon they can use in their efforts to reduce the demand for illegal drugs and drive away the supply, and
whereas the International Overdose Awareness Day, established by the Pentagon Institute, aims to raise awareness of overdose and reduce stigma of drug-related deaths, and also acknowledges the grief felt by families and friends, remembering those who have been met with death or permanent injury as a result of drug overdose, and
whereas Overdose Awareness Day is a global event that spreads the message that the tragedy of overdose death is preventable, and
whereas in promoting healthy, positive, alternative life choice, our schools offered scheduled substance abuse awareness programs at each level, utilizing an interdisciplinary approach.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, hereby declares its support of International Overdose Awareness Day, August 31st, 2019, and urges all schools, departments, groups, individuals, business partners, parents, and community leaders to join in this effort to achieve a drug-free America. Given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 20th day of August 2019, the School Board of Broward County, Florida. Thank you all. I just want to quickly check with staff that that was the presentations that were going forward today, and others have been rescheduled. Mr. Moquin?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the remaining 4 have all asked for deferral.
Okay, thank you. And again, we were faced with a time certain issue that was pertinent, and we apologize and ask for forgiveness from those who were waiting for a very long time for their presentations to come forward. Okay, May I have a motion and a second on items BB1 through BB9?
So move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items BB1 through BB9. Okay, I have Ms. Murray.
Yes, I have to excuse myself.
I'm sorry. Oh. Please use your microphone, Ms. Murray.
Oh, I thought we had, no, we don't? Oh, okay.
You do not have to recuse yourself. Sorry, I just put a cookie in my mouth. You do not have to recuse yourself because you're not getting any personal gain. You simply are getting reimbursed for travel expenses to these places. So, and have to do with your work on the school board. So it is
Okay.
not a conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on items BB1 through BB9? Mr. Serbola, I already took public input, but I'm going to grant you a bit of leniency. Go ahead, please.
Oh, well, thank you. I wanted to point out, I did mention that there was an influence across the nation, the Broward Foundation and others, and it includes here the people you're going to go visit are basically in the back pocket. If you look into it, you can Google nowadays. All this information is public. Look up Broward Foundation.
Mr.
Thank
Serbola,
you.
there's nothing in the item referencing that, so keep your
She's
items
going, she's going to
Excuse me.
visit, and it should have an influence on whether or not she should go or not. I want her to be aware of it at least, and all of you as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to educate you about that.
Thank you, Mr. Serbola. For the record, the items BB1 through BB9 are for board member travel to various functions as listed in the items pertaining to their professional development in their roles as school board members.
As well as, excuse me, through the chair.
I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Rupert.
As well
Please
as-
use your microphone.
As well as the membership to the Great Cities of
Yes,
Great City
as
Schools.
well as the membership to the Council of Great City Schools. Please, Mr. Serbola, your time is up and your public speaking
Thank you, Madam Chair.
opportunity has expired. Thank you. Is there any additional comment from my colleagues on items BB1 through BB9? Seeing none, all those in favor of BB1 through BB9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items BB1 through BB9 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second? Since I had comments on CC 1 through 5, I'll just take them together.
Second.
Ms. Korn and Ms. Rupert is the second. Audience input on items CC 1 through CC 5. Seeing none, I see Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I had one question, and this is, for this position for the social emotional supervisor, social emotional learning for the supervisor. I know one of the aspects for our reimagining middle schools is really the crux of it is the social emotional learning. And so because there is a grant associated with it, the only thing I saw here that was really tied to that was providing grant management services, which isn't necessarily communication or partnership or connection or, so who, I guess what I'm wondering is, I guess I thought this would be a person that may have been that type of liaison, considering their role and how important we have this in some of our grants, such as with the Community Foundation. Is that something you see being handled by a different individual, or I guess that's what comes to mind to me for this individual, this position? And again, I'm speaking specifically to those partnerships or grants that we may have related to social and emotional learning, and the first one that comes to mind is our Reimagining Middle Schools and our Community Foundation grant. So is this the individual that would be really that liaison, or is that a role someone else will be playing, so I should be looking for that in a different type of job description?
My understanding, and I was hoping that my staff, that Mr. Aiello would be here as well to come
Okay.
speak to this part.
Okay.
So I don't want to misspeak, Ms. Cohen.
Okay, so I'm really trying to get a bigger picture. I know we're developing in this area, but to me, those partnerships, we're relying so heavily at the district on grants and partnerships in this arena that I think it's important that we have an individual or individuals that's a really a key function for them. And again, here I see the grant supervision, but or management services, but not necessarily that liaison person, not that person who's really building the partnerships, making sure the visits are happening, making sure that the partners understand what we're doing, next steps, vision, really fostering that. And Mr.
Certainly.
Runcie, it really speaks to me in our strategic plan, that communication piece. And so that's why, again, it may not be this position, but I'd just like to know where that will be captured in the department in a position.
So I can say that as part of the mental health plan that I'll be sharing with you next week, it will spell out who's going to be managed in certain grants. This person will not specifically be the only one doing that, because we do have several roles that will be able to take on that role of grant management. But as far as the communication about the social emotional learning piece, this will be one of those key people who will be doing that.
Okay, so, and again, I want to make sure there's a distinction between managing the grant, meaning the requirements we have, and the liaison, the person who is fostering the partnership, growing the partnership. And I don't know if this is intended to be that person, the supervisor, but if it is, then it should be captured somewhere in here to go beyond just grant management.
I'll bring the answer
so
back.
if that's something I'd like us to contemplate, and again, if it's not in this position, that's fine, but if you could just give some follow-up as to where that will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Okay, so my comment on all of these items was with regard to the financial impact statement. And so that CC1, for example, reads, there is no financial impact associated with this item. But then in the executive summary, it talks about information on the expense associated with staffing this position, and it indicates in the last sentence, this position is funded through the general fund balance. And so several of these say that rather than saying the department's budget, and so I just need clarification on that.
And so is the question, I just want to be clear, Rose Hall, Director of Compensation and HR Support Services, is the question asking for clarification on the funding, the language in funding, and why we indicate some positions have a financial impact and others do not?
So it's the same question I sent you guys over the weekend. Why does this have no financial impact on it? Because if we hire someone in this position, it's going to cost the district money, right? So in essence, this has a financial impact. The only way it would not is if we are updating a position, job description for a position that's currently filled. But if it's not filled and we intend to go and hire for it, the expectation is it's going to have a financial impact. So we can't say that the financial impact is zero. That's what I sent over to.
And if I can further clarify, beyond that, where it says, see the executive summary for additional information on the expense associated with staffing this position, obviously there is an expense. And then the last statement in the executive summary says, this position is funded through the general fund balance. So as a school board member, it's very important for us to understand if you are saying that when we approve this, this is going to be an additional hit to the general fund balance, or if this is something that is in fact already included in the department budgets that have been developed for this particular fiscal year.
And so it is already included. So the positions where we indicate that there is no financial impact, the intention is to explain that these positions are already funded. They were included as part of the budget when they were presented earlier and approved by the board. When we bring a job description where the actual request to increase a grade or create a position results in an expense that was not previously accounted for, we indicate that there is a financial impact. The position in front of you for CC1 was previously board approved. There is no additional money that we're asking for. Under the cost section, we're explaining what we would be spending on salaries for someone hired into this position, but these positions were previously board approved when the org chart came.
So that through the chair, let me recommend that we do this. I mean, for items that are in this case, we can indicate no financial impact, but we add another statement qualifying that the funds for this have already been approved in the budget. So that way it's clear that there's not going to be a financial impact, but the cost of it was already approved by this board, because just to have no financial impact could be misleading to some who don't have the history of when this was approved.
Yes, and in addition to that, when the executive summary actually says this position is funded through the general fund balance, that is different than it is provided for in the budget for the department. Okay, that's very different to me as a board member. And so it's important for us to keep track of, and I know Ms. Marty keeps track of it, but it's important for us to understand if something that we're voting on is impacting our fund balance. Okay, thank you. And then, so then the CC2 says there's no immediate financial impact. So one of them says there's no financial impact, one says there's no immediate financial impact. Can you delineate? And I know that we're gonna change the way we do it, the way we write what we're saying is the financial impact, but what is the difference that you're saying between immediate and no impact?
So for CC2, we are requesting a new job description. In addition to, this position will be staffed by 44 individuals. This was not included as part of the budget that was presented. So this is going to represent an expense for the district.
But these are referendum dollars, correct?
But these are referendum dollars,
Correct.
Correct.
Right, understood. And then, so for 3 and 4, those are not referendum dollars. And those read with the same line, there is no immediate financial impact associated with this item. And then in the executive summary, this position is funded through the general fund balance. So again, I just need to have clarification as to whether or not those are actually coming from the fund balance or they're included in the department budgets.
They're included in the department budget.
Okay. All right. So can you all, or someone just confirm for me that there are no items before us today that are coming from the general fund balance with regard to the CC items?
That is correct.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Marte?
I thought she handled it. I thought you
Okay,
wanted, I thought you
she
wanted me
said
to
that is
confirm.
correct. We're just looking for, additional affirmation from our CFO. Okay, that was the extent of my question on CC 1 through 5. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. All those in favor of items CC 1 through 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC 1 through 5 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC 6, please?
So move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC 6. Board member input on CC 6. I have Dr. Osgood, Ms. Levinson, Ms. Bartleman, and myself.
I managed to answer my own question. I was looking at the minimum qualifications and the line that we struck out, and then I see we replaced it with the next line where we changed the 12 years of experience to 10 years of experience. So I think I can live with that. I'm just still trying to put all this together. Like when I get these job descriptions and I see the responsibilities, in my mind I'm thinking like, what else, what all of the moving parts are that go with it. So I'll follow up with staff so I can have a conversation, because I see now that this particular individual is going to oversee like the Promise program and some other things that we're bringing under this umbrella. And so I need to just have additional information that I'll take up with staff so I can be clear about each one of those things and how they're going to operate. And then let me just see, I had a question. And maybe, okay, so this person is going to report to Dr. Hickman?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We can make that adjustment on the front where it's, and put the Chief of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery.
Yeah, I see it, I just wanted, I see it. Yeah. And just as we're making these changes, can we just make sure that as we're making the changes that where these functions used to exist, that when they're transferred to other departments, that their budgets are also transferred to those departments so that we still don't have budget items in 2 different departments? And I talked with Ms. Mate about a similar situation about that this week, but just as we're making those changes, everything that goes within everything that goes along with those programs, all of the budget items should go to whatever new department they're operating in as a result of us putting these new structures in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that as the minimum qualifications were changed, that we're not limiting the pool or ensuring this job description fits particular candidates.
Just to speak. If we look at those minimum qualifications and the changes, it looks like it opens it up a little bit more by reducing the number of years from 12 to 10. That first part, and I think that it's my understanding that the way the job descriptions are written now to go from minimum to preferred, this person could have a bachelor's degree, a minimum of 8 years in teaching or teaching experience, or with progressively more responsibility in school-based. They must have a valid Florida professional educator certification. They must have work experience in the areas, be it administration or planning.
I'm not questioning, I don't question what the individual qualifications are. That's for the experts to figure out, in my opinion. But I just want to make sure that our pool will be as open as possible to attract the best candidates for this position.
Yes, ma'am. We reviewed that. We believe that that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Rupert? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Bartleman, I didn't look at my sheet. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. So my first question is also on the qualifications, because I read it and it did feel to me like you were looking for something specific, and what concerned me is that you, and say we had an AP or a principal who wanted to apply for this, but they've been an AP for for 3 years out of the last 10, they would automatically, possibly be disqualified the way this works, because you don't say they have the position as a school-based administrator. You're saying teaching experience with progressively more responsibility in school-based or district administrative leadership. You see what I'm saying? So the sentence to me implies that you're a teacher with more responsibility in school-based, not an administrator, not an AP, not a principal. So that means you would have to have like the perfect person, but that's just how I'm reading it, and maybe I'm reading it wrong. So does that mean that they can be an AP or a principal? Okay, so can you make that a little clearer?
You make it look,
Because you call it district office administrative leadership. Like that teachers, when you read this for teachers.
School-based or district.
Yeah. Right, but when you read this for teachers, you're saying they were a teacher 8 years, and then the way you talk about it with responsibility, to me, when I think of teachers with increased responsibility, they're taking on the more administrative responsibilities like the Title I outreach person or those things. That's how it read to me. I don't think it's clear that you could have been an AP for the last 3 years or 4 years, because
so the intention is to have a combination of both, but we can definitely take back the comments and revise it and bring that back to make it a little bit more clear.
Right, because you have to have, that means within the last 10 years, 8 years you were teaching. It says with teaching experience. So if you're an AP, you're not teaching anymore.
I think Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity, I think when you read it, the way I'm looking at it, it says 8 years within the last 10 years of teaching experience, and then progressively more responsibility in school-based and/or district. So it's, I think, the opposite of what you're the way you're saying it. So really, it's
you said and it says with. That's the point.
Teaching with more responsibility. Right. So therefore, I've had experience teaching. Right. That's definitely something. But when you say more responsibility in, meaning that now they are an administrator, an assistant principal, or district administrator, is the way this wording kind of reads right now.
When I read it, it was like with, because I think of teachers with taking leadership roles in their school, but they still have classroom responsibilities. So it's okay if you say that that's what it reads.
No, this would not preclude an assistant principal, or a district administrator from qualifying. People with those experiences.
Okay, I don't know. All right, maybe it's just me. I read it as within the last 10 years, 8 years, you had to be teaching with more stuff, with more leadership positions. But if you're saying you can get a pool with that, that's fine. Maybe it's just me, the way I'm reading
Well,
it.
if not, Dr. Hickman, you and Rose we can work together to clarify that language for the next reading, possibly.
Right, and then the preferred experience is clearly an administrator because you have ed leadership. What would be a related field if you're not ed leadership? I was trying to figure out what kind of people you were looking for.
Well, that's the point when you look at preferred, the second bullet says endorsement certification ed leadership. So that's why I was saying what I said about the minimum is the way I read it, you're not a classroom teacher. You are, they're really looking for people that are administrators of subsequently becoming a director. Is the way.
Okay, I don't know, it's fine, if you're saying you can get a pool out of this.
Yes.
I read that differently. Then my next question is, it's more towards Mr. Runcie. So I met with the auditor yesterday about his discipline audit and all that, and going through everyone's emails and all that stuff. But when we were talking about it and the time it would take, the thought crossed my mind that it's something that we could probably fix a lot of the discrepancies now. And this person, since they're in charge of it, could be charged with that. But like, for instance, one of the biggest discrepancies, teachers will say, I'll write a referral, and I don't know if it's entered into the system or if they act on it, or, and then what the auditor was telling me, well, you don't know unless that referral was there. And I was thinking, why don't we create a check and balance system when teachers turn in referrals and have them entered into a separate location? Or somewhere else, another field that they can see so they know it's acted upon. And maybe when this person comes on board, since they're in charge of climate and school discipline, since that's been a major issue with teachers because they don't feel there's follow-up on the discipline, like this person could be charged with putting something in place.
Please use your microphone, Mr. Morency.
That's why we're doing the audits, to make sure that folks take it seriously and they know that there's supposed to be follow-up.
But I think the question needs to be directed specifically to this job description.
Well, because this job is going to be in charge of it.
This job is not.
Climate and school discipline, that's what they're in charge of.
Okay.
And I don't want to wait for an audit to fix a system that we know is
Well, we've been giving clear direction to school principals, administrators. We did a lot of that at the start of the school year. There's been lots of training around the district. We have the audit process on top of that. The audit will reveal if there's an issue, and if there is, we'll go and make an adjustment. You can remember many years ago, we started doing audits on school inventory. We found lots of issues out there, and over time, they've gotten much better.
Okay, you're missing the point.
Well, let me just see if I can help, because on page 2, about the middle of the page, there's a bullet that says oversee and monitor the implementation of discipline policies. So I think that addresses the question that you're asking, that this person's role
Right.
would be to implement
And-
or monitor.
But my issue is that he's going to wait till after the audit. We sent memos out, but there are check and balances systems that can be put in place now in response to what the union's asking for and the teachers are asking for, that are simple, that give that assurance to teachers that we're following up. Because I guarantee you that when you finish the audit, you're going to find discrepancies.
So, but my question to you
And
is,
I want
what
this
do you want
person-
addressed in this
Because
job
I would like
description?
this person to work on that sooner than later, because it's a climate issue for our teachers. And in speaking with him, the audit's gonna take a really long time, and it's something besides just a memo. You gave memos to people to tell them to have counselors do counseling. We've given memos to a lot of people about a lot of things. We've been saying on this board and in memorandum form that we want ESC buddy programs at every school for like 4 or 5 years, and that hasn't happened. I mean, that's just like one major example of what doesn't get implemented in the school district. So I want more than memos. I want a check and balance system that the teachers can reference, where they're putting in their stuff, and then you can cross-reference it, because what they are saying is they have referrals, they don't know what happens to them, they don't know what happens to the kids, and unless there's a way for this person to find the teacher's referral and find the administrator's referral and match it, you don't know, because if that teacher's referral, God forbid, could be left in a desk drawer or left somewhere else. So I'm just saying that this is a huge climate issue, and it's something that I don't want to wait for an audit to fix, but I want to fix it with a real check and balance system so teachers feel good about it. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Sorry.
And my question was, I'm sorry, any other question from my colleagues before I ask my question? So seeing that the Florida Safe Schools Assessment tool needs to be completed by October 1st in collaboration with the SIU department, and that is listed as an essential performance responsibility for this position, who is currently tasked with this?
Well, currently in our department, we receive that information, and so as a team, we collectively look at it, but Nordia Sappleton is currently working on that, or the one who's been tasked with that. She's the curriculum supervisor for climate.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking is because there's a deadline, and in the event that this position isn't filled, I just want to know who currently is tasked with completing it by October 1st in collaboration with the SIU department. And you're saying that's Nordia Sappleton? Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? I'm sorry?
For the language, there's a second reading so they can wordsmith that a little clearer.
If they come back?
If you feel it necessary? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't know if I needed
For the
to.
minimum qualifications that you were speaking
Yeah,
about
I didn't know
earlier.
if I needed to make an amendment or something, or try, but if you guys are taking it back and there's a second reading.
They're going to try to clear it up for the second reading.
Okay.
And I agree with Ms. Bartleman that the way that it's worded, it is a little confusing, so if you could work on that, that would be great. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. It's actually to piggyback on the assessor report. Is there also a stipulation that it has to come to a board meeting before that date? Has to be presented to the board before it gets submitted on September 1st?
You're talking about the FSSAT is that you're speaking of?
I was referencing the FSSAT, but if you were.
Yeah, the assessor report. Yeah, okay. And the FSAT, can't talk, FSSAT, that must be presented to the board before it gets submitted, because we had a little hiccup there twice. So I just want to make sure that it does come to us and there is public conversation, or not, but the ability to have public conversation.
I'll follow up and bring both of those answers back.
Okay, Dan, did you want to say something?
Good afternoon, Board. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I know that the superintendent's working with Chief Katz on this FSSAT, which we have turned in the last 2 years on time. 3 years ago, there was a delay. So I just want to lay that out. But we have been fully compliant and will continue to. The superintendent provided testimony last week to the commission on the process he has in place to have all of them reviewed prior to submission. I do not believe the statute requires that they be signed off by the school board, but I'm sure that the superintendent will be speaking to the school principals to make sure that they're all done in a timely manner.
Yeah, okay, I believe it is, because that was the reason 3 years ago that it was submitted and kind of just sitting in there, because it needed to be brought to the board before it was considered complete. So I'm pretty sure on that. So I just want to make sure that the timeline is followed, and it sounds like we
Both
are.
Senate Bill 7026 and 7030 provide very clear guidance to us on how to comply with that.
Okay, except there was a question a second ago. I just want to make sure.
I think Mr. Moquin has a comment.
No, with
Mr.
regards to the FSSAT, we're talking about the individual assessments as well as the district-wide one.
Yes.
The state is in the process of revamping that tool based off of recommendations from the MSD Commission. We have seen a draft, and we are working off the draft to have schools start preparing the information, particularly the directory information about the school, but we've still not received access to the actual tool yet from the state as they're trying to finalize that. So obviously, any sort of ability to comply with the statutory requirement is going to be a function of the state actually getting it out there. So.
Well, I agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they won't hold us harmless. So, Mr. Runcie, good luck. I would suggest maybe a conversation with Mr. Corcoran again, and or somebody to say that, listen, we're waiting on you all to finish this stuff before we can submit it.
Yeah, and every district in the state is going to certainly have the same type of challenges, so I'm sure if they have some difficulty, they'll provide some additional time if that's necessary, but as Mr. Moakland indicated, we're going to work off the draft they have so that we can get it done as early as possible.
Ms. Meyer, did you need to make a comment?
Well, earlier, I wasn't sure what Dr. Hittman was responding to. I thought he responded that Nordia was the one responsible for the FSAT, and she's responsible for...
In our department, I'm sorry.
For assessor.
Assessor, yeah.
Not the other, so I just wanted to clarify that.
So, okay, given that response, because I thought I read in this job description, because I wrote a note.
The job description says assessor.
The job description says FSSAT, because that's what I wrote on my paper.
Are you talking 6?
I'm talking CC6.
It's right here.
It says both.
Both.
Well, the one that it said, there's an October 1st deadline, and they need to work in collaboration with SIU department. It's listed as an essential performance responsibility for this position, and I wrote down who is currently tasked with this. That's what I wrote in my notes. And it's, yeah.
Ms. Brinkworth, I think when you read the bullet for that FSSAT, it's the portion of that in regards to school climate prevention and intervention actions. It's not the entire FSSAT that this individual would be responsible for, obviously. So it's just through Dr. Hickman's department is their portion of it that they would oversee.
Yeah, so my understanding, and we'll go back and we'll just send a clarifying memo to the board, but it's my understanding that it's been through our SIU unit that we've actually coordinated and facilitated the actual submission of the FSSAT.
Yes.
And as we've transitioned to the new Office of Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness, that it would be under that umbrella. So I would probably defer to Mr. Katz to figure out where that is. I don't know if Mr. Moakland has any additional information on this, because I know you were handling it at one point in conjunction with SIU.
Right, so it remains the responsibility of the district safety specialist, which is Mr. Katz, to oversee the whole thing, but a large component of it requires collaboration with Dr. Hickman's division, and I think that the intent of the performance responsibility is that that will be the point person for that division to provide the necessary information to complete it. But this individual is not responsible for the overarching FSSAT process.
Okay, so I'm going to put this as plainly as I can. There are lots of responsibilities within this job description that are critically important to us being in compliance with Florida state statute. There are also many responsibilities in this job description that are critically important to ensuring that we have correct information about programs and safety within our schools. So we are having this reading, and we are going to be putting someone in a position at some point. But for me as a board member, and I'm going to say this very plainly, there have been several instances where staff has come before this board we as a board are looking for answers, and no one on that side of the table is telling us who is responsible. And so I'm asking very clearly and plainly now who is responsible, because we are going to have deadlines that have to be met, whether this position is filled or not. And we have some things that we are responsible for reporting. I want to know who's responsible in a role right now that's doing those jobs.
So we will put that in writing and get that to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues on item CC6? CC6, yes, we're on CC6. Seeing none, all those in favor of CC6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item CC6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC7?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC7. I have Ms. Bartleman on CC7.
Yes.
May I make one comment before you do? Sorry. I just, when we met on July 23rd, it was unclear to me at the time whether or not we needed to bring this back, if these changes were substantive or not. I determined that they weren't, personally, but to me, it got pretty confusing with all the strike-throughs and whatever, so what we brought before you is what the changes were that you made on July 23rd. Everything else was accepted, except for the changes, so that's why I just wanted to tell you that we brought this through and wanted you to see those again for you to approve them.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Well, I was, had that double ear infection during that meeting, so I did not get to comment on this. I said I had that double ear infection and was in urgent care during that meeting. So I guess I'll make my comments now, and it's okay if you all, this was the end result of what you guys decided. My first question is, number D on page 3, is that more restrictive than Robert's Rules of Order?
Number what?
D on page 3 of 8.
No.
Okay, because I thought they could do it at another meeting. You're saying it's only at the same meeting.
Yeah, that's Robert's rules.
I thought it was any meeting.
If it came to another meeting, it would be a new agenda item. So this is just saying that you can make a motion for reconsideration at the same meeting.
But the
If-
board member doesn't have the opportunity to bring forward another item if we're on the prevailing side to change it. But I think,
Well, that would mean you would talk to the superintendent and bring the issue back.
isn't that why this whole item is being discussed? Because whether or not board members can bring things up, because we only have 5 reasons or 6 reasons, right? So does Robert's rules say that it has to be the same meeting? And I guess I can look it up, because.
I believe it does, yes.
I just got certified.
Okay, all right. You did? It is? You got it? Okay, I needed to make sure of that. And then the second thing, for me personally, on page 4 of 8, I supported E, the old E, not the new E. Do you guys see what I'm talking about under D? Yeah. Because I think that it should be more formalized than at the end of a meeting where you only get 3 minutes and everyone could just say, or be silent on an issue. I just thought, I like having the board member having the ability to put it on the agenda as a discussion item formally for the public to see that this is what they're bringing up. And if the public wanted to come and speak to it because they're bringing something forward that the public supports, because it's a discussion item, they'll see that it's on there. The other way, you just have to hope that we're not all exhausted at the end of a meeting and it doesn't get lost among 9 board reports that are 3 minutes each. So I'm not asking you guys to change this because you've already decided this. I just needed to just say how I felt about it, and I think I'm allowed to do that. I know some people are frustrated over there, but I needed to voice my opinion on that, because the other thing is which I didn't understand, what if the board member wanted to bring a board item, a B item that wasn't on the list, but it was something that the superintendent approved and concurred with? How would you just put it on the agenda item, and would it be a B item, or it would be another letter item?
It would be a B item. If you recommended, if you requested the superintendent, that you bring X item, that all board members should wear pink dresses to the next board meeting, you would ask the superintendent, and if he said yes, put it on there, it would come on as a B item from you on the board agenda.
So the procedure would be, what if it was an item of urgency? You would have to wait 4 weeks to get an item. Well, let me just make sure I understand how this works. You're saying that we have 7 reasons that we can bring forward at any time. Then if I wanted to bring forward something as an emergency item and the superintendent's like, oh, that's really important, we should definitely bring that forward, he could then say yes to the BB item being put on. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then I'm okay with that one as well then. So then the only reason you would use the F item, which I think should be the E, just my opinion, would be when the superintendent doesn't allow you to bring forward that BB item.
Well, the E item is when you would like to bring up issues for discussion, and the issue came up that you could put items, I mean, I think what was discussed at the last meeting, correct me, board, is that if you wanted to discuss something, it should come to basically a workshop. And so at the end of board meetings and at the end of workshops, the chair is going to ask if anybody has any issues that they want to bring up or call for board reports, and you would say, yes, I want to discuss pink dresses, and so then it would be put on the agenda for a workshop instead of taking the time during official board meetings for just discussion purposes.
So if
Is that
the,
right?
does that make sense? Is that what you guys
Is that
decided?
what you all?
So if I wanted to bring pink dresses as a BB item, and Mr. Runcie is like, oh, I'm not bringing pink dresses, then the recourse I would have as a board member would be to come here during a board report. I'm just making sure I understand it. I'm sorry, you guys, but we're voting on it. Not you, you're not giving me the look, it's over there. Okay, but, so then I would then come here and say, guys, I want to have pink dresses. And if everybody disagrees, it doesn't go to workshop, it's dead. If everybody agrees, it goes to a workshop, or then could it be a board item? How does that work? I'm just curious.
There would need to be a consensus among your colleagues that everybody wants to discuss it at a workshop, like you currently do.
Right, but if
Board members say, I think we really need to discuss.
I know, but what if you have an item that's time sensitive that you and the superintendent disagree on? I'm just trying to think of all the scenarios of things we've had. And you bring it forward because you can't talk to your peers about it because of Sunshine Law, because it's an item you're potentially voting on. So then I bring this item and I'm like, you guys, pink dresses, and you all say yes. We need to get that on. It's urgent. The rest of, even though Mr. Runcie disagrees with pink dresses, or let's not personalize it, even though the superintendent disagrees with pink dresses, we get it. It's time sensitive. It's something we need to do. You then have to wait for a workshop. You have to wait 4 weeks, basically, for the agenda item. So is there a way that people for those kind of items would streamline, like, let's just say for discussion purposes, the immigration item, right? That I brought forward. Mr. Runcie agreed with that. It was a great item. We were the first one to do that. It was a good thing, So that was great. We discussed it. It went well. But say he didn't agree with it, not him, but a superintendent didn't, but 9 board members did. Then you would have to wait 4 weeks to even get something that could be time sensitive. So would there be a way to streamline that? That's my question. And maybe there is, and I'm misunderstanding, but all of these scenarios can come up because we had a scenario come up that caused us to discuss this item. So I just want to make sure I have a full understanding of all the different scenarios.
Okay, I have Ms. Levinson on the list. I don't know if you still need to make a comment.
I'm just going to request that we discuss this kind of quickly. We have spent hours and hours and hours on this. 2 workshops, a board meeting. This is the 4th time. And to answer that question, if you had 9 board members who agreed and it was time sensitive, it would come to the next meeting. It wouldn't have to be workshopped if it was an emergency that was time sensitive.
I want to make sure of that because in this document it says workshop.
No, that's not the facts of things. If something was ever brought up that was essential for a time-sensitive reason to put through, and all 9 of us agreed, it would come to the next meeting.
Okay.
And what E says, Ms. Bartleman, is that during a board meeting, during formalized reports or at workshops, a board member can bring up an item that they want to bring for discussion. It doesn't say it has to go to a board meeting and has to go to a workshop. It means you can bring up your issue, either one.
Either one. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, you guys.
Thank you. No need to apologize. Ms. Levinson, are your comments concluded? Yes, I have Ms. Korn followed by Mrs. Alhadeff.
I was just going to comment that E gives us the flexibility to bring it back. That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I just want clarification. Is the majority meaning 5 board members, or is it all 9 have to agree to it?
That's a good question.
For what? I'm sorry.
for the majority, is it 5 board members would have
Well,
to agree,
for
or
an
all
actual
9?
vote, a majority is 5, but I think what the chair has done and other chairs have done, if there's a consensus that people want to talk about it, you really don't take a vote. You know, everybody shakes their head and yes, that's something, just says that's something we want to do, and the chair, you know, generally then instructs the superintendent or Mr. Moquin to bring it to the next workshop or board meeting, whatever is necessary.
But to Mrs. Aladuff's question, consensus does not equal 9 people shaking their
No,
head yes.
no, it's not, I'm sorry. It could be 4. I mean, you know, if you get 4, that could be enough, if it's, depending on what the chair thinks.
Yes, Ms. Good?
Just on that point, if there's only 5 of us here, majority is 3.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right?
For looking at consensus,
Right,
yes.
right.
Yes.
Just want to make
For
sure.
consensus.
I blurted out 5 and
For
it was not
consensus.
correct, so I just wanted to make sure.
Any additional questions or comments on item CC7? All those in favor of item CC7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item CC7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE1. I have Mrs. Alhadeff and Ms. Levinson on EE1.
Thank you. I just want clarification for EE1. I thought that we were 100% complete with musical equipment deployments. Can someone clarify?
I'm sorry, your question was the deployment? Yeah, so as far as the smart bond is concerned, so yes, most of that's done. I believe this is for continued repairs, maintenance, you know, ongoing purchases, yeah, but.
Good afternoon, Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning. This is actually for continued purchase of musical instruments. So we have spent almost 17.5 million of the 19.2 allocated for musical instruments. A big chunk of that was out of this contract. So this is a renewal of this contract for 1 year. So we would, assuming that the remaining schools who do not currently have music programs were to implement music programs, and should any additional schools with programs want to buy additional instruments, this would cover those purchases.
Okay, but does that money, is that encompassed within the smart bond, or that's additional funding?
So the majority of it is for smart bond. I set aside, added an additional allocation should schools want to spend their own money on this. There shouldn't be a need, but I don't want to have to come back and ask. So the majority of it is smart bond dollars. And just to piggyback off of what the superintendent referenced, there is also the allocation, it's separate, but realize that there's the allocation of $427,000 for musical instrument repair. So there's that's separate, should that be needed. No, I understand, that's not part of this.
So for clarification, are we 100% complete in the smart bond for musical equipment deployment?
There are funds remaining, but for all schools with musical instrument programs, we are finished. Should a school want to implement a musical program, then we have those dollars that are remaining for them. So there are a handful of schools that don't have music programs.
Okay, but the additional funding that you're speaking of, was that in the scope of the original smart bond?
The majority of it, yes.
So then we are not 100% complete.
Okay, so let me try. So the schools that have music programs that need musical instrument investments, we're done. We've found that there are some other schools that don't. So the direction and conversation we had with the board at the workshop is that we would go out and try to encourage those schools to have music programs. But as far as what the scope was and replenishing the equipment, we've completed all that. There's some additional dollars left over now after the work is done, we're going to try to see if we can use that to expand additional music programs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Okay, I had a couple of questions. The first was, I was reading this, that there were still a few schools missing. What is this on the bottom of the executive summary that says, considering the fact only a few schools are still missing as per the list below, but there is no list, so. The last paragraph in the executive summary.
So what that's in reference to are not that there are schools missing, but that there are schools that do not have programs, should they implement programs. That's what that's in reference to. There aren't any schools missing. It's not the best use of a word there, but it's in reference to those schools that do not currently have music programs. Should they want to implement music programs, those funds are available for them. And again, as Mr. Runcie mentioned, working with schools to see if there's any way that we can create music programs at their schools, trying to think outside of the box, because some of these schools have challenges with implementing music programs, so trying to think of outside of the box ideas so that they can implement music programs. But there's not a missing list. There's not a missing list.
Okay.
That's a reference to those schools that do not have programs.
Okay, so how did you come up with the $2 million? Based on what? I was trying to look through here to see, and there was no information of how you came up with the $2 million that you're leaving in.
Sure, there's close to $2 million remaining to be spent. And to be honest, I just spoke with Mr. Lukauer and talked about, for 1 year, how much money did we think that we might need should schools want to order additional instruments, and we rounded that figure up to $2 million, from $1,853,000 remaining up to $2 million. So that $150,000 would be for schools that, should they need additional instruments to round out their band program, their music.
But based on what? That's a lot of money, $1.8 million, and we just gave everyone new instruments.
No,
So
the
how did you-
1.8 is the remaining expenditure in the bond.
Correct.
Yeah, that's.
But instead of putting $1 million back, we could put $2 million back. So I'm asking how you came up with the $2 million to leave there.
So if I may, just to help
When all the schools just got new equipment, $2 million is a lot of money to leave in there.
Yes, and she has that amount already spent. It's accrued. Therefore, that's why she calculated. That is why she
Accrued?
Yes, so the purchases have been made. The invoices are waiting to come in so that they can be paid out.
That's not what we were just told.
Yes.
Okay.
So I need to explain the financial analysis worksheet, yes.
So I guess, Susie, so the question is, there 1.8 million remaining? Or has that been committed to instruments?
It hasn't been committed.
Right, so the question on the table is, can we put that back into reserve? Or do we spend it on the 2 million? Or do we find another number? Is it $1 million? Is it $500,000?
Right.
And I'm not sure if you can
That
answer. If you
might-
can't answer it now, just say, we'll go back and do some analysis on it.
We can
and
go
figure it
back.
out.
We can go back and.
My question is, it's for $17 million.
This is the reduction.
Very capable of reading the financial worksheet that says 14 million. So that leaves you with $3 million left. So that, according to this, there's no encumbered money on there. There's $3 million left. 1 million, my first question is, Ms. Marte, is $1 million going back into our smart reserve? Where's that $1 million going? And then I've been asking about the other two. So that's what my question is the $1 million going back to the smart reserve, and what did you base the $2 million on? I was given two completely different answers right here.
So the $2 million, that was, from my understanding of the money remaining that is non-encumbered, I wanted to give the schools every opportunity to use that. And then we took $1 million.
But we just got new instruments, so to me, I would like to see what that $2 million is supposed to be spent on. That's a lot of money.
So through the chair, and I'm just going to echo what Mr. Runcie had suggested. We need to go back and look at the $1.8 to $2 million that we're recommending that we continue to have as part of the spend and determine, is that amount required, or should we move that amount back into the capital reserve?
Right.
I think that's what you're asking. So what is the right number?
That's what should be done in
Right.
here when we get it.
Right. Similar to what we did with technology, I believe.
But it needs to be in
Something
the backup of the item that you're asking us, not to be as a follow-up, because then how do I vote on this amount knowing
Yeah,
if
and
this
I don't
is the
think
right
we were
amount?
prepared to answer that question today. I think our approach coming into today's conversation is we would like to maintain that 1.8 SMART allocation. We would like to maintain that for schools without programs, right? But based on this feedback and this conversation, we're saying that we will go back and see, do we need that 1.8, or can we put it back into the capital reserve? I believe that's what you're asking.
Right, that's what I'm asking, but you're asking us to make an action based on that that doesn't have the proper backup to take action on it.
May I, just so that I understand, there are, at this point, 234 schools in the district. We have 218 schools with music programs. So those remaining schools do not have music programs. So those $2 million are for those schools that do not currently have music programs, should they implement music programs.
So should those 16 schools in this coming year all implement music programs? That's what we're saving money for.
So can I offer this? I would recommend that the board amend the item, put the 1.8 million back in reserve, and then staff can work with schools, and if they happen to find some of the schools or all those schools, will come back to the board and let you
I
know
think
that they
that's a
put
much
music
better
programs in
suggestion.
place, so the money's just not sitting there. So that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion, that as they come forward and they need the programs, Mr. Runcie, I think that's the right way to do it. I would definitely support that. So now my other question about the reserve, I don't know what happened to Ms. Marte, but is that $1 million going into the SMART reserve? Is that from SMART bond money? Ms. Marte? You did. Okay. The question was, this $1 million putting into reserve, is this SMART bond money that's now going into reserve for this musical equipment?
The exact numbers, but they're both correct, and let me explain. So when the original SMART bond was constituted, there were X number of millions set aside for music and art. All of the schools that either had programs or wanted programs, Ms. Cantrick was able to fulfill their needs.
Yes.
They have received their instruments.
Right.
There are some situations, and my staff, and it's an estimate, there's about $900,000 of encumbrances still to be paid that we're working on clearing out the accounts. Even after that amount, there is an amount, and my staff will have the exact number for me in about 10 minutes, in excess of $1 million that the board could hold aside for repairs and replacement of the equipment you just bought, or return to fund balance to be used in another piece of work around the SMART program. Does that answer the question?
Yes, repairs is a separate contract, so this is not for repairs, but yes. So as Mr. Runcie proposed, then I would like to change this item where we put all the money into the reserve, and as schools come forward and wish to have music programs, that they would be brought separately.
Minus the encumbered
Well,
amounts.
minus the
that-
encumbered, yes, obviously.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say, minus the amount for encumbrance.
Minus the amount encumbered, correct. If the balance after the encumbered amount could be put back into reserve. That would be the motion.
And if the board would allow me, I can get the exact numbers to staff and make sure we do what the board wishes to the exact amounts.
Ms. Levinson, just before we formalize the motion, Ms. Rupert had a comment, if you don't mind.
Actually, it's just I forget it, I can't talk today. Qualifying question. You were saying 16 schools, but in the back of it says 26 schools, so just clarification. Unless my herbal tea was too much for me. On the executive summary, we are on EE1, right? Under the executive summary, on the very last sentence in there, it says there is 1.8 left in the SMART funds and 26 schools currently without music programs. So are they 16, 26, which is it?
I'm going to say that's a typo.
So
there are 200, because there are 230.
So, you know what, I don't want to stress you out.
No,
when
you're
you
not
say, when you
stressing
say
me
it's a
out.
typo, all I need to know is if it's 16 or 26.
The math, 234 minus 218. So 16
Looking at you.
schools.
What?
Yeah.
16, okay,
I wasn't listening.
Okay, I'll just cross out the 26 and put the 16. It was a simple question. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I already did the math based on what you gave me.
Yes, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and then my last question before I would formalize the motion is, it is for sheet music accessories. Do we need to keep a little bit in there for those type of things? I know Mr. Lukauer is sitting back there. We provided the instruments. Do we need to leave anything in here for those other items that are on here? Sheet music, supplies, accessories.
Good afternoon, Joe Lukauer, Applied Learning. That would be for the schools themselves to use. So the answer, in my opinion, will be yes. On a district level, we don't need to use, we don't purchase sheet music. Schools themselves purchase sheet music. So they would be using that same bid for purchasing sheet music. So that would be the reason to keep that there.
So then my motion would be just for the district bond money to be put back into reserve for this item after the encumbrance has been taken care of. And leave the remaining in the school budgets.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Levinson and seconded by Mrs. Aladeff.
If I may, even if we leave the remaining budgets in the schools, when the schools go try to use this bid and issue a purchase requisition and the bid has no money, we cannot execute a purchase order. So there has to be authorized spending, there has to be spending authority inside the bid so that the schools could, even though that the schools have the money, in order for them to make a purchase with their money, there has to be spend authority for us to be able to issue a purchase order, which is why this has to have some money in it, whatever the money is decided here, but there needs to be money in there. It just can't be left to zero, especially that we're renewing this for an additional year, so the schools have another year to purchase from this contract.
I thought the item I read somewhere that the budget came from the district and the schools, so shouldn't we know the amount that's put in there for the schools to spend? Which part is bond money and which is school money? I don't know if that's a Ms. Marte question, or, I mean, they're two different budgets they're coming from.
So again, spend authority is
I know, but your spend authority should align with how much we think is going to be spent from the school budgets.
The spend authority is aligned with the original the original ask, which was a $17 million as it depletes.
But that has all the bond money in it as well.
Yes, so when you take out the $1.5 million or $2 million that we're gonna take out, that are gonna go back into reserves, there still needs to remain some funds so that the schools can use with their money.
I understand. I'm asking what that amount of money should be. Someone did these budgets and put X amount in the school budgets and X amount as part of the bond.
Ms. Marte?
Through the chair, I stepped up to make sure we if I may, to clarify the vote, that the money that is set aside within the bond program for music that the board's about to take a vote on to restore to the fund, that we specify that it's to the smart bond program, because it's restricted money. So I just want the record to show that. As it relates to this issue, might I suggest that the calculation that we make, that's the amount included in this bid that is attributed to the smart bond, that somehow a motion's made that says, and the amount that's being returned to the smart bond is also reflective of the reduction in this spend authority.
Okay, that sounds very good.
So if it's $1 million, this is $1 million, and
That's
by
what I'm trying to
default,
get
that will
at,
be,
yes.
and it is difficult to determine what the schools are gonna spend, because there's not a unique line item in their budget. It's in their educational materials budget, so that varies. So there has to be some bandwidth for purchasing to do that.
So we'll attack it from the other end, the smart
Yes,
bond
yes.
end,
If
doing
it-
the same thing.
And if you would just include the language about return the money to the smart bond capital fund, I would appreciate that for clarity.
Okay, so I make a motion to return the smart bond remaining money minus the encumbrances back to the smart bond capital fund and to decrease the spending authority appropriately based on that.
I think it was seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff the first time.
Second.
Any audience input on the amendment?
And could I just ask that we get that, Ms. Marte, when that is figured out, you send a memo to us how much is being put back into the smart bond capital reserve? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Allie Walford, new resident of Deerfield Beach now, so I'm not normally down in your hood over here anymore. I don't know if I understood or I heard it right, but I was listening on my phone, the young man with the SEL program and how important that was. Well, before SEL, there was band. And if I hadn't had band in Deerfield Beach High School 30 years ago, I wouldn't be an advocate today. I wouldn't be a parent today. So, I mean, I know money's tight, I know money's tough, but if a school doesn't know how to do it and they're trying to help them to figure out how to do it, is it really a decision that you have to make today? Because once you take it out of there, isn't it going to be impossible to put it back? And you know, y'all know I'm an emotion person, not a money person, but I'm a wellness person. And look what happened at Walker because of music. Look what's going on at Dillard because of music. Look what's going on at Terravella because of music. If there's a school that has leadership that doesn't know how to make a music program happen yet, can we just give them a few more minutes to figure it out? And I hope I understood what was going on, and I apologize if I didn't, but it's like a minute. I don't have a lot to say today, but I want to support this team in making happen what they need to happen, and you guys make big decisions, and I just think from my humble experience that this is a decision that can maybe wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input? I am going back to Ms. Levinson.
So I am going to say, yes, you misunderstood. I am a tremendous supporter of the arts, have always been a tremendous supporter of the arts, as are my colleagues. I would like the money to be put back in the reserve. Mr. Runcie already said that as schools come forward and would like programs, we will be supporting for them to have programs. But to leave a couple $1 million in spend authority just to be sitting there does not make sense to me. We did not say that we're not going to approve programs as they come forward. I'm quite sure I can speak for my colleagues that we will approve any programs that come forward. We would like every school to have a music program. But right now, I think the money should be sitting there until we need the money.
Thank you. Ms. Marte?
The amount is $1.3 million exactly.
So basically, we're only talking about $300,000 more than this item called for in the first place. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Could we get board follow-up on the 16 schools that does not have musical programs?
I'm sorry. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You want the names of the schools? Okay,
Yes.
we'll send you a memo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion to amend the item as stated by Ms. Levinson indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The item is amended. And now to the main item as amended, public input. Colleague input. All those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. Ms. Levinson, you indicated that you wanted to speak to items 2, 3, and 4 in the EEs. Is it okay if we take them together?
Yes.
May I have a motion in a second? Pardon me. On EE 2, 3, and 4. Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on items EE 2, 3, and 4. Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson, please, for items EE 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, EE 2 and 3, I just wanted to ask that the tuition and instruction materials individual fees, are they the same as the previous 2-year agreement?
Yes, they have been. Sorry, Guy Bermoja, Director of Secondary Learning. The
They have
fees-
not increased?
They have not increased at all.
Perfect. Those were the questions on that. And then on, and then the other part on EE3, what will happen for the remainder of the second-year textbooks with only the 15-month piggyback? That was the FIU one.
Yes, and we confirmed with FIU, they have a separate agreement with Barnes & Noble, and we were advised that they have an automatic renewal, so it's going to renew. At that time, we have to come back to the board and ask to extend our piggyback for the remainder of the time.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then EE4, the question was, item 1 only had 1 bid. Was that a sole source? I was reading the backup, and item 2 had 2, but item 1 only had 1, so, which
Yes.
was the main part
So,
of the item.
yes, thank you for your question, Ms. Levinson. Basically, these robots or this robotic software and equipment is very proprietary, and specifically the requirements that Mr. Crawford and his team needed were very specific to the actual Sim Man and Sim Mom.
Okay.
They're trademarked, as well as the Juno Complete. Therefore, we didn't want to call it a single source or a sole source, because we were trying to see if we had reached out to other vendors in the market to see if we can get them to respond, which we did. We actually had 3 vendors respond, of which one of them was non-responsive, and we're awarding it to 2 vendors, of which each vendor is proprietary to what specific need Mr. Crawford had, which was one of them, the Sim Man and Sim Mom, which is a woman and a man.
So it was very specific, and
It was
that's
very
why it needed
specific,
to
but we
be
did
that
do
way.
our due diligence
Okay.
to try
Okay.
to find others.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of items EE 2, 3, and 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 2, 3, and 4 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item II1? Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. I'm not sure. You asked for comment, so are you okay taking? Okay, positive comment only, so can we amend that to be bringing II1, 2, and 3 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Corn, originally, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on items II1, 2, and 3. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is again, just a positive comment. I know that, staff's been working really hard, especially Mr. Henry, along with Mr. Runcie, and collaborating with Broward County regarding our shelters. I just wanted to highlight, this is one of those partnerships where there's an opportunity for grant funding and also for the county to chip in some dollars to provide a generator for a special needs shelter. And it will, I think, afford us the opportunity to provide those benefits to the community as a whole. So I don't know if there's anything else that Mr. Henry can add, but I think when we have items such as these, I just wanted to highlight the positive nature of it all, so.
Nothing more to add, but I thank you, and I appreciate your comments.
And I just want to commend staff for the approach they took on this and making sure that we had the funds in hand first before we committed to doing the work. I know that was a big push on Mr. Henry's part and others, so thank you for that.
Yeah, he's always looking out, and so I know that the grant's over $600,000, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's almost 700,000, and then the additional amounts are going to be funded through the county. Is that how it's going to work?
That's correct.
And the work itself is going to take a little bit of time to get.
Yeah, the work
implemented.
is estimated at 36 months. Obviously, we're a little behind schedule. I've reached out to the state, and they have told me that 6 to 3 months before expiration, contact them and they will grant an extension.
Perfect. Well, if you need board authorization, just make sure we get on there because it is a considerable amount of funds. And so I appreciate the thought process behind it. So thank you for your leadership and Mr. Runcie as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of items II 1, 2, and 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items II 1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ 1 through 4? I'm sorry, 1 through 3.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Scorn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on JJ 1 through 3. Colleague comment on JJ 1 through 3. All those in favor of JJ 1 through 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 1 through 3 pass unanimously. Ms. Levinson, you asked for 5 through 7. Are they all the same comment, or do we need to take them separately?
No, you can take them together.
May I have a motion and a second?
Excuse me,
I'm
can
sorry.
we separate 6 and 7?
We'll just take them all separately. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ 5, please?
So move. Second.
Actually, JJ5 was just a very positive comment. This is a long time coming. This is inventory we've had in the district for quite a long time that was supposed to be assembled at McFadder 4 years ago to provide additional capacity for adult education. I want to commend Bob Crawford and Jeanette Johnson for working to get that money from their workforce education budget, because we as a district were not able to do it in our current situation. So they were able to figure out how to do it out of their workforce education budget, and we're going to have 500 more spots for adult education, as well as dual enrollment for our students at McFadder. So thank you to them for thinking creatively about how to expand opportunities to our students.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item JJ 5? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ 5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ 6, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on JJ 6. I have Ms. Levinson on JJ 6.
Yes, I had 2 questions. These individual construction service agreements, are they negotiated by job, by particular project, I should say, not job?
Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Programs. Yes, they are. They're like our CSMP, our continuing contract services, where we will, we have an order of how we pick the contractor or the CMAR, and we will give them plans. They will price them up. Actually, with the CMAR, they will start working with the architect. They'll price it up, we'll negotiate, and it's on a per project basis.
Okay, so when they say in the backup there that their price would stay the same or go higher, that doesn't really apply because it's not a total bid, it's done by project. I was just kind of confused.
Right, it's done by project, and they'll do it like a regular large CMAR project where they will put it out to bid to the subcontractors, open bids, then they will submit a GMP to us, and then upon approval, they will start the
Right,
construction.
so those pages really had nothing to do with anything about the price staying the same or going higher.
With the CSMP, and I'd have to check, and maybe Danny would know, is with the CSMP, they have a multiplier. And if there's a multiplier in this, then that's what that might mean. Where the multiplier is when they put a bid together on the CSMPs, if they have a 0.85 multiplier, then the price is whatever they estimate times 0.85, and that's their contract amount.
So is that what the case is?
On these are the CMARs. they have a set fee right now for their fee component. We negotiate the general conditions based on the job and the duration, but their fee stays the same. Looking
So
through this information.
it would be applied to the
Yeah.
fee, basically,
Yes,
is what
ma'am.
you're saying?
Yes,
Stay
ma'am.
the same or go higher?
And there were a couple of these that looked like there's a 3% increase on the fee that they currently have in, so.
Okay, I was just trying to reconcile those two things. Okay, thank you. And then the last question was, for the 1 million to 2 million on JJ7, it's statute.
I think we only
that-
took JJ6, Ms. Levinson.
Oh, we didn't take them together?
I don't.
We took them
No,
together.
Ms. Myrick asked me to take them separately. So I just have a quick question on JJ6.
Yes.
And I know we talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to get really clear answer. So for this to be utilized, it has to fall between a certain dollar amount for the project.
Correct. On this one, it's 0 to 1 million.
Right, and so and I don't know that I asked you this when we were on the phone. What number do we use to determine, do we use what's in the needs assessment, or do we use the Atkins cost estimate?
We use the realistic Atkins estimate because we started using, before we had the Atkins estimates, we were using the needs assessment, and we were finding that after we got the prices, they were over the threshold.
Okay, and then, thank you for that. And then, as we discussed on the phone, that we're not gonna do anything different with the projects. We're gonna put the projects out the way they were. We're not taking anything apart in order to use the CMAR, because that was not the intention of the CMAR. So I just wanted to make sure that that is correct.
That is correct. Extending this one more year is just giving us another tool in the toolbox for if a special project comes up or an emergency, we may need to use it. We're not looking to use, we've got most of those smaller projects out already.
Okay, because as it was explained to us when we were originally talking about the different tools within our toolbox, was that CMAR was a tool that would be best utilized in schools that, like the big three.
Yes.
And I don't know how many more of those projects we have coming forward, so I just wanted to have a better understanding of what your expectation was for the utilization of this.
There are not many of those projects coming up to even think about using it, but it is a good tool to have there if we need it. It's no cost unless we need it.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of, I'm sorry, Ms. Myrick?
Mr. Cooney reviewed both of these late, and he would like, they're very similar, but he would like the motion to read as following so that it is in line with the original contracts for JJ6. Approve the renewal and one-year extension of the construction services agreement for continuing contracts for construction manager at-risk services for those contractors listed in the executive summary Exhibit A of this board item for the period beginning September 7th, 2019 through and including September 6th, 2020.
So Ms. Myrick is looking for, my colleague, Ms. Levinson, is asking for clarification how that's different from the motion that is before us now. I mean, the item that is before us.
Yes, for 6.
You have a question?
I just wanted to clarify, that was for 6, not 7.
Yeah, we're only doing 6
It's really
right now.
for both. It's just for the two different ones. It's for both. They could have gone, sorry, I
Okay,
just didn't
that's
read
okay.
it.
Okay.
So this is for 6, because that's what's on the floor.
Correct. Well, the difference is that it doesn't talk specifically about not only the renewal, but the one-year extension. It just talks about the renewal, not the year extension.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
if I might, Tom Cooney, Assistant General Counsel, Office of the General Counsel. You didn't see me there. The item that's coming forward before you is a simplified version of what we typically do when we have a renewal and extension. Normally, you have a full-blown amendment. It's not technically necessary, but the action you're taking needs to be a little bit more specific. So that's why I added a little bit more about the date period that we're talking about.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Good has made a motion to amend. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the amendment? Seeing none, colleague input on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The item is now amended. Any comment on JJ6 as amended? How about from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of JJ6 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ6 passes unanimously as amended. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ7? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on JJ7. Seeing, Ms. Good moves to amend the item. Ms. Smyrick, is there something that you want to read specific to this one that's different?
I will, and I will also give it to the Board Records Office.
Thank you.
Approve the renewal and one-year extension of the construction services agreements for continuing contracts for construction manager at risk services for those contractors listed in Executive Summary Exhibit 1 for this board item for the period beginning September 7th, 2019 through and including September 6th, 2020.
Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Good and seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on the motion? Seeing none. Colleague input on the motion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Now back to the main item as amended, JJ7. Audience input, colleague input. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, that's where I had the question. This is the $1 million to $2 million range, and it is state statute to provide these continuing contracts at that range. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that again?
It's state statute to provide that $1 to $2 million range. It's not a choice of the board
2 million
whether
max.
to provide that.
The max is 2 million, yes. We've separated it from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. But the state statute is a maximum of $2 million.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm confused now because is your question about what's allowable or?
My question was, originally, I thought the statute was that. Now, the clarification is that the statute is a maximum of that amount.
Thank you. Any additional question or comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of JJ7 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ7 as amended passes unanimously. Mr. Moquin, just double checking. We have disposed of all the items on the agenda. Before I do anything else, I do want to ask my colleagues if you have any, we're going to have a safety and security after this meeting, but before I do that, if my colleagues have anything that is they want to bring up at this time for consideration for discussion or for future conversation. Ms. Korn, followed by Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you. And we may have more of the crux of this conversation during the safety and security meeting, but I actually had a conversation with Mr. Katz regarding our staffing of our armed security. And so I'd like us to consider bringing that forward. I don't know if we can do that in a closed door and then ask for it to be, because we talked about in the item just now that it has to be done at a board meeting or at a workshop. But I would be interested in bringing that, and I don't know if it would be done through a job description but basically it's going to be a matter of reconsidering the pay scale for that position. And so I don't know if that's something we would do through a job description. I believe it would be because that would be captured there, but I think we need a conversation about our pay rate for that position. So that's just something, we can talk about it, I know, more in depth in a closed door, but I believe it would need to be brought forward in this setting for us to be able to reconsider it unless the superintendent was just going to bring it on his own. But I'd like us to consider that as a board.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Jeff, I'm sorry, Mr. Moquin, did you have something to say?
No, I said that will be the focus of our conversation at closed doors, the sourcing of our guardian positions.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, so I was at a climate change task force meeting, and the county and a lot of municipalities.
You got to speak right into your mic. It's really hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. I was at a climate task force change meeting yesterday, and the county and some municipalities are looking at electronic vehicles, and I know that there are even electric school buses, not electronic, sorry, and there were discussions at some point about looking at purchasing some white fleet vehicles when we had capital discussions. And I wanted to know, had we looked into it? I know you have to have charging stations, but is it something that we as a district have ever explored? There are piggyback contracts that exist that we have access to, and I just didn't know if we had ever looked at that. It's something, that we should. As a policymaker, I support initiatives like this, and, I spoke about our propane, the 200 of our buses are with the largest propane fuel bus fleet in the state, and I also spoke about our clean diesel, but bottom line, everyone's trying to move to protect the planet, and that is one way to do it. So have we ever discussed that? Can we discuss it? Has anyone looked into it? Anyone? Can we discuss it? Is it appropriate? I'm sorry.
You want a discussion on propane or electric? What is?
Electric, white fleet electric vehicles.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to Mr. Woods and we'll put something together. If you, what exactly do you want to see relative to that?
That the white fleet vehicles we purchase are electric, and that we look at charging stations, and there's grant money to do that.
Well,
and since we're looking at purchasing white fleet now, we should at least explore it.
Sure, I'll have them look and explore that, but they're based on the requirements for the white fleet vehicles. They're not just average vehicles. I mean, they move certain types of equipment.
Mhm.
They may not be available, as far as
Oh,
electric.
and I
but we'll
understand
take a
that.
look at
And there's also electric school buses. I mean, there are a lot of options, and I don't know if it's cost prohibitive based on our capital budget, but I feel like we owe it to the public, because we're all committed to the environment, to look at it, look at the piggybacking, and then we also have access, and I know they've spoken to Mr. Lyles about this, to dollars for infrastructure, for charging stations, and possibly even purchasing electric school buses. And so the county has reached out to him, but I think it's something as a school district that we should look into and see if we can afford to do it. Does it make sense? What's the cost of the infrastructure for charging? Yeah, Hollywood now has some electric vehicles, so there's a push for this countywide. So I don't see why we don't look.
So we'll follow up. Leo's
And we're gonna-
jotting it down.
thank you.
We'll send it over to Mr. Woods, and we'll have folks start to look into that.
And Leo, they sent Mr. Lyles the information about the federal dollars that we have access to for the electric charging stations and possibly electric vehicles or EV vehicles. And I appreciate us looking at this. And I know it could be a heavy lift, but it's something we should explore.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Good?
Yes, and I'm supportive of exploring that opportunity as well. Just very quickly, again, I think everyone heard the Broward League of Cities completed their Safety Community Task Force report update. And again, I wanted staff really spent a tremendous amount of time providing follow-up and updates on a variety of issues. Mr. Moquin, Dr. Wanza, Mr. Gold, and Mr. Katz were all instrumental in the discussion. I just want to thank Mr. Runcie for allowing their participation. They were very candid and upfront about some of our challenges, where we've progressed. I'm trying to make sure that we get bound copies for all my colleagues so that you have a hard copy set to look at. I know many of you like that visual. And it really, it was chaired by Mayor Ryan from Sunrise and County Commissioner Beamfer. There was an editorial in the paper just, I think it was yesterday or this morning, regarding from Mayor Ryan and Mayor Hashofsky from Parkland, so related to the work of the committee. So again, I just want to thank everybody who participated. It was a very collaborative, open discussion by all the agencies that were there, from law enforcement to mental health to children's services. I think everyone that needed to be at the table was at the table, and we look forward to further work and collaboration. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Dr. Osmond.
And I'm just gonna, Ms. Good just mentioned something that made me think, the League of Cities did a lot of great work, and thank you, Ms. Good, for representing us. And I don't know what the process is of having that report actually presented. I think that all of their hard work should be honored in a way like we do other reports, where it's actually presented to us so the public can see it, and there's, you know, discussion and dialogue about it. I caught tidbits of some of the information as Mayor Ryan was sharing it, and I just don't want it to come to me in a bound document and the public and nobody sees it. I think that it's pertinent information. They have been a true partner with us, and I think it, you know, sets a precedent of how we can do things together. And then I want to respect them as another entity with perhaps having some type of setting that report can be formally shared, or there'll be a presentation or discussion. But I want to have them really understand that we value the relationship and our work with them. And I know Ms. Good go there, and I know her, I know she tells them that all the time, but I think that we as a board should take it to another level. So I just want to add that to what Ms. Good said. And I want to go back to earlier, because I didn't leave knowing how we're going to ask for something with the date deadline that the charter schools have those long-term safety plans in place. We raised the issue. My colleague was very right on, I thought, but I don't know, and I know it's not in statute, but I didn't leave away from the item earlier thinking that we resolved that for all the other charter schools, that we've quantified our expectation of those plans with the timeline and a date. That's the way we would do it with traditional public schools. So I don't know what your thoughts are about that or how we achieve it, but I just didn't leave taken away earlier that we had resolved that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Myrick, do you have an idea about what we might look to do as a board if we're looking, if there's consensus to move forward with something that puts in place a requirement for charter schools to provide a long-term plan?
Well, we could move to amend the charters, but I think the first thing to start with is to get Ms. Brown and maybe Mr. Vignola to get together and Mr. Katz to send a letter to charter schools looking at what your expectation is, and to see where they are. I mean, I think that of the 89, from the information that Mr. Katz was working on the last few weeks, it seems that probably a good 55 to 60 of them do have long-term plans. And so I think it would be a letter that would go out to everybody of what our expectation is, and then to see how they respond to that, and if necessary, not obviously move to terminate if they don't have a long-term plan, but possibly move to more formalize it for those people that have not developed some type of long-term plan.
Ms. Brinkworth, if I may, because that was the question that we were originally asked. When staff responded with the number of 29 schools, it was then taken that it was 29 schools that were not in compliance. And we know after further discussion and understanding that it was actually one school that did not have the officer. So the question was posed, was asked of Mr. Runcie during the process of the commission interrogation or before. And I know it became an issue because that number of 29 started being falsely reported, that it was 29 schools that were not in compliance. And I think we resolved it by identifying that it was actually one school that was not in compliance, but it was like 29 that did not have that long-term plan. So I don't know what the approach is, but it was raised, and I just want to make sure that we are following through on that in whatever way that we have consensus to.
Well, I think that, and we have to be careful because this is a time for us to bring up issues and not really have discussion, but I think that if there's consensus to have that issue discussed at a workshop that's around security, that's broad enough that it won't be sensitive information, then I think that if there's consensus on the board to have that conversation, then I think that would be the direction that you're receiving right now, Mr. Runcie. I'll come back to you in just a minute. Ms. Rupert?
We're still using these, okay. At the FSBA, at the consortium of schools, there was a representative from FSBA and also from the Miami-Dade School Board about the 2020 census. Everybody counts, and Census Day, of course, is coming up quickly, April 1st. The funding, which is more than $675 billion for hospitals, fire departments, schools, this federal funding can be spent only if our communities know that it's okay to tell how many people are in your house. So I wanted to bring up to my colleagues, A, that it's a lot faster than I thought it was, and B, we have a unique situation here in South Florida and in the nation where people are afraid to talk about the number of people in their house. And I think, I don't know what the plan is, because we haven't really discussed it, but how to combat that and how to be able to get out in the community and let them know that it's a federal offense if that information that they give is shared. So that the people that actually are the census workers, they cannot share that is a federal offense. They will go to jail. So there has to be some sort of strategic communication that happens. And several of the districts that were part of the 10 districts at the meeting have people on their, the superintendent's staff that are the key people for the census. And I need to know, where are we in this process? And how can we help?
So I guess I would ask Mr. Runcie if you have any information that you can bring forth to us with how the district is going to be working on the 2020 count?
I mean, given everything else that we've been focused on, I have not had staff working on the 2020 count. We've been trying to open the start of the school year, hire 500 plus security staff. I understand it's important. We'll look at it. Maybe I'll work with Dr. Hickman and see if there's some opportunities there to engage some staff, but we'll take a look at it. But we haven't done anything on that.
Right. Actually, John Sullivan said that he's kind of been task assigned to kind of lead that.
Okay,
And
that's
he said
fine.
just recently by you, so probably like just.
Yeah, when you mentioned, yeah.
Right,
he's-
Jeff
yeah.
Boone, because I had asked him during the meeting. So I want to make sure that we have enough time, and I do understand the beginning of school and everything else that we're up against, but we cannot let this go where we have undercounts in our community.
Okay, so
Because we don't
we'll
get
have.
federal funding very much.
Okay, we'll have John continue his outreach and coordination. I know that they're doing some things at the county and with some other folks, so.
And I don't know if my colleagues would want this as a workshop, I don't know. But I think it's very important. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadev?
I agree with Ms. Bartleman as far as looking at the bus fleet. I think there could be an opportunity to have savings between electric and using gas. I'd like to congratulate Westglades Middle School for getting their first robotics club. Mr. Bianchi successfully funded the project, which provides students Lego Mindstorms Education EV3 robots and software to compete in the first Lego League Challenge for the upcoming school year. The challenge this year, City Shaper, asks, what if you could build a better world? Where would you begin?
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Good? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quick on the issue again that Dr. Osgood brought up. I recall that the MST Commission did request some specific information regarding charters within our county, where they're at with their contracts. So I wondered, I think I was watching the testimony, and I believe that's what was requested. So that may help answer some of the questions that we have as far as the charter information. Again, I don't know how that information is going to be relayed, because again, it's safety sensitive. But if it can be shared with us as well.
Yeah, so we'll bring that to some future closed door. I believe that information is due at the end of this week. Mr. Katz is
Right.
working on that, so we'll find a medium to share that information with the board.
I just would hope that if it could be shared with us before it being shared. And I don't know how it can be, but if it is.
Sure, in
at
order to meet
minimum,
their timeline, and
then I would ask that it be dropped off at our office, because
Okay.
I just don't want to hear it from the
From
MSD
some-
Commission.
well, and
And the
unfortunately, you
news.
shouldn't, because we believe that's sensitive information. But we
understand.
see that that doesn't
matter.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Okay, Dr. Osgood and then Ms. Bartleman.
Sorry,
But we're
Ms.
making it
Bartleman.
brief because we have a 3-minute time limit.
And I will make it brief. Mr. Runcie, this is the first time since I've been on the board that we've had the census. How do we as a district be involved? I'm chairing a census committee in my other hat. I know she brought it up, but it's been very prevalent that we don't have any representation on any committees. So, promotions committee, and we just happened to have Ms. Coke, who was very influential and involved in the last 2 censuses, but I think we should formalize something as a district to be a part of the census where we have staff represented on the various census committees. And I'm sorry, I had to take a call from the hospital about my mother, so I had to step out while Ms. Rupert was talking. But I think that that's very critical, because as I go to meeting after meeting, a large piece of what's missing is the school district. And because it's such a, over the years, it's such a difficult challenge to make sure that all the kids are counted, I think we have a major role to play in that. And being that we don't have any state funding this year to help us in our local initiative, I think that we're going to have to get involved and use some of our existing mediums to make sure that we help get kids and families counted.
Thank you.
All right, so to follow up on the response to Ms. Rupert, we'll have Mr. Sullivan go out and do an inventory of what is actually being done out there, different organizations. I would encourage board members, if you're aware of any organizations, any entities that are working on census-related initiatives, you send them to me and or Mr. Sullivan, and we'll figure out what's the best way to support what's going on out there and leverage, whatever assets and capabilities that we have.
I can tell you, I
I
chair one of the committees, so I can give you the whole list. As a matter of fact, I'll send it to you now.
Okay, and we'll work with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
My only comment was to Mr. Runcie, because you had just mentioned the White Fleet, and I can't give Mr. Lyles direction, is the best fleet as well to look at. Okay, I just heard you say White Fleet, so I wanted to be sure.
Thank you.
And the grant money is only for a limited time, so we have to, okay.
Thank you. I have just a couple of things. So I think several of us attended the meeting at the Children's Services Council where there were presentations from the Center for Study and Prevention of Violence and also the FBI. And one of the things that was mentioned, and I mentioned it to Mr. Runcie after attending, was that the Center for Study and Prevention of Violence has a climate and culture survey that they have been utilizing for 20 years. And they have best practices and things that they do, and it's confidential. And I think as a district, it's incumbent upon us as the board to have an understanding of what it is that we're doing to evaluate climate and culture in the district, and how we're acquiring those resources. And so I don't know if it's something that's planned for a conversation with the board, but I as one board member would be interested in a workshop that has that conversation so that we can all hear about what it is that we are doing as a district to ascertain the climate and culture around safety within our schools. So I don't know if there's consensus from my colleagues that would be something that we would discuss at a workshop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we would love to do that. That's a challenge that we're facing in the district because we don't have a system-wide tool to do that. The tool that's most prevalently used in school systems across the country is Panorama. We've used that on a limited basis as part of, I think it's the middle school initiative, but we really need that as a district-wide tool. So we'll bring that to a workshop and share whatever information we have. But that will really help us to get the information we need, and then we can be a lot, far more strategic in our interventions, our supports, and resources.
Thank you, and I will share with you, I had a conference call with 3 people from the center yesterday, so I'll share with you that information. And then 2 other things really quickly. I don't know if my colleagues are receiving a high number of calls with regard to buses, but there are many parents who, in my office, is receiving calls about people who were getting a bus when their child went to a school 3 years ago, and now they're not getting a bus anymore. And so One of the things, actually, it was my administrative assistant, Gail, said, you know, you are starting school earlier. Perhaps the board should consider the empty seat policy not being tied to that October 1st date. And so I don't know if that's a policy that needs to come before us in order for something to happen or not, but I just thought that's probably something that we as a board need to consider. And I don't know if my colleagues are receiving a high number of calls about that, but that's certainly happening in my district. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I think that's an excellent idea, and I don't even think the board needs to discuss it. Staff can look at moving up that date.
As
based
long as
on
it's
what
not,
you
as
just
long as
said.
it's not something that's written in policy. Okay, that's fine. And then the very last thing, it's last on my list, but not the most, hold on one second, not the least important, because it's last on my list, it's actually the most important, is when are we gonna have an academic results discussion, based on last year's scheduled before the board?
We'll do that sometime this fall. We don't have a date yet. Which,
So there is a workshop coming up on HQI from the last three-year strategic plan that we just finished that will review at a high level the three elements of early learning, middle grades, and high school, and we will follow that up with the intense dive on FSA and other things. So it's being rolled out in stages that will be about once a month throughout the year.
Okay, so, Mr. Runcie, I'll just tell you, as one board member, and I know my colleagues, I'm fairly certain my colleagues would agree, it's very important for us to look at the results from this past year and look at the gaps that might exist or have been improved or not improved, and that we look to make sure we're allocating resources and making policy appropriate to address those. Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Just going to say, I would prefer not a high level. I would prefer that the first one deal with that. We have all the results, and the first presentation should be dealing with that.
yeah, no, I know we want to bring it as soon as we can. One of the things I asked staff to do was to quantify an investment we need to make in some of our bottom quartile schools, because what's happened traditionally and continues to happen is that as their school grade improves, they move out of the lowest 100, we pull the funds and supports. So at the next budget, I haven't seen the number yet, but I've asked Dr. Wands and staff to go identify those schools and let us know how much of a funding impact they've had, basically a penalty for improving. And I think we need to commit to at least maintaining that level of support for 2 to 3 years so that they can continue with the progress they're making. So we are looking at some of those, and then when we come to the workshop, we'll make sure we include that as part of the conversations, what we're actually doing to improve the schools.
Thank you. I apologize, Ms. Bartleman. You got about 15 seconds left on your 3 minutes.
So on the empty seat policy, number one, I wanted to make sure that we don't, if the 20-day count has anything to do with that, because just whatever the timeline is, we allow empty seats, to make sure. I don't want to, because I have gotten calls about buses that are overpacked and kids are sitting, there's too many on a seat, and then we pack a bus up, and then we have to have another bus. So number one. Number two, the other question I have is about, and this is, I spoke to Mr. Lyles and Mr. Woods about this the other day, is the people who don't have buses, some of them who had buses last year, when they do use Google Maps, they're like 1.9 and the 1.94, and the bus is taken away. And I guess my question is, did we change the way we were using the maps? And like one explanation was the parent drove to the bus loop or where the parent stops, because they're out there measuring themselves, quite honestly, with Google. And so I'm just curious, could we have this increased number because we changed the way we were doing it? And if so, do we need to look at that? So when you
So I think if there's consensus from the board, we'll ask for follow-up from staff.
yeah,
and
that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mokran, is there anything else I need to attend to before I adjourn this meeting? Ms. Myrick, is there anything specific that needs to be said into the record with regard to the closed door?
No.
And then we have the closed door and there's no need to come back after that, correct?
That is correct. You're going to adjourn this meeting, and then we'll just have the closed door.
And then we can leave?
This meeting is now, see no further business to come before this board. This meeting is now adjourned. We will be having a safety and security closed door. All those not planning to attend by request of the superintendent should now leave the boardroom. Thank you.